Audio check. Audio check. Can you guys hear me? Audio check. All right. If you can all, in fact, hear me. Oh, look, here we go. Grace says, yep. Awesome. All right, so with our audio working, welcome here and thank you for joining us. Back Perch Weather's live coverage here of Hurricane Melissa, Category 5, Hurricane Melissa's catastrophic landfall over the island of Jamaica, which is now impending in just the next few hours. Mikhail Hannah Harding says, yes, sir. Awesome stuff. So we are just hours away now, just a few hours away from the catastrophic landfall of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa there that you can see on your screen. This is infrared satellite. This is one of the most powerful Atlantic hurricanes ever recorded, and that is not hyperbole, with maximum sustained winds of 175 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 901 millibars. So this is Melissa's peak intensity. This is the strongest she's been across her entire lifetime, and unfortunately it looks like she's going to make landfall at or very close to this historic intensity. At 901 millibars, she has surpassed Hurricane Katrina as the seventh most intense Atlantic hurricane ever recorded. And when she makes landfall over Jamaica, she will be the strongest hurricane to ever do so. And it won't even be particularly close. The island of Jamaica has not been hit with a major hurricane directly since Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, which was 37 years ago. And Gilbert was a high-end Cat 3. Okay, this is not a high-end Cat 3. This is orders of magnitude stronger and could be orders of magnitude more destructive. And Gilbert was very bad, right? Just ask anyone who lived through Gilbert on Jamaica. They will tell you that was a massive and damaging hurricane. So this is an extraordinarily serious situation that we've been fearing. We've been fearing this exact image now for several days, really for the last 5 days or so. And what we're seeing right now on this infrared satellite imagery is really the maximum satellite presentation you could ever imagine. I mean, this is the scariest possible thing. This is the scariest possible thing you could ever imagine for any island in the Caribbean or really in the world to be going through. Is looking at a storm that looks like this bearing down on them now with the eye wall just moments away. The eye wall, which is the strongest part of the storm. This is the rain band, the core that's wrapped. Let's try to do that a better circle. Wrapped most tightly around that eye you see right there, that perfectly clear and perfectly circular eye. Okay, so judging by that, the eye wall is just 15-ish, maybe a little bit less than that, miles away from coming on shore in Jamaica. And to be clear, the National Hurricane Center's own language has said that any area in Jamaica that gets into this eye wall, okay, this is an ultra-violent, exceptionally powerful eye wall. Any area in Jamaica that gets into that core of strongest winds can expect total structural failure and utter devastation. The language has been absolutely terrifying, especially seeing it come from official sources. That's not from some sensationalist, tabloid or news outlet. That is from the National Hurricane Center talking about that. And of course, this is only the wind speeds we're referring to. We're not even talking about the rainfall. Check out the radiating gravity waves throughout the central dense overcast of Melissa. And I just want to point out to you that a central dense overcast this incredibly symmetrical, and it kind of got like this late last night. This having a central dense overcast looking like this perfect circle, okay? Only some of the most intense tropical cyclones in the world achieve this level of absolute perfection and perfect symmetry, okay? When a tropical cyclone is perfect, that means it is really, really violent and really powerful. Okay, so these cloud tops in this central dense overcast, they are extending more than 50,000 feet high into the atmosphere, and we're looking at widespread temperatures, and again, it's just the symmetry, it's just how universal they are throughout this main thunderstorm shield, right? This is what's called the CDO. When you hear us refer to that stands for central dense overcast, right? And so that is the central thunderstorm shield around the hurricane that is delineated or defined, I guess, outside of the rain bands, which are here, right? So this stuff on the outside, this is cirrus outflow banding, but this right here, this is rain banding, right? And also a bit of a concern here. We got to watch here, this in the Tiburon Peninsula of Haiti, where we could see big time rainfall, and then you see some of these rain bands coming over. That is very concerning for Haiti, even though they're not getting the core of strongest winds, because Haiti is really vulnerable to flash flooding. But if you just take a look at this central dense overcast with these gravity waves just uniformly rippling throughout the system, but then also notice the buzzsaw, like that buzzsawing whirl of the eye wall, right? That really tall, really violent eye wall, 175 mile per hour sustained winds, at least at minimum. And to see a central dense overcast like this, it's just unspeakably powerful. Only the most powerful tropical cyclones in the world generate something like this with this level of perfect symmetry, and you are currently looking at probably one of the most intense, at least by satellite as far as satellite presentations go, one of the most intense satellite presentations you will ever see for an Atlantic hurricane. Okay, this satellite presentation, I know that obviously it's the hard data and the Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance, right? It's what they're sending back that matters, because that's telling the true intensity of the storm. You can't just go purely by satellite estimates. But when you compare this satellite image to some of the other more powerful Atlantic hurricanes in recent history, I mean, Melissa clears them, okay? She clears them. Doesn't mean she's actually stronger than the others, like, and Milton is an example, right? This satellite image, in terms of the symmetry and the uniformity, I guess, of the central dense overcast with those cloud tops extending beyond 50,000 feet into the atmosphere, this is beyond what Milton looked like, okay? So this is just an absolute monster system that is closing in 15 miles and closing before the eye wall gets on shore in Jamaica. And this question from Michael Hannah Harding is a very important question, and the answer to it is a very key factor as to why we're here right now looking at something like this. Okay, so Michael asks, why hasn't this thing went through an eye wall replacement cycle? And this is probably the strangest and one of the more exceptional things we've seen. Not exceptional in a good way, exceptional in terms of cyclonic intensification. Normally, when we have a major hurricane rapidly intensify, especially with a relatively, this is not like a super small core, but it's relatively compact, right? It's not large. So usually when we have a major hurricane intensify to this degree and have a relatively compact core, they go through eye wall replacement cycles, okay? So an eye wall replacement cycle is where an outer rain band of the storm underneath that central dense overcast starts to intensify and move inwards towards the inner eye wall, which is the original core around the eye. And what that outer rain band starts to do is it starts to resemble an outer eye wall as it intensifies. And so it starts to choke off and kill the inner eye wall so that it can replace it and take over. During this process, re-intensification is possible after the new outer eye wall takes hold at the center of the core, if conditions are permitting. But even if that's the case, An eye wall replacement cycle, by its very nature, entails at least a temporary period of weakening for the storm, right? Because it's literally exchanging its core engine out, right? You've got the whole eye wall, usually has to disintegrate and crumble. And in that case, we usually see the eye kind of cave in, right? Those cloud tops coming in, temperatures cooling in the eye where, warm temperatures are associated with further strengthening. So it disrupts the core because it's a replacement process of the strongest part of the storm. So we see at least a temporary phase of weakening. And what can happen during that temporary phase of weakening is the system's, I guess you could call it maybe its immune system if you want to use that parallel, right? It's the hurricane's immune system kind of comes down to a bit, kind of comes down to those hostile outside factors like wind shear or dry air. So you get a little bit of weakening during an eye wall replacement cycle, and then wind shear and dry air can kind of entrain and take over and start to weaken the system and then prevent it from re-intensifying. Now, it's not that would have happened if Melissa had gone through an eye wall replacement cycle, but nevertheless, the question is, it's like impossible. It's virtually impossible for a major hurricane to be sustaining this high level of an intensity for this long without going through an eye wall replacement cycle. So, what has happened instead? Well, and Andy Hazelton had an interesting theory here, and that might be the case, even though I can't say it for certain. Instead of going through eye wall replacement cycles, Melissa has gone through 3 or 4 eye wall mergers, okay? So this is a much rarer type of eye wall replacement cycle. It's not really a replacement cycle at all, okay? An eye wall merger, as its name implies, is where that intensifying outer rain band becoming an outer eye wall doesn't kill off the inner eye wall, but instead it comes in and merges with the inner eye wall. Usually the product of that is a more symmetrical, thicker, more organized, and potentially stronger eye wall than you had before. Okay, so an eye wall merger definitely leads to kind of like a plateauing in intensification, right? It's going to stop intensification. Maybe you see the system weaken a little bit. But eye wall mergers typically don't disrupt the whole core and cave in the eye and all that craziness. Eye wall mergers usually are much less disruptive. Not only did we see one with Melissa, we've seen 3 or 4. And it's a very complicated process, but it seems like each time Melissa is kind of like incrementally, slowly intensifying, right, after her initial rapid intensification phase, which saw her go from a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm to a 140-mile-per-hour Category 4. It seems that as she incrementally intensifies, she kind of levels out, or her pressure kind of rises up and weakens a little bit for a couple hours. And then boom, and so we're thinking, oh wait, okay, maybe this is finally the eye wall replacement cycle. But then boom, she suddenly starts re-intensifying again. The symmetry starts growing. The cloud tops start chilling in the central dense overcast again. And those are all signs of eye wall mergers. So Andy Hazelton last night, during his flight into the storm's core on the Hurricane Hunters, confirmed an eye wall merger that was ongoing. And it seems like we've had 3 or 4 total happen. And so a potential cause for that, maybe, is that there's still this underlying low-level wind shear that is too weak to affect Melissa. I mean, obviously, look at it, right? So there might be some underlying low-level wind shear that's too weak to actually impact Melissa overall, but could be just strong enough, right? This is the theory, to disrupt or disorganize that outer rain band that's trying to become, that intensifying rain band that's trying to become an outer eye wall, kind of making it weaker and disheveled. And so by the time it starts to move inwards and would be the moment where it would normally start to kill off the inner eye wall, it's too weak to do that. So instead it just kind of gets wrapped in and merges. And while that creates a temporary pause in intensification, the result after the fact is a more organized and bigger and stronger eye wall than before. And because that process has repeated multiple times over, I think that's a key factor as to why we're seeing this absolutely insane satellite presentation right here for Melissa. Again, one of the most incredible satellite appearances that you were, well, incredible in the worst possible way, of course, satellite appearances that you can possibly imagine in the Atlantic. So that's the situation here. Let's get to some of these comments. Everyone in chat, let's drop a poll in chat. Where are you guys watching from? Where is everyone watching from? Rowan Curran here with a question. How bad do you think this is actually going to be? I don't think it's an exaggeration to say it's going to be catastrophic. The winds alone are going to be catastrophic, but the problem is Jamaica has a very mountainous interior, okay? They are extremely mountainous on the inner parts of the island, and so what that is creating, the problem that's causing, is a huge rainfall problem. And actually, you can literally visually see, and I'm going to point this out to you, where those mountains are and how they are so tall, they're actually already affecting the thunderstorms, right? These extremely intense thunderstorms, these torrential downpours in the central dense overcast of Melissa, okay? So look, I want you to pay attention right here. Do you see this line? Right, wait, my drawer, okay, here we go. Do you see this line right here that kind of is moving, is rippling a little bit independent from the storm's usual circulation, okay? That is where the thunderstorms are hitting the tall elevation, the tall rainforested peaks of Jamaica, and where orographic lift is now starting to come into play. So torrential rainfall now coming down across most of Jamaica. Not quite as torrential here on the eastern side of the island, but definitely here on the central and western part of the island here. And you can see where the convection is being affected by that very high terrain. And in fact, we had a burst recently. It's kind of dissipating now, but this burst right here, oftentimes when tropical cyclones come towards landfall, and they and it's in an area and it's in a landmass that's highly mountainous, we usually see these big bursts, these big blowups of convection as orographic lift comes into play, and those thunderstorm clouds are forced upwards, literally due to these 5,000 plus foot tall peaks on Jamaica's interior. So the winds are going to be catastrophic enough, and like I said, wherever this eye wall travels across Jamaica, you can expect utter devastation. If we go to the National Hurricane Center's official forecast discussion of their 5 a.m. Eastern Time advisory today, in their key messages for Jamaica, they note for the residents to remain sheltered and that catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, so that's the rain risk, and destructive winds will continue through today, causing widespread infrastructure damage. So I want you to note this language right here, okay? The National Hurricane Center is talking about basic infrastructure damage to Jamaica. So we're not talking about, this extends our window of disaster beyond just the initial landfall, okay? We are talking, right here, we are talking about long-term, potentially, infrastructure damage, and that could cause a very long and costly aftermath and can cost lives, ultimately. But anyway, they continue. Power and communication outages in isolated communities possible. Total structural failure is possible near the path of Melissa's center. Okay, that's the eye wall. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected through the day. Failure to act may result in serious injury or loss of life. So really, the language couldn't get more dire here for Jamaica. And again, total structural failure is possible near the path of Melissa's center, where that 175 mile per hour eye wall is heading in. So to answer your question, Rowan, it is going to be catastrophic. This is going to be an absolute disaster. We just have to hope that, somehow, for some reason, it's not as bad as we're fearing it could be right now. But right now, it's just looking really, really bad. Cookie Death commenting, "This is insane." Best way to sum it up. Nito saying, "I believe another round of recon is happening right now." So if we go to tropicaltidbits.com. Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness. Breaking news, guys. Whoa! Oh my goodness. Breaking news, guys. Recon just found 800 and pressures of 894 millibars in the eye of Melissa. Okay, so hold on a second. Whoa! Did that just happen, guys? Oh, this is not good. We are sub 900 millibars. And there we go. The National Hurricane Center. New advisory. Emergency advisory. New peak intensity, 180 mile per hour sustained winds, and a minimum pressure of 896 millibars. Let me post this update right here, guys, but this is historic. This is catastrophic. Okay, hold on. Let me post this update on my X feed at Backperch Crew, where we provide continuous updates here on the storm. So let me post this update real quick. Unbelievable, guys. We're sub 900 millibars.
Post from @Kyle Granger. Hurricane Melissa set to pummel Jamaica as island's strongest storm in recorded history. Post from @Reuters. Hurricane Melissa is expected to bring catastrophe as it makes landfall in Jamaica with storm surge, flash flooding, and landslides, and the worst storm to hit Caribbean island in the century.
Unbelievable.
Post from @Palmer WX. Hurricane Melissa on final approach to Jamaica as Cat 5 with no weakening expected. Catastrophic impacts for much of the island.
Whoa. Holy cow. Unbelievable, guys. You heard it there. There's unlikely anything on Jamaica that can sustain this level of ferocity. Unbelievable. 896 millibars. Just 1 millibar off of Hurricane Milton last year. This is now the 5th most intense hurricane in history. Natty Dread asking, how much of this storm will cover Jamaica? Well, the very eastern side of the island might be spared the worst of the rainfall, but pretty much the whole island, the rest of it, they're going to be getting that potential for catastrophic flash flooding from the rainfall. Cookie Death saying, we are witnessing an actual historical monster. Nito saying, absolutely terrific. Looking at the satellite oops of the cloud tops hours ago reminded me of Haiyan. Absolutely. Lazarus77 asking, will it survive the Jamaican hills and hit Cuba as a Cat 4 or 5, or will it get disrupted? Melissa will definitely get disrupted. She could maybe make landfall in Cuba as a Category 4, but not as a Category 5. I don't think so. Nito saying, I think it did go through at least one eyewall replacement cycle. Cookie Death, yeah, the lightning, cloud tops, and structure, everything is insane. There you go, Nito, sub 900 millibars, confirmed. Team Valor Gym Leader, it's almost as strong as the Labor Day 1935 storm. Yes, 1935 Labor Day hurricane, which was the most intense landfalling hurricane in history in the Atlantic Basin, had a pressure of 892 millibars at landfall, and that was the most intense ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. We're just 4 millibars off of that. This is absolutely insane. Cookie Death sub 900 millibars. As if it couldn't get any worse for Jamaica. What the hell, says Team Valor Gym Leader. Geometry, Bloxia, OMG. Intensification right before landfall. Yes, I mean, this is the product. This is what we've seen, and I am not surprised at all. I'm honestly surprised we didn't get the sub 900 millibar update earlier. Shudo's Root saying, man, I was truly hoping I would wake up and see Melissa engage in an eyewall replacement cycle since she was moving north-northeast at 2 miles per hour, but my God, I'm speechless, and my thoughts continue to go out to those impacted by Melissa. Liberal Monarch is asking, did the path move slightly to the east overnight? I'm terrified for Montego Bay. There's been some wobbles. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get a direct landfall over, or not a direct landfall, a direct strike over Montego Bay as Melissa goes across the backside, but everything is in the question right now, and if she were to continue like a trajectory, like, you know, if she goes like this, then Montego Bay is in a real bad way. If she goes like this, like this, then they might be in better shape, but just from the winds. Obviously, Montego Bay still can expect life-threatening storm surge on the backside of the hurricane because of rotations like this, so the onshore push in Montego Bay up here is like this, and that is onshore. So definitely got to watch out there. Shozert saying, in the central atmospheric pressure dropped down even further. I was expecting some kind of weakening approaching land, but man, horrified expression, speechless. Can't move my thoughts into words. This is, so just to understand how historic this is, guys. Oh, let's go to visible. Yeah, thank you. Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God. Melissa. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Melissa could be the second most intense Atlantic hurricane to ever make landfall in the Atlantic Basin. This is as bad as it could possibly get, you guys.
Post from
Whoa!
Hurricane hunters find Melissa stronger as the northern eye wall is approaching the southern coast of Jamaica.
What on earth? What on earth? What on earth is happening? So Cookie Death saying 892.7, 893 millibars here. Let's... So here was the flight that did it. The hurricane hunter circling through the eye. These were the measurements. And there they are in the storm. This is unbelievable, guys. This is the maximum strength. This is exactly what I was fearing. This is exactly what I was fearing. So here we go. Take a look at this from James Pettis. 892.3. This could be... This could honestly, guys, be the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane ever in recorded history. 892.3 matches the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. This was the 1935 Labor Day hurricane.
At Robert GWX. Latest estimated pressures from recon now down to 892.3 millibars. This would make Melissa the fourth, potentially tied for third most intense Atlantic hurricane on record.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, this is the current record for the most intense landfalling hurricane in Atlantic history. It happened back in 1935. It was the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, 892 millibars, making landfall across the Florida Keys on September 3rd, 1935. That is literally 90 years ago. Okay? Right there, 892 millibars, 90 years ago. That's the record. It's been held for 90 years. And Recon is finding 892.3 in the eye of Melissa right now. She is intensifying at the last minute. This is unbelievably bad. Everything that this eye wall touches in Jamaica is going to pretty much be annihilated.
advisory has it at 896, 180 miles per hour winds. We can only pray for Jamaica now. Landfall imminent.
We can only pray for Jamaica now. Landfall is imminent. If you're just joining us here, thank you for joining the stream. We just had an insane update here from the National Hurricane Center. Reconnaissance finding pressure, 180 mile per hour sustained winds, new peak intensity for Hurricane Melissa, and a new minimum pressure of 896 millibars. This makes her the 5th most intense Atlantic hurricane of all time. And this is also just and this is the first time in history that we've had back-to-back years with a sub 900 millibar hurricane in the Atlantic. Milton last year, and now Melissa today. Anton O. Awada, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your last name correctly, says Eyewall is approximately 15 miles wide. Oh, I think the eyewall is a little bit wider than that, but it's close. You're right. The eyewall might be double that. The eye is about 15 miles here. Maybe a little bit bigger now. The eye's been holding it around 50. Might be around 20 miles now. Sean says, hi, is Melissa still a Cat 5? More than that, Sean. She is a historic Category 5. But real quick, everyone, if you're tuning in, thank you for joining us. We're watching Recon here as landfall becomes imminent in Jamaica. This is about to be one of the most intense hurricane landfalls in recorded history. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for liking the stream. Yeah. Sophia Phillips, God can part the Red Sea. He did it for Jamaica again. Nito says Recon is still circling, and that we might see it drop even more. Yeah, the official advisory, 896 millibars, but also important to note here, Recon finding pressure of 892 millibars. But let's go here. There it is, 892.3. Honestly, at a loss for words here. Cookie Death saying, look at those mess of vortices in the eye. It's insane. Yes, this is upper tier. This is top tier cyclone stuff. Guys, one of the most powerful in history. I've been saying it for several hours now. No exaggeration needed. This is the worst of the worst. Unorthodox Raj saying, hey, checking in from Jamaica. And Unorthodox Raj, I really hope that you're in a very safe shelter and you're in a very safe place. I don't know exactly where you are, but this is really bad. The situation just keeps getting worse. And now we have an unprecedented new peak intensity for Hurricane Melissa. Now 896 millibars, 180 mile per hour sustained winds. Oh my goodness. And yeah, especially shout out to everyone who likes and shares the stream, because the more people see this, right? We're trying to get information out. So the more people see this, the better. We're trying to get information out to anyone who any way we can, right? Nito saying stay safe to Unorthodox Raj. But yeah, any way we can get information out, especially to people in Jamaica, if they still have power, if they still have access to internet. Geometry Bloxia says there's not much we can do but hope for the best. Unfortunately, this thing is frankly going to be a worst case scenario for the people in Jamaica. Floods are already ongoing, just unprecedented. The floods alone might be devastating. And we have much worse than that. Oh my wow. Oh. This is insanity. Unorthodox Raj says, thank you, hoping for the best, but prepared for the worst. Which is good to hear. But here we were. Historic upgrade. Historic, again, in the worst way imaginable. 896 millibars. I cannot believe what we are seeing here. This is probably the scariest satellite imagery you will ever see of a hurricane moments before landfall.
Post from @Weather Now, Kentucky. Generational Hurricane Melissa is within 1 hour of making landfall. 185 mile per hour sustained winds up to 215 gusts and feet of rainfall. Portions of Jamaica will be unrecognizable.
Unrecognizable. For portions of Jamaica. That's not even a question at this point. Oh my goodness. Again, the all-time record for the most intense landfalling hurricane in Atlantic history was 90 years ago. It was the 1935 Labor Day hurricane at 892 millibars. That's also the third most intense pressure ever documented in the Atlantic, okay? And right now, the hurricane hunters picked up, even after this advisory, an 892.3 millibar pressure, which would make Melissa tied for the third most intense hurricane of all time. I want you to think about how rare that is. And it could also tie her as the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane in history. Like I said, perfect symmetry, the cloud tops, 50,000 feet into the atmosphere. Adrian M69, we pray for Jamaica. Regards from Argentina. Thanks for your coverage. Absolutely. Thank you for tuning in. Geometry blocks it. Is it still intensifying? Yes. Now, does it go, below 892 millibars? I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is already insane. And look at the lightning. Look at the lightning activity throughout Melissa's eyewall, right? This is another sign of why we're seeing continued intensification. Another reason why we saw continued intensification, other than the lack of eyewall replacement cycle, is the fact that the waters that Melissa is over right now are the warmest waters she's ever been over. In addition to that, she is tapping into a favorable jet streak to her north, which is hyperventilating the system and causing this last-minute round of intensification, possibly up to the point of landfall. Look at the lightning activity. Excuse me. Unorthodox Raj asking, the rain has stopped and the breeze has ceased where I'm at. Is this normal? Well, it depends on where you're at, Unorthodox Raj. I don't know where you're at. Grace watching from Iowa. Dan watching from Ireland. Geometry Bloxia watching from Missouri. Nita watching from Hong Kong. Cookie Death saying, Melissa, MPI is just insane. Everything is just perfect for her. Yep, this is the realization of the worst case scenario. What we were worried about, that Melissa might achieve maximum potential intensity. That is a mathematical value that gauges how strong a tropical cyclone can theoretically become over any given water temperatures. It's almost never discussed because in order to reach MPI, not only does a hurricane have to have absolutely perfect, ideal conditions in the atmosphere around him or her, but to achieve MPI, the hurricane also has to have favorable inner dynamics, right? Not going through an eye wall replacement cycle, which of course Melissa hasn't. Not collapsing, having the core structure being able to sustain that sort of intensity, which most aren't. So it's very rare to actually hit maximum potential intensity over a given sea surface temperature. But Melissa is 100% doing that here and right before she makes landfall over Jamaica. We have several recon missions. Obviously, you can see here these pinks right here. That's where the eyeball is the strongest of the winds. Well over 137 knots. And that's where the reconnaissance plane is in comparison to the storm.
Post from WX Watcher 07. Melissa is disgustingly powerful. The pressure has dropped to 896 millibars as of the latest update. Cirrus clouds fanning out from the hurricane sprawl northward to the southern tip of Florida. The south and eastern side of the storm is completely shrouded in intense thunderstorm activity, creating immense swaths of electrical activity, only adding to Melissa's bone-chilling appearance. Winds close to the eye becoming progressively extreme, maximizing to a astounding 180 miles per hour sustained winds. Gusts could easily exceed 200 miles per hour. Jamaica, your and our thoughts.
This is so horrible. Cookie Death saying drop sond is in. We also have another reconnaissance flight coming in here from the north, so we're gonna have to see about them as well. But in that report there from Spinny there just a second ago, we're talking about the like I said, the immense lightning activity, right? Okay, when we see lightning in the eye wall of a hurricane, it is a sign of intensification, or that intensification is about to happen. Okay. Geometry Bloxia saying speechless. Yeah, don't forget, guys. Thank you for tuning in here. Back Perch Weather Stream, live stream here of Hurricane Melissa's catastrophic landfall, beyond historic landfall in Jamaica, unfortunately. And don't forget to share and like the stream. But yeah, like this is just crazy. And we're looking at a landfall location here, potentially in the Black River area. And the eye wall is getting really close now. But Treasure Beach, oh my goodness, Treasure Beach. Okay, so now we got to stop. We got to start talking about, okay, wait, here we go. Whoa. We got some news here. Okay, so Cookie Death saying 893 millibars from drop sond. BCA saying drop sond got 892. 892. So, oh my goodness, we might see another advisory from the National Hurricane Center further upgrading Hurricane Melissa. And if you're just joining us and you're wondering what the record is for the most intense landfall in Atlantic hurricane history, it's 892 millibars exactly. 90 years ago was the Labor Day hurricane over the Florida Keys. And we're now picking up those same measurements on drop sond from the hurricane hunters. I mean, look at this thing, guys. Nito saying he thinks 892 is the peak for Melissa. But let's just look at where she's about to make landfall. Okay, Melissa is about to make landfall as one of the strongest hurricanes, Atlantic hurricanes in history in the Black River area, the Black River Basin. And so when we compare this to the satellite imagery, right, it looks like Treasure Beach is moments away from being right front swatted in terms of getting the potentially the worst of the winds and the worst of the surge. This is really bad because look at all these homes here near the shoreline. Catastrophic surge and definitely catastrophic winds here about to hit all these places. These areas right up against the coast. Oh my goodness. And then the Black River area. This is where we could see the direct landfall of the eye. This, of course, too. Lots of people here, right on the water. There are even homes and stuff over here. Some buildings, some structures. This honestly could be completely annihilated, you guys. And then these inland towns right here are not far away enough. They're basically going to get the maximum winds, especially if they're at elevation at all. Remember, 180 miles per hour. Those are only the sustained winds. That has nothing to do with the gusts, which are likely well in excess of 200 miles per hour. Especially if you factor in higher elevations, which the National Hurricane Center even noted. Nito saying Volcaholic retweeted some footage. You can check it out. I cannot believe got some beginning footage from Montego Bay. I think that's the footage that Nito's talking about. Geometry Bloxia saying the Caribbean Haiyan. Yep, pretty much. And so right now we're looking at the areas that could take landfall. White House, you are also looking to be ground to zero, potentially. So everywhere right here, White House, Black River, Treasure Beach, as well as Watchwell, Mountainside, La Sovia, Santa Cruz. Really concerned because this is a bigger town. And man, it looks like Santa Cruz is going to take a direct hit from a catastrophic eye wall. Just look at how intense this thing is. This is unreal. And if Santa Cruz gets hit directly, again, there is nothing in Jamaica, but really nothing almost anywhere in the world except for maybe some spots in the Philippines that could or maybe some spots in the Lesser Antilles that could possibly survive 180 mile per hour sustained winds with higher gusts. Oh wow, Stacy's saying Jeff Petrowski is in Santa Cruz. Dude. Holy moly. That is crazy.
Posted at Rob Marciano. fascinating and frightening aircraft recon data clearly showing where the aircraft punched in and out of the eye of Melissa. The surface wind line popping off the chart.
Jeff Pietrowski is apparently in Santa Cruz, where they could receive a direct core strike again. Almost nothing, only the most well-constructed buildings are going to survive this, you guys. This is now on par with Hurricane Irma. Like, that is what we are looking at here. Oh my goodness. Hurricane Melissa is about to change Jamaica forever. I've been saying it. This is a satellite presentation, and many people have too, that is resembling some of the strongest West Pacific super typhoons the world has ever seen. Typhoons like Goni and Haiyan. I'm not saying, of course, that we're going to have a loss of life anywhere close to that. But so what is, my goodness. And it looks like also Hurricane Melissa just broke her own record again for having the driest eye ever measured by satellite in world history. But let's just talk about this. So what are we expecting here? Category 5 damage that we can kind of guess beforehand. Okay, 180 mile per hour winds is going to go beyond human infrastructure. Okay, 180 mile per hour winds, okay, just strips the life from islands, all right? So wherever that eye wall tracks, you are going to see extraordinary damage, okay? We're talking about trees and vegetation snapped in half like toothpicks. We're talking about total defoliation, right? The browning of a green tropical paradise where the leaves are ripped off and, salt water even burns the vegetation when you get intensities this high, all right? So that's what we're talking about here. 180 mile per hour sustained winds are going to snap trees like toothpicks. I can't even imagine what that's going to do to any areas of elevation closer to the coast here in southwest Jamaica. It's going to be unimaginable. Unimaginable levels of destruction. Anything that is not specifically built to withstand this or that doesn't have solid concrete walls is going to be severely damaged or totally destroyed. And this is also likely going to push wherever that right front quadrant hits, right, with that onshore push that's already beginning here in southwest Jamaica. And if there's an area that's low-lying and vulnerable to storm surge, I mean, you're looking at 20 feet of storm surge easy. Cookie Death commenting, I feel bad for anyone who stayed, man. This is the equivalent of a major tornado overview for a long time. Winds are unsurvivable if you were caught outside. Yeah, and we did this year. We've had a landfall at close to or at 180 miles per hour. That was Super Typhoon Regasa over the Babayan Islands in the northern Philippines. Is where we got sort of an analogous kind of landfall strength. And the satellite images after the fact showed that the vegetation from those islands had been totally stripped, right? And they look green and they're like a tropical paradise beforehand, and then you look at the before and after satellite images and they're just browned, right? It's just death. It's just death and destruction at an unimaginable scale for the wildlife, not just for the human infrastructure. That's what I'm trying to convey. Like, it's for the wildlife too. This is so incredibly bad. Again, total destruction. Looks like at 7:18 a.m. Eastern Time, hurricane conditions were ongoing in Mandeville, Jamaica. And I'll repost that video here soon. But let's see. Mandeville. Okay, so Mandeville is way inland. Nito saying it's been so long since I've seen something that comes this close to how Haiyan looked. I cannot believe it. Yeah, Geometry Bloxia is saying Tornado Pagey is in Mandeville. Yes, she is. So there's Mandeville right here, big town. Looks like they very well could face a direct hit. I don't know, maybe if there's an eastward shift. If there's not an eastward shift, and Melissa continues this direction, right? Might be a little bit of a northward jog here in these last few frames, and Mandeville may miss the eye wall. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Hurricane conditions already ongoing there. And that was just from the central dense overcast. Looks like we got another update here. Let's hear it.
Post from @ZY. All flights at Jamaica's Kingston Norman Manley International Airport and Montego Bay Sangster International Airport has been canceled due to the approach of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. Post from @TheSunsWX. It keeps getting stronger. 892.3.
Simcom. Oh.
Rapper NK. Hurricane Melissa, now stronger than Katrina, is closing in on Jamaica.
Sim commenting reminds me of Typhoon Haiyan in Philippines. Thousands were killed. 195 mile per hour winds, which is much stronger than Melissa. Yes. But the satellite presentation is so okay. So Sim saying we survived Typhoon Haiyan and were washed away by a storm surge. This reminds me of Haiyan. Yeah. So this really does look like Haiyan, and I'm not saying it is Haiyan, but actually the pressure is getting pretty close to the official estimate for Super Typhoon Haiyan. And the wind speeds maybe not quite as strong, but still absolutely extreme. Let's check back in on Hurricane Hunter aircraft reconnaissance. They're closing in. Okay, so now NOAA planes coming in. And here's kind of a concerning situation. Oh, no, they're not circling in there anymore. Okay, so Nita was asking, okay, so I did see someone, I believe, so let me go here. Let's go here. To I don't want to show that. Okay, let's go to Jeremy DeHart here. Okay, yeah, okay. All right. This is what I mean to get to. Okay, so increasingly worried about my crewmates as they have been circling the eye for over 20 minutes now. Still no drop sign has been transmitted. Extrapolated surface pressures down to 892 millibars. Hopefully they're just trying to get a good sound out, but and it's not something more serious. So that's what Nito just commented on, right? They were circling in that eye for a long time, but this is the same flight, right? Yes. So, okay, I think the good news is, I don't know, maybe they had some sort of malfunction, but I think this is the same mission, and it looks like they're out of the eye. It looks like they did leave the eye. So that would be good news. So let's see what they do. And let's go back to windy here with all this lightning throughout the eye wall. Yeah, and Cookie Death noting that's scary because Noah was forced to leave early last time because of turbulence. Yeah, last night when Melissa was first reaching Category 5 intensity, a NOAA Hurricane Hunter flight was forced to turn around after encountering extreme and severe turbulence in the southwestern eyewall quadrant. Birds were also reported in the eye and eyewall of Melissa last night. So it looks like I have more people coming in here. We've passed our first hour of streaming. If you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in. Back Perch Weather's live coverage of historic and catastrophic Hurricane Melissa, just a few hours away from making landfall here in Jamaica. We appreciate everyone liking and sharing the stream. Any way we can get this information out here to people, the better we can. We're breaking it down here, what we're seeing right now with continued intensification right up to the point of landfall with Hurricane Melissa. With the last National Hurricane Center advisory, they raised the winds to 180 miles per hour and 896 millibars, which makes her the 5th most intense Atlantic hurricane of all time. If she makes landfall at this intensity, she would be the second most intense Atlantic hurricane ever to make landfall. But we have also had Hurricane Hunter dropsondes recording pressures of 892 millibars. And if that is confirmed by the National Hurricane Center, then she would tie the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, that was that storm's track, as the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane in history. Here you can see the Labor Day hurricane 90 years ago. 9 decades this record has stood, and it is in jeopardy today. Unfortunately, 892 millibars there, though, on September 3rd, 1935, across the Florida Keys. Sim saying Typhoon Gonian had a very scary wind speed. This is so much like them. Geometry Bloxia saying it's more, in his opinion, it's more similar to Goni than Haiyan. Orange Bow with a good question. What does it mean when birds are spotted? Okay, so when we have, when the hurricane hunters report birds and the eye and eyewall of a hurricane, it's because the storm is so violent that it's actually, birds are getting caught within it and cannot normally escape. So a lot of times in the most intense hurricanes, you'll see birds try to get out of the eyewall and into the eye to seek refuge because they can't fly, obviously, in those kinds of extreme winds. The problem is then, though, they're stuck circling the eye for a long time because there's no way of escape. So, like I said, I kind of make it a saying of mine. It's never good when the natural wildlife cannot escape the natural disaster, okay? If the natural wildlife can't escape the natural disaster, then you're probably not going to be able to either. I can, as an example to that, back in July when we had the catastrophic floods in the Guadalupe River here in Texas, right? I'm streaming from South Texas here, and so those floods happened very close by to me in a place where I grew up. And when I went there to document the damage in Kerr County, Texas, in the aftermath of that terrible flood that claimed 200 plus lives, there were dead deer tangled up in the debris of that was deposited on the sides of the Guadalupe River. And that's when I realized how violent that flood was, right? If the deer can't escape a flash flood because it's moving that fast, do you think you're going to be able to? And the same can be said about the birds here, right? If the hurricane is so violent that the birds can't escape and that the birds can't fly through it, that is never a good sign. The eyeball is getting very close to land now. Cookie Death saying at Nito. They should be in the eye. Oh, here they go. They're getting super close. Okay. So the NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft right now is in the northwestern quadrant of Melissa's eye wall. So any moment now we're going to get more pressure readings from them to see if we have an even lower pressure. Checking for any updates. Liberal monarchist asking... Oh, that was way too glitchy. Hold on. Okay, until that top stops glitching, I'm going to stick to it with windy here. But Liberal Monarch is asking, how long do you think it will take for the hurricane to leave Jamaica? So how long will it take for the storm to traverse the island? So looking at the last cone... And this was the... Was this still the... 7 a.m. cone. So at 1 o'clock... At 1 o'clock, the National Hurricane Center still has Melissa dead center over the island. So I would say mid to late afternoon is when Melissa will, and then later afternoon, evening when she fully clears the island. So this is a very long and tragically destructive day that is ahead for Jamaica. And I'll go back here to the National Hurricane Center's last forecast discussion because it's only becoming more true. Warning in Jamaica that total structural failure is possible near the path of Melissa's center. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surges and damaging waves are expected through the day. Failure to act may result in serious injury or loss of life. That is only becoming more true with this 180-mile-per-hour update. No problem, Orange Bow. We're waiting for the data now. And as a reminder, guys, and now we're at 180 miles per hour, right? We're verging on the maximum potential intensity, the theoretical limit of how strong a hurricane can even become over these water temperatures in this part of the world. This is one of the most powerful Atlantic hurricanes in history. If we get another advisory that confirms 892, Melissa will be the third most intense hurricane ever recorded. Atlantic hurricane ever recorded. Geometry Blocks here with a very good question. I've been seeing lots of people talking about dry eyes in it's weird, in tropical cyclones. Why does the dryness of the eye matter? And that's a very good question. Okay, so the dryness of the eye matters. Let's go to water vapor imagery. Where oh my goodness, just look at this. Oh my gosh. Okay, but anyway, so here we go. So the dryness of the eye matters. Oops. Yikes. Okay, because the drier a hurricane's eye, the more forceful the sinking air is at the center, okay? So the more powerful a hurricane... I'm just going to freeze that because it's so glitchy. But anyway, the more powerful a tropical cyclone becomes, the stronger the force of sinking air in the eye is going to become, right? That's why tropical cyclones are low. They have low pressures at their center, low warm core systems, okay? So the stronger it becomes, the more downward force in sinking air you're getting from the, from big convective blowups in the eye wall. It's forcing air down through the eye and sinking it and basically evacuating it, essentially removing the atmosphere from the core of the storm. And the more that happens, the drier it becomes. That's why hurricane eyes are clear, because the dry sinking air evaporates clouds and precipitation. And that's that exceptionally dry eye we're looking at right there, okay? The reds are extreme moisture, but these deep oranges, this is unprecedented level of dryness. And the reason you're seeing people talk about that is because Melissa has actually broken the... Hold on.
Hurricane Melissa is close to making landfall in Jamaica as by far the strongest storm to hit the island since records were first kept 174 years ago.
Yeah, this is by far going to be...
From the Weather Channel. Hurricane Melissa is about to make a historic and catastrophic landfall, and that has many Jamaicans taking this storm seriously, preparing for the worst and warning other residents to do the same.
Yeah, prepare for the worst. We are looking at the worst right now. All right, so the reason people, to finish Geometry's question, the reason people are talking about the dryness of the eye is that Melissa has actually broken the all-time global record for the driest tropical cyclone eye ever recorded on modern satellite imagery. And again, as a note, we are getting very close to that eye wall coming in. Now, honestly, less than 5 miles probably. Could be coming on shore right now. Seraphim WX saying, great info, howdy from a fellow Texan. And as a reminder, everyone, feel free to commentate or to comment and ask questions. We're here to answer any questions you have. And also, if you have an opinion or you want to comment or you're there in Jamaica right now and you're watching and you want to comment on what conditions you're seeing right now, we definitely encourage that. Like, send us your comments because it really, kind of elevates the informational experience for a lot of people. Mr. Lover, cricketer, saying Dr. Levi Cohen says 892 millibars. Yeah, again, based on the drop sound, going to wait and see official confirmation for that. No recon finding 892.5. Let's go back to that. Let's see the latest update here. Okay, we have the pass. And there it is. Just as Nito said, 892.5. I am seeing enough support for 892. Like, we should go 892 for sure. In my opinion. Cookie Death saying, yeah, it's still strong. Now we wait for the next National Hurricane Center advisory. Okay, it's now 10 Eastern. Did they issue one? I don't think they did. So maybe they're waiting at this point. Yeah, they're waiting for the next advisory. So I almost certainly think there's definitely enough support for us to get an 892 millibar upgrade with the next advisory. And as a reminder, again, if we see that upgrade to 892 millibars, Melissa will be tied with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the third most intense Atlantic hurricane in recorded history, as well as, if she makes landfall at that intensity, which I don't think there's really much time left to weaken, she would tie the 1935 Labor Day hurricane's record as well as the most intense landfalling hurricane in history. Thank you, everyone who is watching this event unfold with us. We're going to be live throughout the day. This is just so bad. This is so terrible. Wait, what? Wait. Wait. Was there an advisory? Oh my goodness, there we go. The new emergency advisory here in from the National Hurricane Center. 185 mile per hour sustained winds and a new minimum pressure of 892 millibars. Oh my goodness. Here we go. All right, let me post this update. Let me post this update, guys, but here we go. .185 mile per hour sustained winds and a pressure of 892 millibars. This is exactly the intensity of the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. Unbelievable. Tying with Labor Day hurricane 90 years ago.
Post on add tropical tidbits. 199 mile per hour flight level wind on the outbound leg is the highest observed today.
199 mile per hour.
From at Blake R. Heyman 19. Melissa upgraded right now before her imminent landfall in the western Jamaica. 892 millibars, 185 mile per hour winds. Unreal. NHC Atlantic. 10 a.m. update. Hurricane Hunter's aircraft find that Melissa continues to strengthen. Catastrophic winds are moving onshore southern Jamaica. This is the last chance to protect your life. More updates at NHC.
Almost done here, guys.
Post from @JustinFleenor. Breaking. Hurricane Hunters find Hurricane Melissa is still strengthening as the Iowa moves onto Jamaica's coast, with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and minimum pressure down to 896 millibars. Time 1935 Labor Day hurricane.
90 years. 90 years ago is the last time we had an Atlantic Basin hurricane making landfall at this intensity. Slow Barry asking, why does the eye look half covered in clouds? Is it because of the observation angle? Oh, the eye is definitely not covered in clouds. Perhaps that is because I was on a kind of a interesting wavelength there on windy, but here you go. And now you can see the eye on visible satellite imagery right now as the eye wall comes on shore. There you can clearly see the eye is certainly not covered in clouds. If you're referring to these low-level swirling mesovorticity clouds, that is normal in an extremely powerful hurricane. By the way, if we have footage of the hurricane hunters, if they bring back footage of their intercepts in the eye of Melissa today, can you imagine what that is going to look like? 892. Bobby Perry kind of with a funny comment in this very, grim situation. Bobby saying, heard the birds are pelicans. If the eye Gulf surface is calm, maybe they can land for a while and take a break. It'd still be pretty windy. Also, we're in the Caribbean Sea, to be clear. We're not in the Gulf. We're in the Caribbean. In the deep Western Caribbean. Kind of having some satellite interruptions in the data. But there you have it, guys. You're watching here in real time. The National Hurricane Center just upgraded Melissa to 892 millibars. Man USA saying thank you for keeping us updated. Absolutely, we're going to be live throughout the day. (185-mile-per-hour winds). Carrie asking, what does the pressure mean? Okay, so the pressure at the center of the hurricane gets the sea level pressure is and how low it gets, because these are low pressure storms, is our indicator, of how intense a tropical cyclone is. Okay, so that is our indicator for how intense a cyclone is. The lower the pressure goes, right, the more force, the more atmosphere essentially that is removed out of the eye, the greater the force, the sinking air, the tighter the pressure gradient is from the eye and the outside of the eye, where the sea level, outside of the hurricane, where the sea level pressure is normal, like it is here. The tighter that pressure gradient, the stronger the winds become. So the lower the pressure gets, the higher the winds go, and that's why we're talking about a low pressure. And in Melissa's case, her 892 millibar pressure is absolutely historic, tying her with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the third most intense Atlantic hurricane in history. Miss Mermaid asking, do you have any chasers on the ground? Well, there are several chasers on the ground. I don't have any. I am not paying for storm chaser footage here, and wish I could, but I can't. And so I can't show you any of their footage, of course, but I can tell you if I see some, like where to go to see it. Whoa, Matthew K. At Backbridge Weather, I saw lowest recon at 890.76. No, what? Oh, and by the way, it does look like that other recon flight that orbited the eye for a while is leaving. So it looks like they did have some sort of issue. That is really interesting. I think we're...
At Michael WS6. Last chance to protect your life. This is some very frightening wording from the NHC.
Last chance. Let's look at that, if we can.
Post from at PeaceRoom007. The eye wall of historic Hurricane Melissa has now begun to move onto the southern shores of Jamaica. Winds within the storm are 185 miles per hour, expected to leave catastrophic damage in its wake.
This is the last chance to protect your life. That is the National Hurricane Center's words. Mariah saying she's so devastated. The last time we had an Atlantic hurricane attempt to make landfall at this intensity, at this exact intensity, was back in 1935, 90 years ago. And that was the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, exact same wind speed and pressure that we have here. 185 mile per hour winds, 892 millibar pressure. Matthew K. saying estimated surface level pressure could be around 900. We shall see. Unorthodox Raj saying, how much longer before it makes landfall? I would say maybe an hour or so, but we'll have to see. Anton talking about 200-mile-per-hour wind recorded. Yeah, it appears that the hurricane hunters at flight level recorded 200-mile-per-hour winds. Grace quoting here the National Hurricane Center saying, "Last chance to protect your life." Wow, that is just so ominous. That's from the National Hurricane Center in their last advisory. Geometry blocks the thing, I think about 30 minutes, 1 hour. Yep. Cookie Death saying 172 knots. 172 knots from the newest drop sonde at surface. That'd be 198 miles per hour. This is awful. Geometry blocks. Yeah, back-to-back seasons with sub 900 millibar storms. I thought Milton was already insane. Yep, first time ever we've had back-to-back seasons. What? I'm checking the recon data and I'm seeing 198 mile per hour surface level wind speed. Giant EF4. Every structure there is going to get decimated, I'm afraid. Yes. So, when you're talking about a 180 mile per hour Category 5, you're talking about total devastation to the man-made infrastructure, but you're also talking about winds that are so extreme, it's going to absolutely destroy the surrounding natural environment. We're talking about whole forests being leveled, trees snapped in half like toothpicks, total defoliation. Fix this up here. Okay, let's see here. Oop, wait, I don't want to do that. There we go. All right. Destroy Lonely Burner asking, does the lower pressure mean a tighter eye wall? I.e., does the lower pressure mean that you only feel the max the same winds closer to the eye wall? Well, while lower pressure means a more defined eye wall, yes, it doesn't necessarily become narrower. So, the maximum the maximum winds are going to be in the eye wall one way or another. When I talk about tighter pressure gradient with the pressure going down, that's to the surrounding environment, right? When you have that pressure gradient going down, the winds are going to get stronger. I guess the eye wall can contract in a sense, right? The more powerful it gets because the more organized it's going to be, but it's not necessarily going to shrink. Paul YMA O'Hid asking, given the sustained winds of 180 miles per hour at the eye wall, what predictions, if any, are there for the sub-vortice speeds, right? Mesovortices in the eye wall, which are like really big tornadoes through the hurricane's eye wall. I would estimate easily over 200 miles per hour. Possibly like 220, but that is a very rough estimate, of course. Holy cow, we got 10,000 views on this live stream. How fast is the storm moving right now? Ask liberal monarchist. And with that last advisory, north-northeast at 7 miles per hour. So for the first time, we're seeing last couple hours. Present movement. Oh, wait, no, that's an old advisory. Let's see if okay. Oh, what? Why is it giving me that one? That is not the latest advisory at all. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Around 7 miles per hour. So we are seeing Melissa finally moving to some degree after she was moving between 3 and 5 miles per hour for like 48 plus consecutive hours. So she is moving now. She is accelerating a bit, but 7 miles per hour is still very slow. For context, that's about the same speed that Hurricane Ian in 2022 was traveling when he made landfall. And of course, you saw the results of that, the devastating result of Ian's storm surge and winds and rainfall in Florida. So 7 miles per hour is faster than Melissa's been moving, but not too fast. Again, wow, 10,000 views in this live stream. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Share the live stream and definitely feel free to ask your questions and comment. I'm doing my best to answer them. See, we got another update here from Spinny.
Ask Kit Alexander WX. Melissa has strengthened even more. It's down to 892 millibars. It's just an absolute terrible monster in the storm. Post from @tornado_darts. The amount of lightning in the core of Melissa is, for lack of better words, extreme.
Yes, look at this extreme lightning activity here, especially there in the southern quadrant for a moment, just 30 minutes ago. But the lightning activity is remaining extreme, which signals the ongoing intensification. I mean, this is just crazy. Abby asking, how many feet is the projected rainfall when it hits the streets? So rainfall still to come. It is not good. In the National Hurricane Center's last advisory, as these dark maroon colors, these really cold cloud tops of torrential rainfall, these thunderstorms that are extending more than 50,000 feet into the atmosphere here with Melissa, the rainfall, especially in the mountainous regions, is going to be very, very high, with 20 to 30 inches, 500 to 750 millimeters plus in the mountains. BCA saying there's also 200 mile per hour sea level gust All right. Cookie Death saying God, in about an hour, a good chunk of people will have no power. I think an island-wide blackout is also possible, but I'm not sure exactly how their infrastructure is. Unorthodox Raj saying I still have the power and I can hear the breeze howling. Unorthodox Raj is on the eastern side of the island over here in the St. Thomas area, I believe. That is my understanding. Okay, so it looks like we have more people coming in here to stream. If you're just tuning in, hold on. I think we have a quick update.
Post from at MJ Ventrese. Melissa has tipped the year-to-date ace for the Atlantic to above normal.
Okay, note there that Melissa has given us above average accumulated cyclone energy for the Atlantic Basin. But all right, so we have some more viewers in here. So if you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in to our ongoing live coverage of Hurricane Melissa's catastrophic landfall in Jamaica. The eye wall is now moving onshore on the southwest side of the island. The last National Hurricane Center update is jaw-dropping 185 mile-per-hour winds and a minimum pressure of 892 millibars, okay? So that is the third most intense value ever recorded in an Atlantic hurricane. And if Melissa makes landfall at this intensity, which it almost looks like she's certainly going to, she is going to tie the record for the strongest landfalling Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. Both of those records are currently held by the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, okay? Here's the Labor Day hurricane's track. This happened 90 years ago, okay? 90 years ago, on September 3rd, 1935, the Labor Day hurricane made landfall across the Florida Keys with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and a pressure of 892 millibars, okay? Third most intense Atlantic hurricane. Melissa has already tied the Labor Day hurricane as the third most intense Atlantic hurricane in recorded history, and she could also about to tie that storm's record for the most intense landfall. When we're talking about a 185 mile per hour landfall, we're talking about total destruction, okay? We're talking about unsurvivable conditions and wind speeds if you're caught out in the open without safe shelter. We're talking only buildings specifically built to withstand these types of wind speeds are going to survive, right? Concrete walls, anything less than that is going to be in a really, really, really bad way. We've seen Hurricane Hunter aircraft reconnaissance recently confirm all these data points. There's an insane amount of lightning ongoing in Melissa's eye wall, which means that she is still strengthening. And when her eye wall, which is now coming onshore here in the Black River area, so Treasure Beach, Black River, this whole area is about to get absolutely pretty much destroyed, unfortunately. And then, of course, these other inland areas, Santa Cruz, Balaclava, and then Darlington, Mandeville, you guys got to watch out. But all these areas, if they get into the eye wall, you can expect complete destruction, not just of the human infrastructure, but also of the surrounding wildlife, okay? 185 mile per hour sustained winds in a tropical cyclone will flatten forests, okay? That is going to snap trees in half like toothpicks, okay? The level of violent damage you're about to see in Jamaica from this aftermath is going to be nothing short of horrific, okay? You are not going to believe how unbelievably bad this is, especially since there are so many people living in Jamaica. The National Hurricane Center is warning, in addition to 20 to 30 inches of rainfall in the inland areas, they're warning that failure to take action right now may result in serious injury, loss, or loss of life. and wherever the eye wall of Melissa goes will cause widespread infrastructure damage, power and communication outages, and isolated communities. Total structural failure is possible near the path of Melissa's center. Okay, so now you have to think in terms, if you want recent examples, okay? What Jamaica is about to experience is Hurricane Dorian, is Hurricane Aaron, okay? Aaron. Hell, not Aaron. Hurricane Irma. Hurricane Dorian in 2019, Hurricane Irma in 2017, right? Remember how much damage those storms caused in the Caribbean? That's what we're looking at here, but for Jamaica. Oop. So, thank you everyone for tuning in here. Feel free to send in our comments, like the stream, share the stream. Tom Molyneux asking, where are you getting the radio transmitter thing from? And well, there it is again. So that is Spinny here, and that is our own comms going through different sorts of news reports on social media right now that that we are fact checking here at Backporch Weather. So we're going through these news reports on social media about the hurricane ongoing, not just with posts about the signs of the storm, but also any reports of stuff on the ground, and that's being relayed over here.
From @MikeFisherWX. Unfortunately, the sky was indeed the limit. Catastrophic warfare is on the track to be the strongest hurricane to make landfall in the Atlantic in 90 years. Just absolutely gutted for the soul in Jamaica.
90 years.
Post from Eric West. This drop zone through the south and southeast parts of Royce's Iowa is the most insane drop zone I've ever seen. Mean winds in the lowest 260 miles per hour with gusts upwards to 252 miles per hour. Absolutely scary, and a historic hurricane is headed into southwest Jamaica.
Oh my goodness, that's absolutely unbelievable. And there, Anito's saying this too. Actually, new data suggests the same winds of 190, 195 miles per hour. Check your post comments. Picture from inside the eye. Whoa, what? Really? Where did that come from? Here on this one? Oh my goodness. Is this new? Oh wow. Here you're seeing it, guys. Holy cow, this is unreal. Did this just happen? Oh my goodness, you guys. This is what the eye of 185 miles, I think. Are these new? Oh my goodness. This is too much. This is actually insane. Okay, so I'm reposting that. But holy moly. Thank you, Nito. Destroy Lonely Burner asking, who decides what is landfall? I'm assuming it's the eye wall making contact with the shore. Does the official designation come from the National Hurricane Center? It does, but, you know, like, you can unofficially call landfall. Landfall is technically when the center of the eye, not just the eye itself, when the center of the eye moves over land. That is when landfall is officially delineated. Whoa, 60 people watching here. Wow. Thank you everyone for tuning in and liking the stream. 60 people watching now, that's crazy. Okay, we are watching here moments away from what could be the most intense hurricane landfall in Atlantic history. The only other hurricane that has made landfall at anything close to this, at this exact intensity, was the Labor Day hurricane of 1935, 90 years ago, was at this exact same intensity. But we're looking at reports, we're seeing reports from the hurricane hunters that Melissa could be stronger, and so that this may be if there's another advisory, she may stand alone as the most intense Atlantic hurricane landfall of all time. And to think of what is about to happen, okay? We are looking at a 185 plus mile per hour landfall into Jamaica. What does that mean? That means total structural failure for most, I would say most buildings potentially in the eye wall's path. You're talking 15 to 20 feet of storm surge if there's a low-lying, vulnerable area near the coast, especially on this right front quadrant right here. Okay, we're talking about the natural environment absolutely decimated, with whole forests being flattened, especially in higher elevations where you start to get 200 plus mile per hour wind gusts. Trees, giant trees snapped in half like toothpicks. This is just as bad as it can possibly get. Did the Bears score? 60, I see 12,000. Oh yeah, we have 12,000 12,000 on X, and we have 60 on YouTube. We're streaming on both X and YouTube. Unfortunately, X doesn't show me live viewers. So I can't tell how many of you are watching live right now from X, but YouTube is the only place that shows me how many live viewers there are. But yeah, I mean, definitely the most views we've ever had on a live stream. So again, thank you everyone for tuning in here with our coverage. We're going to be live throughout the day, and we're going to be reporting everything that we possibly can from the information here, but then also any information coming from Jamaica on the ground. And we really encourage questions and comments, especially comments that are like, oh, hey, I noticed this. Oh, look at this. I mean, it's really cool to involve everyone here. Cookie Death saying we will probably get another advisory before landfall or during. Yeah, well, technically we're supposed to get a new advisory within the next 20 minutes. So it looks like we will get another advisory before landfall, because I don't think we're not going to have landfall in the next 20 minutes. I can say that for certain. 50 minutes, maybe. We got another question. This one from Paul saying, given the projected path of Melissa, once it clears the Jamaican mainland, what are the predictions of re-strengthening prior to landfall in Cuba, considering sea surface temperatures are around 28-30 Celsius? Hold on, we have another update coming in. Let's see what that is. Holy cow.
From I cyclone. 9:35 a.m. Crashing sounds like an explosion. Wreckage flying down the street. Trees bending way over. Very unpleasant pressure in the air. In Crawford, St. Elizabeth Parish.
Oh, man. This is Paul's question. I think it doesn't matter that the waters are warm between Cuba and Jamaica. Once Melissa makes landfall here, her core is going to be significantly disrupted, and she's also going to be accelerating. So maybe a low-end Cat 4 landfall in Cuba. We're going to have to wait and see, but right now all eyes are on Jamaica. Did the Bears score saying, thanks for doing what you do. This is awesome watching from South Carolina. Thank you so much. Yeah, landfall will be judged by radar. Radar is better than satellite because satellite can be tilted. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me post an update here. Let me post an update here because some of these drop zone readings are off the charts.
Post from @Brooklyn0_WX. Sustained winds up to 185 miles per hour ahead of landfall as powerful Category 5 approaches Jamaica. Prayers for all in Morris's path.
Unbelievable. Okay. All right. Got another update coming in. Nito saying Josh Morganman giving live updates in Jamaica. We just heard one of those.
Post from @CNICOWRBL. Melissa is on the final approach to landfall with devastating impacts to Jamaica. Winds are up to 185 miles per hour and pressure continues to drop.
Oh my goodness. Maine USA saying must be so scary for them. And now the eye wall is officially moving on shore. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. We're waiting on the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I can't even imagine what they're going to say. Oh my gosh. JP saying, when will eye wall replacement cycle happen? It's not going to, JP. It's too late. The system is making landfall now. There's no chance of an eye wall replacement cycle. Obviously, not really even a sign of one. Good Death saying, any thoughts on what the NHC might do on the next advisory? I don't know, man. I don't know. But it could... I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see. We're going to get in the next 12 minutes. We're going to have that here for you live. But... Nita's saying the 890.6 earlier seems to be an error. It was recording the outer eye wall and not within the eye. Joe Blow saying it's going due north at the moment. Perhaps a temporary wobble? Yeah, you're going to see temporary wobbles like that in the near term. That is not unusual.
Post from Eric West. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Hurricane Melissa feels like the closest thing I've ever seen to Atlantic version of Hurricane Haiyan.
There we go. The comparisons to Haiyan. We are seeing comparisons to Super Typhoon Haiyan. That is how historic this is. Hold on here. Oh, this is crazy. 219 knots? What? Maddie's saying it's already hitting landfall. Yes, landfall is happening very close from now. Looks really bad, right? Yes, about as bad as you can possibly get, Maddie. Tyler asking how long until landfall? Maybe I think I have 38 minutes on the landfall timer up there, but I think that might be too short. I think it might be a little bit longer than that, but we'll see. Right now we're waiting on the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center, because I feel like if we've ever had a chance to break the wind speed record for the Atlantic, which is currently held by Hurricane Allen of 1989 with 190 mile per hour sustained winds, like, this is it, guys. This really could be the strongest Atlantic hurricane of all time in terms of wind speed. Like, that's how insane this is. Literally unfathomable. Unfathomable. Maddie asking, how is this compared to Katrina? I'm praying this is so sad. Yes, it is very sad. Compared to Katrina, Hurricane Melissa is significantly stronger. Katrina peaked at 175 mile per hour winds and a minimum pressure of 902 millibars. Melissa now has winds of 185 miles per hour and a pressure of 892 millibars, so much more powerful than Katrina. Katrina now was larger, but not nearly this strong, honestly. Jeremy Joyner asking, can we find on-the-ground live footage to see the conditions? Well, that might exist, but I can't show it here, Jeremy. I would have to pay the Storm Chasers to be able to show their content and their live feeds here. But if I see anything, I will tell you. Okay, it looks like we just got the new advisory in, and the strength is the same. Interesting. So the National Hurricane Center holding at the same strength it looks like with this last advisory. BCA commenting on those drop zone readings. 219 knots is 250 miles per hour. Here we go. Got another update coming in. Yeah, that's a good comparison. Like, if anyone went...
From at weather monitors, St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, is continuing to get battered by torrential rain as Hurricane Melissa moves through the area.
Okay, sounds like we have reports of torrential rains and maybe some flooding in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. Fred Quinn asking, is she heading directly towards Montego Bay? Okay, so this is where I want to get into this before we head into direct landfall. Okay, so the eye wall is currently moving onshore in the Black River area, or very close to Black River White House. Okay, so now we're gonna. These are the areas that can face really total destruction, right? Potentially total annihilation. Black River, Treasure Beach. Maybe the eye wall will miss them slightly, but man, it is close, and they're still probably getting big time storm surge now starting there in Treasure Beach. Okay, but Black River, White House, Bluefields, it does look like we have a little bit of a due northward jog. The movement is north-northeast, so we have a little bit of a due northward motion here. Okay, Black River, White House, Bluefields, Newmarket, New Holland, maybe even Savannah, Lamar, we'll see. Darlaston, Akampong, these, and then Cambridge later on. These are the places where we could have horrific and catastrophic destruction. Okay, and in terms of Montego Bay specifically, okay, Montego Bay is the biggest city on this side of Jamaica, on the west side. If Melissa continues this due northward jog, okay, even if she turns northeast a little bit and maybe goes this direction, if her eye wall goes directly over Montego Bay, devastating damage will be possible. It won't be quite as strong as when it is here at landfall on the southern coast, because she'll have traversed the island, but it will...
From the National Hurricane Center, Hurricane Melissa Advisory 29. Extremely dangerous Category 5 Melissa about to make landfall in Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge occurring on the island.
National Hurricane Center says catastrophic winds and flash flooding happening on the island. So yeah, Fred, if Melissa were to continue this northward motion, then yes, Montego Bay could be directly in the path, and that's a really scary thought, because that's a very high population center area that definitely could get huge major storm surge. Again, Melissa is so powerful already that even if she weakens due to the land interaction of crossing Jamaica, it's not going to be enough to avoid devastation. Fast Eagle saying, just woke up, wow, I can't believe this. Welcome back, Fast Eagle. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, we have, more viewers than we've had at any point up to this, at this juncture in the live stream. Thank you, everyone, for watching and liking the stream and sharing it. The more people that can see any of this information that we can get out, the better. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what we're trying to do, is cover this event live, because it is an absolutely historic event, and get as much information out as we can, especially if to anyone who is on Jamaica. Feel free to ask questions and comments. The last National Hurricane Center advisory recon, hurricane hunters found 185 mile per hour winds. Evelyn Waugh, thank you for reposting the stream. Yeah, thank you, everyone, reposting the stream. That's how it gets around. And, thank you, everyone, for liking the stream. Liking the stream on YouTube gets it in the YouTube algorithm, right? Gets it recommended to people. So thank you so much for doing that. Hopefully we can help, anyone potentially watching this who is in the path. The Hurricane Hunter drop signs just reported insane winds, and I'm about to show you those reports.
The wind gusts of 252 miles per hour was just measured above the surface in Hurricane Melissa.
Right there.
It continues to intensify right off the landfall. This is the worst case scenario for Jamaica.
Like, there you go, 252 mile per hour wind gusts right above the surface that the Hurricane Hunters just reported. That is absolutely insane. Robin Fraser saying Twister Chasers has a live stream on the ground in Santa Cruz. Yeah, and I think someone said Jeff Pietrowski was in Santa Cruz too, so he may have some footage in Santa Cruz. Now, will they get the eye wall? I'm not sure. It's very close. Can't say that for certain yet, but just look at this. I am at a loss for words now of how horrifying this is. Look at how perfect Hurricane Melissa hitting a new peak in symmetry. This central dense overcast of cloud tops, these are extending 50,000 feet plus into the atmosphere. And they're becoming icily cold. Temperature is negative 110 degrees Fahrenheit on average throughout the entire central dense overcast, which is this core thunderstorm shield surrounding the eye and eye wall. The eye has reached a new blistering. It's the driest eye ever recorded by any satellite anywhere in the world for a tropical cyclone. Fast Eagle saying, thank you. Good morning, my friend. Good morning, Fast Eagle. Kick.com asking, when is it supposed to hit? It's hitting right now. As for official landfall, when the center of the eye gets over land, that's when landfall is delineated. 30 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that. Nito saying maximum flight level winds 172 knots. Absolutely nuts. Herman reposting the stream. Thank you so much, Herman. Thank you, everyone, reposting the stream and getting it out there. Fast Eagle, oh my God. Nito saying if you flip Melissa upside down, it looks exactly like Haiyan. Greeny Green asking, is Florida at risk at all? And, thankfully for Florida, we can say definitively no. Florida is not at risk from Hurricane Melissa whatsoever. After landfall in Jamaica, Melissa will then make landfall in eastern Cuba, rampage through the southern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos, and then, maybe Bermuda. Bermuda is in the cone, so they have to watch out too. That's kind of an interesting last story. But as you can see, Melissa is going to really shoot out to sea and not affect Florida in any way. Tay actually saying great coverage. Thanks. Thank you for tuning in, Tay. Fast Eagle saying, I hope Javon went east. He was in Negril. Javon was a commenter we had on some of our previous streams here. Okay, so again, guys, 185 miles per hour. This is Hurricane Dorian, Hurricane Irma type stuff. Tying a 90-year-old record, a storm that happened in the 1930s before we had satellite or anything for the strongest landfalling Atlantic hurricane in history. That is what we are verging on. 185 mile per hour sustained winds will flatten forests, snap trees in half, destroy any structure not specifically designed to withstand it. Nothing that doesn't have solid concrete walls. Okay, you're getting into apocalyptic territory here where you're going to see apocalyptic damage here, whether it's from the wind surge, rainfall flooding, or all of that combined. You're looking at apocalyptic damage here, now possibly ongoing in southwest Jamaica as the eye wall comes on shore. And then, of course, in all these maroon colors, torrential rainfall hitting the entire island of Jamaica, but especially over these central mountain ranges and western areas.
Melissa is making landfall at 185 miles per hour wind with Herman, 185 miles per hour wind, making it tied for one of the strongest landfalling hurricanes on record in the Atlantic. The strongest Atlantic landfalling tropical cyclone previously were Hurricane Dorian 2019 and the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, both with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour at landfall.
Yes, so we're about to tie Dorian and the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the strongest landfalling hurricane. But then also of note, the 892 millibar pressure. This is way lower than Hurricane Dorian's was, okay? So this is a way more intense storm than Hurricane Dorian. Same, if not stronger winds, though. BCA asking, do we have any precedent for what to expect for Cuba? Has a storm like this ever passed over mountains before? So I think the question is, has a big major hurricane passed over Jamaica and then hit eastern Cuba? So let's look. Well, hold on. Let me start that again. Let's get a little bit wider here in eastern Cuba. I'm not going to talk about Cuba much yet, but yeah, devastating impacts possible in Cuba. Let's clear this to all majors. All right, so in terms of storms taking this track across Jamaica and into Cuba, doesn't look like we have very much precedent at all because most of these tracks are moving east to west. This is Sandy. Hurricane Sandy from 2012 is the only precedent here, but even then, she kind of clipped the eastern side of Jamaica and only did so as a Category 1, right? So Sandy did rapidly intensify, make landfall in eastern Cuba as a Category 3, but she was only a Cat 1 in Jamaica. In terms of what the National Hurricane Center is forecasting for Cuba, I think generally the idea is you're going to have a very strong Category 4 hurricane at landfall in eastern Cuba. So devastating, potentially catastrophic damage in eastern Cuba as well, but we're just talking about Jamaica right now, but we will talk about Cuba later and also have a live stream later today for the landfall in Cuba. Probably. Switching to this view, dual visible and infrared, it just doesn't get more insane than this. It truly does not. Dwight Marishow asking, did it make landfall? No, we have not had official landfall yet, but the eye wall is moving on shore. Landfall will occur when the center of the eye right here moves over Jamaica. Now, where that could happen, since we are taking a due north jog, it looks like this area of coastline is where we could see landfall. Nito saying check post comments footage from Treasure Beach right now. I will check that. Although, can I show that? I'm not sure I can show that. I mean, let me see what this is from. Yeah, so that might be from a person that is doing that. So I'm not sure I can show that footage from Treasure Beach. But if you want to see the footage from Treasure Beach, it's looks like a live stream right now. JS Photography on YouTube. They currently have footage, and it looks pretty intense in Treasure Beach, Jamaica right now. Not an eye wall view, right? And so not 180 miles per hour, but definitely very intense conditions. And just my goodness, look at the eye right here. Look, you can see the stadium effect, the downsloping. There's a 180 mile per hour stadium effect. This is Haiyan. This is Goni. My goodness. Maybe not quite as strong as winds, but so close. Nita's saying it's a live cam. Yeah, but who is JS Photography, though? See, if they run that live cam, I might not be allowed to share that. Unless they specifically say I can. I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, I think overall the National Hurricane Center has done a fairly good job at forewarning this. They're rarely going to go maximum Cat 5 intensity as a prediction beforehand.
Listen to the roar of the powerful winds pounding Treasure Beach, Jamaica as Hurricane Melissa approaches Caribbean islands.
And saying Josh Morgerman and Crawford. Eric Webb saying Melissa is the craziest hurricane he's ever tracked. All right, so again, I'm not sure if I can show that live cam, like actually live. If I could hijack that, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to show that, but I will show a still frame. Will we settle for a still frame, guys? Okay, I don't want to show that because that was someone's footage. I don't want to show that. Here's a still cam from that live stream in Treasure Beach. So obviously, as you can see, obviously hurricane conditions ongoing. There in Treasure Beach. Which is right here. So, and the eye looks like here on satellite, the eye is just now starting to come on shore in between White House and Black River. We are moments away from the strongest Atlantic hurricane landfall in history. But yeah, so Treasure Beach here. Here's a still frame from Treasure Beach, looking very rough. And I expect tons more of these images to be coming out here all day today. So it looks like reconnaissance has left for now. So it'll be up to the National Hurricane Center's discretion whether they want to potentially upgrade Hurricane Melissa further. But I think this is a pretty good estimate of what we can expect here. But yeah, so total destruction now potentially ongoing, likely ongoing in White House, Black River. Okay, here is Black River. The problem here with them is that they are right on shore, so storm surge could be a big problem. Lots of homes here and communities in the Black River area. And even inland, which may be safer from surge. No one's safe from the winds here, this close to the coast. So all these areas are facing extreme destruction. And then, of course, we have White House here. This town on the coast. The other day we had a commenter, I think, who was in White House. So I certainly hope he is okay. Okay. Heart pouring commenting, amazing JS photography is still able to stream. Yeah, I saw someone say that, and I think they're using Starlink. I'm actually using Starlink here too to stream, but obviously I have no hurricane going over me, making things interesting. This area right here, these communities, they may be getting into the eye right now as we speak, this little peninsula. Obviously worried about them, total destruction possible here. Likely ongoing, the strong, I mean, they literally, guys, Atlantic hurricanes don't get stronger than this. Fastigo saying, I was in Andrew 92 as well as a typhoon in Japan and the Philippines. I've never seen anything like this. The rapid intensification of the last 48 hours is surely a record. Not only that, but the way that Melissa was able to sustain the same eye like forever. That's crazy. Okay, so I also though want to point out that we are definitely seeing like a due northward trend here, and I am really worried about Montego Bay because that is a big population area. And if Melissa keeps doing this, her eye wall could go directly over Montego Bay. Will it be 185 miles per hour at that point? No, but it's still going to be strong enough to cause devastating damage.
Post from @WX Watcher 7. The moment we've been dreading is now. Monster Melissa is making a catastrophic landfall in Jamaica with incredible sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, the gusts as high as 215. The minimum central pressure is an astounding 892 millibars. Post from @Weather Channel. Landfall is imminent.
Landfall is imminent.
Post from @Mighty Muffins. Little bottle from Melissa delaying the landfall and the last bit of time over water.
Cookie Death saying the National Hurricane Center went live? In what capacity? Hard Pouring saying Sandals Resort in White House is taking a direct hit. Yeah, here's White House, guys. So yeah, they're 100% taking a direct hit from the eye wall. It's going to be really bad in White House. I mean, it's going to be really bad. Another update here. Okay, guys, if you're just tuning in, more viewers than ever are watching this live stream now in real time. So thank you for tuning in. We are moments away from the strongest and hold on, update coming in.
11 a.m. update. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now.
Take cover now is the National Hurricane Center's words
Post from Eric West.
in Jamaica.
For all the folks in Jamaica writing this out, I hope you all don't have to deal with a hurricane like this again for a very long time.
Yeah, very sobering words, okay? So if you're just joining us, we are moments away, around 40 minutes away from the strongest and most intense Atlantic hurricane landfall ever recorded, okay? Hurricane Melissa has reached maximum potential intensity, okay? The max theoretical upper limit a storm can even become in this part of the world And she is now waging total destruction on anywhere her eyewall moves onshore here in southwest Jamaica. We're looking at communities like Black River and White House, and then a little bit more inland, Bluefields, New Market, New Holland, all of these places, and maybe Darlaston here as we're looking at a northward shift in the eye. All of these places are facing almost certain destruction with 185 mile per hour sustained winds. We are talking about total structural failure, massive infrastructure damage, whole forests leveled, okay? Especially in the hills. Trees snapped in half again like toothpicks, okay? Tropical vegetation stripped bare, right? Trees stripped down to their branches, possibly with their branches completely just mangled and snapped off. Okay, this could resemble more like what you would see in a tornado than what you would normally see in a hurricane. Okay, so this is as bad as it could possibly get, as strong as it could possibly get. We have only had 2 other storms make landfall in the Atlantic Basin with winds of 185 miles per hour. I'll get to that here in a second.
Generational event for Jamaica, as Melissa is about to make a crushing landfall. Unreal. 185 miles per hour sustained wind with pressure of 892 millibars.
Yeah, only 2 other times, Dorian in the 2019 and the 1935 Labor Day hurricane in 1935. Those are the 2 strongest storms to ever make landfall at 185 miles per hour. Hurricane Melissa is minutes away from joining them. And also of note, with her 892 millibar pressure, Melissa will tie the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane by minimum core pressure. So thank you again for joining us. This is unfortunately a very grim and catastrophic situation. Thank you for sharing and liking the stream, because that is how we get information out of what we're trying to do here. Is we're trying to get as much information out as possible to as many people as possible who may be watching. We know for sure there have been some people in Jamaica who have tuned in, but yeah, we're just trying to convey the information and the historical seriousness of this situation, as well as the records that are currently being broken. Also, if you have a question, feel free to ask a question. We'll do our best to answer it. And if you see anything, like on social media, on news reports, again, definitely feel free to comment. Hard Pouring says 13 feet of surge there, minimum. Yeah, probably. And Nito saying, I expect 20 plus feet of storm surge, because look at Black River right here, okay? They kind of have a curved area of coastline here. Okay, look at this, where this direct onshore flow is, guys. Absolutely catastrophic storm surge may be happening right now in the Black River area. If we go to what that normally looks like, okay, and this kind of bowl-shaped coastline where the maximum surge would be headed right now, oh my goodness. I mean, just look at these areas close to the coast. Really worried about the storm surge here. Like Nito said, this would likely be 20 plus feet with a 185 mile per hour hurricane, okay? Potentially 20 plus feet wiping out these certain areas of Black River. Again, I can't say that for certain. It depends on their elevation above sea level, right? It depends on how vulnerable this area is for storm surge. But man, this is really, really bad. And then also down the road, this community here, they could be getting 20 plus feet of storm surge. I mean, this is just as bad a situation as you could possibly comprehend. Because on top of all this, you have the slow movement, which is allowing the rainfall to pour down across these interior mountains in Jamaica, okay? And that's why the National Hurricane Center, okay, here's the official cone. If you're wondering, here's the official cone and track of Melissa. You see these orange, that's the hurricane force winds. These areas all getting hurricane force winds right now. And that slow movement is enabling a catastrophic quantity of rainfall to fall. Still 20, 30 inches to come here in the interior of Jamaica, where Melissa is directly making landfall over. And that could cause catastrophic inland flooding from flash floods and mudslides down those mountains, and all this water flowing into the river basins. Nito saying, might be unrealistic, but considering a Cat 3, Gilbert, once did 19 feet of storm surge here. This is a Cat 5, one of the strongest ones in history. Yeah, and that's where the the estimation that the storm surge could be 20 plus feet. And so that's the thing, right? When you're dealing with something like this, you're looking at maybe, I don't know, when was it? 37 years ago, right? Okay, so Gilbert, which is the hurricane Nita was referencing, is the last major hurricane to make landfall in Jamaica. Okay, Jamaica has somehow been pretty lucky over the years, despite being an island in the deep Caribbean. They've actually been pretty lucky all time. Most of their major hurricane impacts have been in the way of, hurricanes going by, grazing, kind of grazing the island. But that is not the same as a direct hit. A direct hit is much, much worse. And here you can see, once you narrow that down, only a couple of hurricanes have made a direct landfall over Jamaica at major hurricane intensity. And it hasn't happened since Gilbert here in 1988, and that was 37 years ago, and he was a high in Cat 3. And people in Jamaica will tell you that Gilbert was an utterly devastating storm that left 500,000 plus people homeless, a storm that they still remember to this day that largely impacted the island's history in a very significant way. And we are nowhere close to 125 miles per hour, which was Gilbert's intensity. We're at 185 miles per hour, okay? An unimaginably and incomprehensibly powerful storm, tying all-time records here. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Cookie Death saying, looked like it's wobbling west. Yeah, definitely for sure. And this is bringing the prospect of Montego Bay receiving potentially catastrophic impacts as the eye wall eventually moves over them. And as the eye wall spinning like this, right? Let's not forget the flow of the wind right here. Okay, so look at this model run, okay? So in this scenario, if Melissa were to keep wobbling west-north and she goes directly over Montego Bay, it's not just the fact that they'd be getting the eye wall, but also look at this. They'd be getting this onshore flow from the northern and western quadrants of the eye wall, likely bringing significant and life-threatening storm surge flooding to them, and also Davis Cove, Lucia, Sandy Bay, all these different areas, maybe Negril as well, where one of our commentators the last two live streams lived. So we can't forget where the overall flow of the system is as well. Sounds like we got another update here coming in. But this is just really, really bad. I am at a loss for words, honestly, at how bad this is. Statement from Hurricane Hunters.
Reconnaissance Squadron crew, call sign Teal 75, known as the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters, is returning to its forward operating location in Caraco after encountering heavy turbulence today while entering the eye of Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm. During the event, the aircraft briefly experienced forces stronger than normal due to the turbulence. While this does not automatically indicate damage, standard safety procedures require an inspection before returning to operations. The 53rd WLS is a Air Force Reserve unit assigned to the 403rd Wing, Kessler Air Force Base, Mississippi.
Okay, so what we're hearing there is that this Hurricane Hunter mission from earlier, okay, let me pull this one up. Okay, so we just heard that this Hurricane Hunter mission from earlier, while entering the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa, encountered extreme turbulence and subjected the airplane to abnormal forces. Okay? They said so that is why we saw this plane kind of rotate around the eye multiple times. A lot of people were very concerned about that. Now we have our answer. Now, it's important to note that they specifically said in there that they don't have confirmed damage of the plane. So they're just taking it back, and they, cut the mission short, obviously, after just one pass, that very first pass through the southern eye wall, which definitely seems to be the strongest. The southern and southeastern eye wall is also where it drops on at the lowest 150 meters. Elevation recorded 215 mile per hour winds with wind gusts over 250 miles per hour. That's not the official intensity, of course, but that's just what the drop zone recorded. So that southern and southeastern eye wall definitely seems to be one of the strongest parts of the storm. And we're now hearing that that reconnaissance aircraft wasn't confirmed damage, but they're going back just in case after they encountered extreme turbulence. So this is now the second time in the last 48 hours that a Hurricane Hunter mission has been forced to cut the mission short and turn around due to turbulence. Crazy stuff. Horrifying satellite images ongoing here, guys. Hardpouring saying closest comp equivalent would be an F4 tornado for 10 hours. Right? Yeah, imagine that. Anton saying the ground is already saturated. Landslides will be huge. Yes, the rainfall rate cannot be underestimated at all. Kim Broach saying, I've stood in the eye of 2 Cat 5 hurricanes. I live in Florida. They have no clue what is about to happen to them. I'm praying for all. Oh, here we go. Grace. Yeah, Hurricane Hunters posted on X about why the plane left early today. Thank you, Grace, for that. Yeah, and we just got that update from Spinny as well. Paul saying, hypothetically, what is the minimum core air pressure an Atlantic Basin hurricane could meet? So the most intense Atlantic hurricane of all time was Hurricane Wilma, 880 millibars. Of course, you could see something slightly more intense than that, but the probably in the high 870s, low 880s is about as powerful as you can possibly get in the Atlantic. Fast Eagle saying, Kim, they really don't know, and that's in response to Kim Broach's comment here. And Fast Eagle saying, I've seen so many videos of fishermen, especially comparing this to past events, many refuse to leave the coast. Yeah, hopefully they're all right. But yeah, that eye wall is moving on shore now and absolutely tearing through the Black River area. So all these communities right here. And then up here, this looks maybe more hilly terrain. Remember, the winds can get stronger too at higher elevations. So this is just really bad. Okay, maybe we're getting... Nito, isn't the estimate for Haiyan, that's referring to Super Typhoon Haiyan in 2013, actually 860 millibars? There is a thing about, I believe there was a NOAA satellite estimate of Haiyan having an 858 millibar pressure based on satellite analysis. But as we've seen with Melissa last night, you know, the similar satellite techniques last night were yielding 871 millibars for Hurricane Melissa. And while she has gotten a little bit closer to that now, right, definitely really intensifying this morning when the Hurricane Hunters went there, they found that obviously the pressure was not 871 millibars. So I don't know. Typhoon Haiyan is often referenced as the perfect satellite presentation ever of a tropical cyclone. Hurricane Melissa certainly challenged him, or her actually, and so that's subject to debate. But yeah, that's where that 860, that was a satellite estimate. I definitely think Haiyan was more intense than the 895 millibar official estimate, but I'm not sure if she was actually 858. Okay, we're getting reports from Cookie Death here. Volcaholic posted a video about the flooding. Let's check that out. Per the New York Times, 800 of the 800 shelters that authorities have set up in Jamaica, less than half of those are occupied, with a total of about 6,000 people. That is really worrying. My goodness, hopefully everyone on Jamaica is okay, but this is just so... This is so bad. The lightning intensity is off the charts here. Josh Morganman reporting frightening power. Whiteout, and he's discussing that roofs are being torn off, gusts like bombs going off, painful ears. Wow. This is not good. So Morganman is in Crawford. Okay, so Morganman is in the heat of it, guys. Morganman should be getting into the eye relatively soon. Oh, wait, that's a forecast. I hate when that does that. But here, right here, you can see is Crawford, okay? So Crawford is right here. Boom. Getting that northeast quadrant and just very soon entering the eye. And we're getting reports now that roofs are being torn off in Crawford at this location right here where this little pin is. Okay?
Data from the aircraft indeed indicated extreme turbulence, promoting a longer than usual loitering inside the eye after penetration, hoping the crew is safe and uninjured.
Okay, good to hear that the crew members of that flight are safe and uninjured.
I couldn't remember a recon mission needing to take a special procedures as a result of turbulence. We've now seen it twice with Melissa, a testament to the hurricane's immense power. Post from @WX Jerdman. Concern for the area around Black River, Jamaica, for surge flooding, apart from catastrophic wind, rainfall, flood impacts.
Insane. Okay, yeah, okay, and you know, by the way, we're not like, you know, throwing out guesses out here. We're just reporting what storm chasers on the ground are saying. All right, so we're not just throwing out erroneous information. You know, we're reporting what the storm chasers are saying on the ground, and so yes, obviously that is what roofs being torn off is what we expected. But you know, if the storm chaser officially reports that, it is giving us an idea of what the conditions are. That's still valuable information. Some footage is beginning to trickle out. Anton saying the western main blocking flow could change that direct north flow, so I'm expecting an eastward shift mid-landfall. Okay, we do. So there's that storm surge footage from St. Elizabeth Parish, Jamaica. Okay. So right here. Oh man, really? You're gonna do that to me now? So this area right here, this is St. Elizabeth Parish, and just as we feared, because of that eastern eye wall coming in, we are now seeing videos and reports of storm surge. Going to repost that now. So we're posting that now to our X feed at Backperch Crew. Here, let me fix something here. All right, so official reports of storm surge. Let me see what this is. This is from Junction in St. Elizabeth Parish 2, and it looks really bad. A complete whiteout of the most violent kind, and some of these videos I'm seeing are already an hour old. So far, that Treasure Beach is the live stream that's being shared the most often. Okay, so the reports are coming in. Storm surge in St. Elizabeth Parish. It's a whiteout there. Extreme winds. Okay, so if you want to, let's see there. So if you want to reference some of the most intense Atlantic hurricanes of all time, okay, and where Melissa stacks up, she is in, set that here. She is in the same league as the top 3 Atlantic hurricanes of all time. Okay, you've got Hurricane Wilma in 2005. She formed in a very similar area here in the Western Caribbean, peaked at 185 miles per hour and 882 millibars. You had Gilbert, the last major hurricane to make landfall in Jamaica, which was 37 years ago. He peaked after landfall in Jamaica as a 185 mile per hour, 888 millibar hurricane. And then in 1935 and today, you have the 892 millibar Hurricane Melissa, the third most intense hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic. JJ asking, a few months ago you had a temperature on the screen. It dropped from 70 Fahrenheit to 20 Fahrenheit. Do you think that's accurate? Oh yeah, that thing is measuring the cloud top heights, temperatures. So that's measuring the temperature of the cloud tops, and that's why it's getting warmer as the eye comes in, because the coldest one. So if I put it over here, these are where the super cold cloud tops are of the central dense overcast, negative 111 Fahrenheit, negative 110. But then you see in the eye, it's much warmer because there are no clouds in the eye. So at that same elevation, the temperatures are mild in the 60s. This is considered very warm for a tropical cyclone eye. Yes. So that's measuring the cloud top temperatures. All right, let me see what's going on here. We have so much news and so many updates coming in. Oh man, this is getting really intense, guys. All right, so yeah, so if the reason, okay, looking at this, the reason that we are here today is because Hurricane Melissa slowly moved at 3 to 5 mile per hour intervals. Let me update our clock real quick. Should back a little more. The reason we're here today is because Hurricane Melissa slowly tracked over extreme oceanic heat content in the Western Caribbean, moving at about 3 to 5 miles per hour for over 48 consecutive hours just south of Jamaica. This allowed the storm to harvest an endless supply of oceanic heat content in the Western Caribbean Sea, which was containing some of the warmest waters anywhere in the world, in any sub-region of the tropics. Normally, a hurricane moving that slow, a major hurricane going 3 to 5 miles per hour, would upwell colder waters from deeper depths in the ocean and kind of sabotage him or herself. But in this case, the Caribbean oceanic heat content, which is different than sea surface temperatures, ocean heat content pertains to how deep those warm waters go. It was so high and so extreme that Melissa basically there were no cold waters to upwell. In that exact scenario that a lot of the hurricane models were talking about, were throwing out there. And it was like, well, is this too aggressive? Is this too extreme? Hurricane models overestimate things a lot. But it was this scenario that has come to a horrifying fruition where Melissa's slow movement over the warm waters of the Caribbean, that endless supply of extreme heat energy, has allowed her to become the third most intense Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. And unfortunately now she's going to become she's going to tie the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the strongest and most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane on record. And Did the Bear Score asking, when was the last update for the current winds? That advisory came in, so the 185 mile per hour upgrade occurred an hour and 40 minutes ago. And the last National Hurricane Center advisory we got was 40-ish minutes ago. And we're about to get another one. Or we should. As they start doing updates more intermittently. And there you can see just the perfect symmetry of the storm, resembling only the most perfect and well-defined and most powerful tropical cyclones in the world. And that is what Melissa is qualifying as.
From @Vortex WX, Eastern Westmoreland Parish, Jamaica, including those in White House and Bluefield, seek shelter now. The extreme winds from the eyeball of Hurricane Melissa are about to move shore, if not already. Hurricane Melissa continues to intensify right up to landfall, with some of the most prolific lightning bursts you'll see in a hurricane's core. I've tracked every single Atlantic hurricane since 2015, and Melissa is easily the most insane one yet.
Wow. Extreme lightning activity here ongoing in the eye wall, which signals continued intensification, right? When we see these extreme lightning explosions, these wrapping envelopes of lightning, that is extremely robust and rapid intensification that is ongoing when we see this much lightning. JG saying, staying locked in on your stream. Are there folks on the ground near the eye streaming what conditions are like? Okay, so the only live stream that I've found so far is a live cam in Treasure Beach on JS Photography on YouTube. There's also been a lot of clips posted on X. So if you go to, is it still live? Looks like it's still live. So Treasure Beach, Jamaica, JS Photography showing very intense hurricane conditions ongoing there. And yeah, there are a couple other streams. I believe there's someone streaming in Santa Cruz. And then someone else in Santa Cruz. Was there somewhere else? Mandeville. Yeah. Mandeville. We can't show them here on stream, but we can tell you where they are. And so what has happened, though, for us to get to this point is all sorts of exceptionally rare things, okay? You know, so not only was Melissa's slow movement enabling her to harvest this endless supply of Caribbean heat energy and explosively intensify, but it was also the fact that Melissa did not go through an eye wall replacement cycle at any point here. During the last 48 hours. And Liberal Monarch says, I'm watching a live stream of Montego Bay. So there looks like there's a live stream of Montego Bay. But the reason we're here and the reason that Melissa just kept incrementally getting stronger and stronger and stronger is because instead of doing a traditional eye wall replacement cycle like normal, she kept doing eye wall mergers, okay? And eye wall mergers are different. That's where the outer eye wall, instead of choking off, killing, and replacing the inner eye wall, which requires a disruption in intensity because the cores are, you know, a new core is coming in, so usually the eye caves in and introduces this whole period of weakening, even if it's only temporary. But instead of that, we kept seeing eye wall mergers take place where instead of killing off and replacing the inner eye wall, the outer eye wall just kind of combined and merged with the inner eye wall. And what that creates is a stronger and more organized core than what we had before. And that's why Melissa just kept stepping up in intensity. And the reason for that, because obviously eye wall mergers are not common, is potentially because this persistent low-level wind shear that's not strong enough to actually affect or disrupt Melissa, but was strong enough to disrupt those rain bands coming in, trying to be an outer eye wall and kind of disrupt them and weaken them enough to prevent them from fully strengthening and initiating an eye wall replacement cycle. That low-level wind shear might be a cause of why we saw that. And why was that recording? I have no idea. JG saying, I was a little east of Montego Bay in November, makes me sad praying for these folks. Cookie Death saying, it's been moving more north now off path. That Montego Bay flooding is becoming very concerning. Yes, very much so, because Montego Bay is the biggest city on this side of Jamaica, right? Even though Kingston is receiving significant impacts for sure, it's lucky that they missed. I mean, imagine if this core was hitting Kingston directly. I mean, you would really have an apocalyptic scenario there because it's such a big city, but so is Montego Bay. And the problem is, even though they're on the other side of the island, where they're not going to have the direct landfall, and even if Melissa's eye wall goes directly over them, they're not going to have 185 mile per hour winds. But because of the overall flow of Melissa's winds as she makes landfall, look at this. Look at this potential scenario that is seeming rather realistic, okay? Not only would this detail a direct hit, okay, so the blues are delineating.
Hurricane Melissa's eye is now coming ashore over Bruce Hill in White House in Jamaica. Anyone that is in the eye when it is calm should stay sheltered, as the back eye wall will change into extreme conditions once again.
Yeah, it's definitely good advice. Don't come out in the eye of a hurricane. Stay sheltered. Don't come out during the eye. But anyway, this model run right here, this near-term model run, okay, the blue is delineating low pressure, okay? So that's low pressure there. And this seems now a frighteningly realistic scenario where after this initial landfall in St. Elizabeth Parish, when Melissa treks across Jamaica and gets to the north side of the island, that you see where the rotation is. Okay, this is describing the flow of the winds. And look when we zoom in. Not only would this have extreme winds in Montego Bay, right? Maybe not 185 mile per hour extreme winds, but still really, really powerful, major hurricane force winds. Not only would that hit the city directly, but look at the direction the winds are flowing, okay? This would funnel storm surge literally directly into Montego Bay. So you would have some of the strongest winds occurring here, okay? Really scary all of a sudden here with this northward jog, guys. That is a really scary prospect. So now, Google Earth, come on. Okay, so not only, and we've got a little icon here now in Google Earth showing us where Hurricane Melissa is basically. A little bit north of that now. But so here are the immediate areas in St. Elizabeth Parish that are being affected. But if we go to Montego Bay, if we look forward and you see the onshore flow pushing right into, again, anytime you have any sort of cups or inlets or bowls, right? Anytime the coastline kind of kinks out in a shape like this, it makes me very, very nervous because that collects storm surge water. So when you see Montego Bay, they're right on the water, obviously. And if that eye wall, even if it's weakened, is pushing water and funneling water directly into Montego Bay, that's a very worrying scenario in terms of storm surge. So this right here, I don't like the looks of this at all. You can see Montego Bay right there. And you can see the low pressure center. Yeah, that's really scary to think about. And that's what we keep seeing with this kind of northward jog here, this kind of due northward motion that we're noticing. Man. Whoa, 80 people watching the stream now on YouTube. If you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in. We're moments away. We gotta reload this page.
Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is approaching landfall in Jamaica. A wind gust of 118 miles per hour was just reported near Bull Savannah, Jamaica.
Whoa, okay, so big time wind gusts being reported. Storm surge being reported in St. Elizabeth Parish. Thank you for watching the stream, sharing it, and liking it. We want as many people as possible to get as much information as they can. Look at the lightning activity, absolutely insane lightning activity right now going on in the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa. Really concerning now. Savannah, Lamar, Darleston, Cambridge, and then Montego Bay. Man, on this trajectory, they could all get hit with the eye wall. This is just so bad, guys. This is a catastrophic landfall happening right before our eyes. It could be, and probably will be, the strongest and most intense landfall of an Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. William Henry saying, as a weather geek, I must compliment your stream setup. You deserve many more to be watching. Thank you for that comment, William Henry. And thank you for tuning in. We're going to be live throughout this whole event, compiling reports not just of the meteorological analysis right here, but also of any reports on the ground. But we're now closing in on landfall. This is really, really frightening, guys. Huge lightning activity. I just cannot get over how much lightning activity we're facing here. This is so much lightning. Off the charts lightning activity bursting throughout the eye wall. Let me post that update here real quick because, my goodness. Another update coming in. Going to get another report here any second.
It's from @CC Stormwatch. The worst of the eyeball is now coming onshore for the communities like Black River and Crawford. The adjacent cliffs will see even higher wind gusts, possibly gusting to 200 miles per hour.
So yeah, that's something you have to.
From @Ferragamo WX. Melissa is beginning to make its landfall in Jamaica as a 185 mile per hour Category 5 hurricane. Something I thought I'd never say in my life. It will be tied as both the strongest and most intense landfall Atlantic hurricane on record. Simply unreal.
Uh-oh, Robin Fraser reporting that Tornado Pagey and Bryce lost the signal in Mandeville. Let's look at where Mandeville is. Okay, Mandeville is way over here. So look at this. I mean, you can see now just how crazy this storm is, because Mandeville is not getting the eye wall, but they're close enough. And unfortunately, it sounds like the storm chasers we had in Mandeville, they lost their signal. But the lightning activity, guys, is really telling. Wait, new advisory. And they're keeping the intensity the same. Okay, say still 185 miles per hour and 892 millibars as of the latest National Hurricane Center advisory. Whoa, big time. Yeah, so okay, so they just acknowledged this big westward shift. All right, we're seeing a big westward shift. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Big time westward shift here. Going to the north. And the National Hurricane Center just acknowledged that. So their track path had Melissa going here, and then it's going whoop. It's going straight this way. So big westward shift is putting Montego Bay eventually in a very dangerous situation. Let me post this update here on my X feed. Real quick, guys. So new advisory keeping the same winds and pressure. Liberal Monarch is saying your stream has been invaluable for information for me to several storms. Thank you so much, Liberal Monarch, for saying so. Bobby Perry say caught you a couple days ago like you're young Smartin from Texas. Thank you. Britta Sather saying torrential rain showers are a result of temperature increases and the torrents of rain destroy the hurricane. I don't know about that. Robin Fraser saying Petrowski and Santa Cruz lost signal. Uh-oh, everyone's losing signal, guys. But that is expected, though, because the power is going out across the island. Yeah, and that's what NATO says right there. But still, you know, definitely praying for their safety. Jared Brown saying this is mental. Yes. Man, okay. Okay. So let's... One of the strongest landfall intensities ever. Sinj Kume saying, wow, that dudes can just run their own weather channel now. Liberal Monarchist, is the NHC tracking update from 11 a.m. out of date now? Is their tracking update? I don't know. 11 a.m. Eastern time? I mean, we just had a new advisory here just now. So, oh man. So Jay here says, so it said, Jay here is commenting, wow, they just said put on a helmet and get under a mattress. This thing is going to be bad. This is full on Category 5 stuff. Oh, okay, so Liver Miner said the track they have it on. Yes, the last forecast, yeah, because okay, so I understand what you're saying now. Yes, the last forecast cone is, in a sense, outdated. And if I can show you here, maybe you can see that. Yeah, so there you go. That is the deviation to the west and north. WeatherUSA.net, that's the deviation to the west and north there with the track. So we're definitely seeing a northward shift, and that is bad news for Montego Bay and the overall impacts. I mean, I'm just not liking this at all. But yeah, I mean, just look at this. Put on a helmet, get under a mattress. That's the extreme level of danger people are in while facing this 185 mile per hour eye wall. Transit Miguel 747 saying, does it look like it's heading north and west right now, or is it looping? It is heading north and west. We have seen a northwest shift. Anton saying, huge flooding, Downs, Manchester. Liberal Monarchist asking, is it still turning towards Falmouth? Okay, Falmouth's here. Well, okay, so no, the trend lately has been in the opposite direction of Falmouth, to the west and north. But in Falmouth, absolutely do not let your guard down, okay? Melissa may still very well track directly over that city, and you need to worry about rainfall, inland flooding, but also storm surge and her eye wall winds, even though we've seen a north and west shift lately. Okay, so guys, right now, you're looking at wherever this eye wall is. Okay, so White House is now getting into the eye. This White House could be ground zero. Let's look at White House. Okay, White House looks like they could be ground zero for Hurricane Melissa's landfall. This is this small town right next to the shore. So they could be facing big-time storm surge damage and obviously catastrophic winds. I'm really worried about the level of destruction, the extreme level of destruction. We're talking about unsurvivable conditions if you don't have adequate shelter, right? With 185 mile per hour winds, it does not get stronger than that in the Atlantic Basin. Trans Miguel asking 747 down, does that mean less time over Jamaica and a stronger hurricane for Cuba? Well, yeah, potentially could, I suppose, yeah. I mean, if the trend keeps happening there and Melissa goes directly over Montego Bay, then yes, that's a lot less land interaction than if she goes like this across Cuba. So yeah, that would, across Jamaica. So that would result in probably in a higher intensity landfall in Cuba. But we're focusing on Jamaica right now. And I mean, look at this thing. This is the result of like 3 eye wall mergers, and just take a look at the Oh my goodness. Take a look at the eyewall lightning that is going on here in the last final moments. This thing is intensifying right before landfall, which is potentially 17-ish minutes away. Robin Fraser reporting Jeff Pietrowski in Santa Cruz is back online. But yeah, I mean, this is the maximum storm, guys. This is the top. This is the ultra violent, okay, of Atlantic hurricanes. It does not get it hardly gets more intense than this, like only a little bit, okay? You are looking at the ultimate monster apex predator storm. TCNDO asking, so did Kingston just get saved? I wouldn't say they're saved, but yeah, Kingston is not getting the worst of this hurricane, but they're still getting onshore flow right now as we speak. And probably severe hurricane force conditions. So let's look here at our latest updates about what's going on here. Potentially some footage here from Weather Monitor of the conditions in Black River where some of the strongest winds are. All right, let's see here. Oh yeah, crazy video in Black River. Oh man. This is getting really crazy. I now see that video of the flooding in Downs, Manchester. So big time inland flooding, guys. Hardpouring asking, is it likely Kingston will get delayed impact of downflow flooding from upper elevations? That is definitely possible, and Kingston is not out of the woods. But luckily, they are not getting the absolute worst of the rainfall. When we look at the NHC's last rainfall map, you can see that Kingston still 12 to 16 inches of downflow. That could still very well easily be catastrophic. It's just that the heaviest accumulations have shifted a little bit further west. But 100%, definitely a big concern here for Kingston is that delayed downflow of inland flash flooding. Venus asking, are people going to even survive this? Yes, people will survive this even in the eye wall as long as they have adequate shelter and stuff like that. So people will survive this, but you know, it's one of those situations where it's like the scariest possible scenario you could imagine. And if you don't have very well built structures, then your life is in extreme danger. Okay, and we cannot say that about most hurricanes. That is 100% the case here. And of course, if you're in a storm surge zone close enough to the ocean, then you're going to be in trouble. All right, pouring saying thank you. Transit Miguel 747 asking, with all that lighting around the center, is it intensifying right at landfall? It is. She definitely is, but that could be offset by land friction at some point, even though the system continues to want to intensify. And I think that's because she's being hyper energized. This is why we got this last minute intensification and that upgrade to 185 miles per hour and 892 millibars. Look at this outflow. This outflow is like just like pulling the ventilation cords of the system. Okay, so this is something we haven't talked about yet, but this is a big reason why we're seeing what we're seeing. Okay, this arcing outflow right here. Okay, there's jet divergence up to the whoa. What? Hold on. Okay, this jet divergence, this powerful jet interaction right to the north. You can think of it like pulling the starting cord on like a chainsaw or something. But you can think of it like that, and it is just ripping the ventilation and helping Melissa really breathe outstandingly well. A lot of people don't talk about that as much, but when you look at rapid intensification and some of those powerful hurricanes, jet divergence and that northerly outflow vector is one of the most important things you can have if you're going to get some sort of extreme level of intensification. Zooming out, we can see that this is an absolute black hole of a storm. the worst possible situation we could have imagined. And she is now making landfall directly over southwest Jamaica. A landfall at an intensity where you're going to see literally forests flatten and all this foliage just stripped, right? You're talking about trees splintered, even snapped in half. Okay, this is what happens with Category 5s, let alone high-end Category 5s. But you are just looking at one of the most powerful satellite presentations you will literally ever see. Anton saying, yes, Kingston will get huge flooding from northeast quadrant. Yeah, still a ton of rain to go for Kingston. So everyone on Jamaica is in some deal of trouble because of the inland flooding, and I'm starting to see some videos of that. Sounds like we got a new update. Let's hear what that is. Just reposted a video of big time flooding, Maypen Bridge, and it's the Rio Mino River roaring.
A haunting image of Melissa as she is making landfall in Jamaica right now. Prayers for the communities that are experiencing atmospheric violence right now. Post from @WorldTruth24. Breaking. Brutal conditions from Melissa at Alligator Pond, Manchester, Jamaica.
My goodness. A perfect comment here from Bobby Perry saying, Ian stripped the bark off of trees here, okay? And how strong was Ian at landfall in Florida back in 2022? He was a high in Category 4 with 150 mile per hour winds, okay? Melissa is so much stronger than Ian, and that's what you have to try and comprehend, is that Melissa is completely on a completely other level, okay? Magnitudes more intense than Ian, and certainly stronger too. Landfall looking like it could occur directly over White House. Landfall is when the center of that 892 millibar massive stadium effect eye goes directly over land. Cookie Death saying, NHC has a 150 mile per hour Category 4 going into Cuba. You think it has enough time to make another run towards Cat 5 before making landfall in Cuba, doing a double Cat 5 landfall? I would say I don't think that's very likely, because Melissa is going to accelerate. So maybe if she kept moving this slowly and had a lot more time, she would reattain Category 5 intensity, but I'm not sure that's super likely. Hard Pouring saying Treasure Beach still getting rocked. Okay, and Treasure Beach is like here. Maybe on the very outer periphery of the outermost edges of the eye wall. Okay, so just imagine what's going on Black River right now. And Black River really is facing a worst case scenario right now, because they are not even getting in the eye. They're in a situation where they got in the northeast quadrant. Now they're in the east quadrant. They're going to be in the southeast quadrant. Black River is getting non-stop 185 mile per hour sustained winds. And this is the community of Black River here. Obviously very surge prone. Again, when we talk about the physics of storm surge, what we look for these inlets, right? These bowls, the bowl-shaped coastline, and you have the flow of winds. And let me pull that up again. Look at that, directly up into the Black River area. So really, really bad. Transit Miguel 747 say, couldn't understand that last update. Can you please reiterate it? Which? Sorry, Miguel. I've been saying so many things. Which one? Like what part? I definitely want to know. I just which part do you want me to clarify? Oh man, the inland flooding, guys. I don't like it. The inland flooding is already going nuts. Oh, man. Huge flooding in Aintown, Clarendon, and Jamaica before sunrise. Okay, there's a video before sunrise. Jeff Pietrowskis had several live streams. Oh, man. So much footage coming in. The one on the radio. Oh! Hey guys, whatever last update you did, reiterate it because they didn't hear you well. So whatever is the last one you read out, do that again. All right. Cinco's 305. What's your YouTube? At Back Perch Weather Live. That is our YouTube. At Back Perch Weather Live. Anton saying Savannah Lamar will get hit big time. Yeah, for a second I thought maybe they could escape the worst of it. Absolutely not. Savannah Lamar, now you are entering the northwest quadrant of the eye wall. Now or any second from now. So that's really bad news. I mean, just so many different places getting hit right here, right? Bluefield's in the worst of it right now. Bluefield's in the worst of the eye wall here lately. All right, here we go. Let's hear that again.
Statement from the NHC. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from the wind and the outside, an interior room without windows, ideally one where you can also avoid falling trees, is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for added protection.
Okay, so there we go. Cinco 305 asking, is this storm stronger than Katrina? Yes, Melissa is stronger than Katrina. Katrina peaked at 175 miles per hour and 902 millibars. Melissa, as you can see, 185 miles per hour, 892 millibars. So much stronger. Melissa has officially tied the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the third strongest and most intense, or second strongest, tied with a couple of storms, and the third most intense Atlantic hurricane ever recorded. And saying, please explain the shift as it comes on shore. Are you talking about the directional shift? Yeah, that's definitely something we're talking about here, this directional shift to the north and west. That is putting Savannah, Lamar now, Frome potentially, Petersfield, Darlaston, Cambridge. This is where the absolute worst of the conditions could be, where the eye wall could travel over. And that is important because wherever that eye wall hits, extreme and catastrophic destruction is likely, okay? Talking about not just destruction of human infrastructure, but of the surrounding natural environment as well, where whole forests, honestly, can be flattened. Big time inland flooding has definitely started. Anton asking, hey, what's your name? For now, just back perch. That's my name. Not legally given. But, yeah, still looking at this. Cinco305 saying, wow, strongest hurricane well, I assume he means landfall this century. This is crazy. Yep. This would be the strongest hurricane landfall. Well, okay, so strongest in terms of winds, it would be tied with Hurricane Dorian in 2019 as the strongest this century in terms of winds. Dorian hit the Bahamas with 185 mile per hour winds. But in terms of intensity, the pressure, then yes, this century we have not seen a hurricane, and really the only other hurricane in the Atlantic that made landfall with... Oh, right, I forgot I have to do that. With these sorts of pressure readings was the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Right there. Okay, 1935. We have no satellites, no radar, no nothing. That is 90 years ago. That's the last time we had something this intense happen in terms of a landfalling Atlantic hurricane.
Hurricane Melissa currently has maximum winds of 185 miles per hour as it approaches Jamaica coast. The last Atlantic hurricane landfall with 185 miles per hour winds was Dorian on Opco Island in the Bahamas in 2019.
Bobby Storm in the chat saying a 1780 hurricane in October. The Great Hurricane of 1780, which is what she's referencing there. Wind speeds of that are unknown, but that was the deadliest hurricane, Atlantic hurricane in all of history, claiming more than 20,000 fatalities in 1780. A lot of that had to do with the Revolutionary War and all the politics going on back then. A lot of British and French naval ships were parked in those Caribbean islands, and then a huge Cat 5 came through in October and, basically just wiped out all of those places and sunk a bunch of ships with, thousands of men on board. So that's how that hurricane became the deadliest ever. Single305 saying, could the storm still increase in wind speed or has it hit its peak? At this point, to get an increase in wind speed, it would take a postseason upgrade from the National Hurricane Center using postseason analysis. Yes, we have hit our peak here, but certainly it's a strong enough peak. It's a peak that is the third most intense ever recorded in the Atlantic and will be the tied for the most intense at landfall of all time. Posting a real quick update here, guys. Getting closer to landfall. Devastating whiteout here in St. Elizabeth Parish, Jamaica. Extreme conditions ongoing. Major storm surge flooding has been reported. Major inland flooding being reported. Some wind footage has come out of the Black River area, which is getting the hardest hit right now.
Post from @RobertoZamora, WS. Hurricane Melissa is making landfall in the southwestern part of Jamaica's coastline. Praying for everyone who will be affected by this insane storm. Post from @WCCB Charlotte. Jamaican residents and tourists trapped on the island are bracing for what will be the strongest storm to make landfall in the island's nation's 63-year history.
Anson's saying, I was asking how the land actually affects the hurricane as it comes onto land. Will it dissipate fast? What factors affect the hurricane? Okay, so this is a really good point. And we're now seeing it. I meant to mention it earlier, but we're now seeing it in real time. So here we go. When you have an intense hurricane like this absolute monster, the ideal image of a hurricane in the worst possible way. But when you have intense hurricanes here coming in, we see this very often in places like Taiwan and then also sometimes in the northern Philippines. When you have an intense hurricane come and make landfall on an island that has very tall and a very ruggedly mountainous interior, it can cause sudden and unexpected jogs in movement right at the last second because the tropical cyclone is actually feeling the effect of those huge tall mountain ranges, and we're seeing a little bit of that here with Melissa right now. She takes a little bit more of a north and westward jog, okay, and this is causing places like Savannah, Lamar, Darlington, Cambridge, and fearfully Montego Bay, which is the biggest city on this side of Jamaica, to potentially get in the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa. And everything matters about who gets into that eye wall, okay? This is a 185 mile per hour eye wall. This is as strong as they get in the Atlantic Basin, approaching as strong as they get globally, right? And it is something that is going to destroy almost everything in its path, okay? It's going to raise any structure not specifically designed to handle Cat 5 winds. It's going to create borderline unsurvivable conditions if you're caught out in the open without adequate shelter. We've heard reports now that people are being told to put helmets on and get underneath their mattresses. That's how dire this situation is. And it is also; these are also winds that are going to inflict massive damage, not on just human and civilian infrastructure, but also in the natural environment around it. As I've said before, forests can be flattened here. Trees can be splintered and with all their branches broken off, completely stripped of their leaves and foliage, right? That's how you get a browning effect. It's possible that before and after satellite images of Jamaica could reveal a literal scar of brown across this western side of the island. That's this high level of intensity we're talking about here. At 892 millibars, 892 millibars is the third most intense Atlantic hurricane in history. Okay, in history. So try to understand that when we're trying to throw in their historical context. Okay, this is huge. All right, this is just an incredible force, an incredibly destructive force of nature that is unfortunately going to cause a catastrophe on Jamaica. And even though the winds are limited to the eye wall, it could still be an island-wide catastrophe because we're already having reports flooding in of major inland flooding from the rainfall cascading down across the mountains. Heart Pouring says, Tornado Pagey feed back on. He's driving submerged cars in Mandeville. So again, cars are submerged in Mandeville. That's over here. That's not from storm surge. That's from inland flooding. So huge inland flooding is happening right now, guys. Huge inland flooding. And we're looking at here so many different areas to look at. Looking at landfall could potentially occur over the town of White House, basically. That looks like where it's about to happen. Okay, now Bluefield's getting into this perfectly circular 892 millibar eye of Hurricane Melissa as she comes ashore. Anton saying Vanga's distance also miles matter. The island is not that big. Also, the topography can affect the location of the track. Yeah, which is why we're just going to have to look at these real-time updates back and forth, seeing, how, if there's any other shifts in direction. But right now, White House, the Black River area is getting absolutely just... I fear that they're getting demolished when you combine the winds and the storm surge, because as you can see, the onshore push, because of the rotation, is pushing seawater directly into this bowl-shaped area in the Black River outlet area. And there you can see that with the flow. Look at that, directly on shore in Black River. This is what we worry about with storm surge. And that's not even counting the flooding that's coming from within the interior.
Post from @CollinGrossWS. The extremely violent inner core of Category 5 Melissa is now moving through western Jamaica. Official landfall will be soon, with the eye now moving over the coastline. Post from @MikeSeidel. Monster Melissa is about to make a landfall as the third strongest hurricane on record in the Atlantic Basin. Tied with the Florida Keys hurricane at 892 millibars, only Wilma, 882 millibars, and Gilbert, 888 millibars, have had a lower pressure.
Jupiter Judy saying she's in Florida, concerned it may stall and head north after...
Post from @Breaking911.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Hurricane Melissa bears down on Jamaica, unleashing devastating winds across Junction, St. Elizabeth.
Oh my goodness. right. So to this question real quick before we get to the landfall here, because it's about to happen, you guys. Jupiter Judy saying she's in Florida, worried about the hurricane stall and then head northwest after the front comes through Florida. Judy, I would not worry if I was you about this storm for Florida, because the National Hurricane Center is basically, pretty much saying that there's absolutely no meteorological possibility for Melissa to stall and then turn radically to the west. This is a very narrow cone, and what that is telling you is that there's a very high degree of certainty that Melissa is going to take a track along these lines. She's also going to be moving very quickly, so Florida is going to luckily be okay from Melissa. Anton saying over 800 civil centers were open. God knows how many people stayed in their homes. Yeah, we saw reports that not many people have gone to the storm shelters. Heart pouring. With an urgent update, medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed. Oh, no. We got another report here coming in. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Landfall is about to happen. Oh, man, you guys. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, man, I'm so scared what we're gonna...
FWX Watcher 7. It's difficult to explain just how remarkable it is for a hurricane to maintain such a perfect structure while it simultaneously continues to get stronger and stronger for so many hours. Melissa is the type of hurricane that will be talked about for years to come.
Yeah. Yeah. It certainly will be, and I cannot imagine the fury that the communities here in southwest Jamaica, the ones in the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa, are going through right now. Look at that mesovortice. What are we doing, guys? What is going on? Wait, let me freeze it. What is happening? Look at that. That is as extreme a sign of upper echelon intensity as you will ever see. I am so serious right now. What is going on? Oh my goodness. I mean, this image right here is the stuff of nightmares, people. JP asking, how does the eye dryness affect a hurricane? And it's a very good question. The eye dryness of a hurricane, this is being discussed because Melissa broke the all-time global record for having the driest eye ever. Okay, the more forceful and more powerful of sinking air there is into the eye of a hurricane, the more powerful it's becoming, because it's sinking that air down into in the core. And so what happens when you have sinking air is then you get subsidence, right? And subsidence is the drying out and the warming of the atmosphere, which is why a principal reason why you don't see like clouds and stuff in the eye of a hurricane, right? It's like, why is the eye clear? And this is why, because air, the air in the eye wall is rapidly and violently rising in these parcels of air we call vertical hot towers. Okay, so in the eye wall you have extreme updrafts and violent rotating and violent rotating columns of air. Okay, but it is the opposite in the eye. Okay, in the eye the air is going down; it is sinking. So that is why the dryness of a hurricane matters, because the more sinking air, the lower the pressure, and the more subsidence there is. And ultimately, the more intense a hurricane you have. Okay, we're at about 6 minutes away from landfall. To answer Rob Burry's question, yeah, we're about to have landfall. It's hitting land already. Gabby Lee saying, why is Backbridge quiet? Oh, I was just doing I was posting an update on my X feed, which I have to do here on my phone while I'm still live streaming. So yeah, sorry about that. I just had to I just had to post an update real quick. Anton saying outages are increasing. Over 35% have been affected. Power outages, of course. Anton's also warning, please be aware of down power lines. If you're in Jamaica. Holy moly. Invisible, look. We're starting to see land through the eye of the hurricane. Oh my goodness. This is surreal, but in like a nightmarish horror movie kind of way. Look at this, guys. Oh my goodness. So I'll get back to talking about which towns are getting hit the hardest here in a second, but we are getting very close to an official landfall when the center of this eye makes landfall here over Jamaica. It will be a historic moment. You're looking at a roughly 15-mile wide eye, and it's been very consistently that size for a long, long time now. Exceptionally rare, the fact that Melissa has maintained an open eye for this long, right? For 48 consecutive hours, the eye's never caved in. And again, that's due to the fact that she hasn't gone through eye wall replacement cycles. Instead, she's just gone through a bunch of eye wall mergers, which has kept the eye open and allowed the eye wall to keep incrementally getting bigger and stronger and more organized. Anton with very good advice here. Do not venture out till the storm is well past. Landslides will happen for days after the storm. But especially the first part here, and is very relevant in real time. Do not, okay, if you're in shelter, whatever you do, and whether this is hitting you right now, you probably don't have access to internet or power at all. In fact, I know you don't. Okay, but for those who could, if anyone's watching and they are in the potential trajectory of Melissa's eye and they get into it, whatever you do, do not venture out during the calm phase. Okay, you're gonna hear and feel the winds calm down. Don't go outside. Just stay in your shelter. Wait till the storm has fully passed. Liberal Monarch is saying the JPS office in Black River is absolutely gutted. I'm sensing that some footage is coming out. I'm just staying here. I'm going to look at that footage here in a second, guys, and I try to get gauge the situation. Right now, I'm just kind of looking here, watching this landfall happen, though. Maybe let's push the timer back a little bit. Let's try that. Oh, man. Almost there to landfall here. We have seen a little bit of a northwest movement earlier in Melissa's life. When she was really starting to intensify and get towards this level of intensity, we saw her undertake some trochoidal wobbles, and that is an extremely rare phenomena. Okay, a trochoidal wobble. It is it's a mouthful to say. Is only seen in the most intense storms, right? Usually only in super typhoons in the West Pacific, but they occur when the storm physically gets so powerful that it starts affecting the steering currents in the atmosphere around it, okay? Does that usually entail that they do like crazy, oh my gosh, it's going outside of the cone completely and totally unexpected movement? No, but it does cause different kind of directions in the movement, and it's really insane to watch too, because it's kind of like a rapid stuttering effect when you speed up the satellite loop over several frames. So earlier we saw a trochoidal wobble that for a moment led some people to kind of post like, oh my gosh, Melissa's missing Jamaica entirely, going off to the west. But when that was never actually really the case. Unfortunately, probably a little bit of wishful thinking there, and I can certainly understand that. But the fact of the matter is, those trochoidal wobbles, again, seen only in the most intense cyclones, when they get so powerful, they start actually affecting the steering currents in the atmosphere around them, right? And that is really, really crazy to think about. Those can affect, they can have small changes in the movement, but they don't have major changes in the movement. So right when Melissa completed what I think was another eye wall merger and then really blew up and eventually blew up to what we're seeing here. And also there's a really good satellite image that I want to show you guys here soon after landfall, satellite loop displaying this. But when she was first stalling out and beginning to take that northward turn, there was we definitely saw some trochoidal wobbling where she kind of went woo, 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 and actually did a mini loop, right? Melissa did actually do like a mini loop around a counterclockwise loop, but that's when she resumed her northeast trajectory. So we saw some strange movement there, and now we saw a westward jog here, but for different reasons. This time it was because as the powerful core got closer and closer to Jamaica, the hurricane literally started to feel the extreme mountainous terrain of Jamaica, which is causing a little bit of that uncertainty in the last second motion. Again, something that we see often, I think most notably in Taiwan, where Taiwan has even taller and bigger mountains there. And man, when they get hit with an extremely intense storm like this from the east, right, when big typhoons come in from the east coast and hit Taiwan, some really crazy stuff can happen. I mean, we see like these loops and everything. It's all so wild. But anyway, 6 minutes away from landfall here, we've seen that western shift, which is putting the landfall pretty much squarely over the town of White House. Bluefields is getting in the eye too. Savannah, Lamar could get in the eye wall. Darleston, you are just moments away from getting in the eye wall. Dude, does not matter that you are not near the coast. In fact, Darleston is in the eye wall now. So, pray for them, obviously. Really bad situation there. Let's look at Darleston up here. I think it's this little community right here. And also, if you add any elevation, remember you're also adding wind speed there too. So 200 mile per hour wind gusts, there's Darleston. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying, right? So, and then you add elevation, and then you start getting 200 mile per hour plus wind gusts. And, I think that's enough said, right? I mean, that's completely catastrophic. The Black River area. Oh, look at this. Whoa, look at this sudden, okay, so just talking about a northwestward shift. Look at this sudden shift here to the east. Holy cow, that is wild stuff. Okay, I don't want to breach into the future, but look at that. Big east shift just now. Now, I'm not sure that Montego Bay is not still in the crosshairs. Again, we're going to have to watch. I'm expecting some crazy motion to come out of this once Melissa starts fully going over land in Jamaica. But big time eastern shift now. Okay, so we're definitely about to see landfall. Bobby Storm commenting, happens when so much of the structure is over water. The excellent structure mostly over water while moving inland. Singek Hume is asking, who is that speaking on the radio? And that is the crew. That is the rest of my crew here. They are monitoring news reports across social media and reporting them when they confirm they are true and from reliable sources. So that's who's speaking on the radio. Jupiter Judy saying, thank you for the info. Appreciated. You're welcome, and thank you everyone for tuning in. This is why we're live streaming, trying to get as much information out as possible about this situation. Thank you everyone who has liked the stream and shared the stream. We're getting towards landfall here. Unorthodox Raj, who is over here in this area of eastern Jamaica, is reporting that even though they are definitely in the central dense overcast, the eastern side of Jamaica isn't really getting any breeze or rain. So that's interesting. Definitely good for the eastern side of Jamaica, but how crazy it is to think about that just on the other side of this small island, Pretty much hell on earth. The scariest storm conditions possible, basically. Scariest storm conditions possible. Almost on earth. IE360 saying praying for these folks from Southern California. 6 zeros coming in saying, I went to bed at 3:30 with 175,901. I did not expect to wake up to see the Labor Day Hurricane 2.0. Yes, this is literally the Labor Day Hurricane 2.0. Jess Flatbush Ave Brooklyn says, wow. Let's look at that here. Okay. Mariah saying medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed is what I'm seeing. Okay, I got to go and see that here soon after this. What's going on in Black River, these medical facilities? I think some footage has come out. Hard Pouring says Mandeville getting rocked. Mariah saying plywood from windows are flying everywhere in St. Elizabeth. Wow. We've got an update coming in. Mariah also reporting heavy flooding in Clarendon. The flooding's real, guys. The flooding threat is going everywhere. I am not liking what I'm seeing so far. 6 zeros, this would be tied for the strongest landfall in the Western Hemisphere. Yep, with the 1935 Labor Day Hurricane.
From the National Hurricane Center. Category 5 Melissa makes landfall in Jamaica. One of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin. Melissa has made landfall in the southwestern Jamaica near New Hope with an estimated maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and an estimated minimum central pressure of 892. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as the wind will quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from the wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls as possible between you and you can also avoid falling trees. Is the safest place you can be in a building. You can cover yourself with mattress and wear a helmet for added protection. Next update, 2 p.m. Eastern.
All right, there we have it. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. We have landfall in southwest Jamaica, basically over the town of White House. Landfall, and here's a zoomed out image of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane in recorded history, tying with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. National Hurricane Center says estimated maximum winds at the point of landfall are 185 miles per hour, and the minimum central pressure of the eye is 892 millibars, okay? Here we have it. History has been made. Let me adjust that size here. It is official. Melissa is the most intense, strongest landfalling hurricane ever, tied with Hurricane Dorian and Labor Day, and the most intense by minimum central pressure 892 millibars, tying that with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, which happened 90 years ago. Absolutely unbelievable and just an incredible tragedy that's taking place right before our eyes in Jamaica. Even the most aggressive intensity estimates, I don't think anyone ever expected something like this to happen. There it is. Landfall right there. Give me a moment here now to post that update. Oops. Okay, wait. All right, give me a second here. Let me rearrange the stuff. All right. Get over there. All right, so give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Let me update my X feed here on this. Holy cow. It has happened. The most intense landfalling hurricane in recorded history that we have ever seen this generation.
Post from at Mike T Fox 5. Worst case scenario for Jamaica. A 185-mile-per-hour monster makes Melissa one of the strongest hurricanes in recorded Atlantic history. Only Allen in 1980 had a stronger winds, 190. At landfall, even more unprecedented, only two other storms on the Atlantic record have made landfall with that intensity. Dorian 2019, Bahamas, Labor Day, 1935, Florida. Truly hoping for the best for Jamaica. This is scary stuff. Post from at Torna Darts. Hurricane Melissa's eye is still remarkably clear all the way to the surface as it makes landfall. Wow. Post from at Weather Monitors. Footage shows damage following Hurricane Melissa, which is currently pounding Black River, Jamaica. According to a Jamaican senator speaking with NBC, the medical facilities here have been destroyed.
Okay. All right. I'm back here. So I just had to post that update, the official announcement of landfall from the National Hurricane Center. It is historic, guys. So if you're just joining us here, the landfall took place.
Post from @US_so much. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa has officially made landfall on Jamaica as the strongest landfalling hurricane in Atlantic history, with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and gusts up to 225. A tragic moment for Jamaica.
Tragic moment for Jamaica. There's the point of landfall right here. Looks like it took place very near to White House. And White House is currently inside that. I just imagine the views there right now. Mariah's saying, yeah, the roof has been stripped in several parts of the hospitals in Black River. Also saying, I'm really sad I couldn't sleep at all. I'm truly worried for downtown Black River. Sarcasm asking, what's the color legend on the map? These colors are indicating cloud top temperatures. So there's the legend is, oh, you can't see the legend, can you? Well, the legend is actually blocked out by my little headline header there, but basically I can give you an idea, right? So here are the temperatures out here of the ambient atmosphere at a high elevation, and then you go across these cloud tops and you can see that they get colder and colder and colder, the more reddish orange, I guess, on this one. Same thing here, just kind of a different color table there. You can see really cold cloud tops there, -100, and then if you do these other colors, it scales down until you get to the eye, which of course is very warm in the 50s and 60s Fahrenheit because there's clear sinking air in there. Brian Fruling saying, New Jersey here. I remember Hurricane Sandy, which was nowhere near this strong this winds when it came on shore. We worked but failed protecting the Funtown Ferris wheel. Super scary. Bobby Perry saying, Walmart run, see you on the flip-flop back perch. Thank you for tuning in today, Bobby Perry. Mariah saying, Hanover seeing damage. Several down trees. Cars submerged in Caps Valley. Ooh. Good comment here from 60 saying, I think the damage will look like Mayotte after Cheeto. What 60 is referencing there is actually the deadliest and most destructive, and I feel like many people don't actually know that. But the deadliest and most destructive single tropical cyclone of 2024 was actually Cyclone Cheeto. Okay, Cyclone Cheeto is what the name was. Cyclone Cheeto down in the southwest Indian Ocean. And that storm made landfall over the overseas territory of Mayotte, which is basically, point of reference, it's just north, or no, it's just west. It's just west of like northern Madagascar, okay? Really small island, but big population of 300,000 people, 330,000 people on this really tiny island. It's even smaller than Jamaica. And Cyclone Cheeto made landfall there as a 130-mile-per-hour Category 4 and literally destroyed everything, okay? Like, the island itself, normally you wouldn't see a low-end Category 4 do something like that. But the reasoning was because most of the buildings there were made of sheet metal and very, very, very poor construction. So what ended up being low-end Cat 4 landfall looked like a high-end Cat 5 landfall just because of how poor the construction was. And Cheeto literally wiped the human infrastructure on Mayotte off the face of the earth, essentially, and likely claimed tens of thousands of fatalities. We'll never know for sure, but that's how awful that was. But yeah, again, guys, so if you're just joining us, we just had landfall. You can see down on your screen below, Melissa becomes strongest landfalling Atlantic hurricane ever, the most intense, strongest, tied with Dorian in the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, and also tied in terms of intensity with that 892 millibar pressure with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane of all time, okay? This is a beyond historic and 100% tragic moment. This is an absolute worst case scenario for Jamaica. Now with the entire island just getting ransacked by this hellish storm. You can see the gravity waves rippling through the central dense overcast. That super clear eye now moving on shore. If we go fully visible here, let's see if we can actually start to see. There it is. We can literally see land through the eye of Hurricane Melissa. Look at that, guys. We can see land there through the eye. Raylan L asking, is landfall considered when the center of the eye is over land? Because it looked like the northeast eye wall hit land about 30 minutes ago. Yes, Raylan, a landfall is considered when the center of the eye crosses shore. The eye wall does not count as landfall officially. But I just cannot believe here what we're seeing. Okay, I'm going to look. Okay, so here we go. I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing it now here. Medical facility damage due to strong Hurricane Melissa in Black River, Jamaica. Looks like the roof has been torn off. The inside is trashed. There's rain pouring through. Okay, we got an update coming in here. And now Darlaston is in the eye. Oh my god. I mean, this eye wall is just ferocious and just tearing through everything, destroying everything in its path, most likely, stripping the vegetation of its foliage.
From at NHC Atlantic. Melissa made landfall in southwestern Jamaica near New Hope.
Near New Hope. Okay, near New Hope, Jamaica is the landfall location. Lots of footage and images coming out of Black River, which of course is here. Looks like they've been one of the more severely affected, at least by satellite. Oh, wow. Huge damage in Black River. I got to keep track of these posts. Oh my! I mean, this is just this is take your breath away in the worst possible way kind of moment. Someone made an account, and I guess trying to find humor in this horrible situation. Someone made an account, the Treasure Beach poll, and it's like they keep posting this images from that live stream in Treasure Beach of a power pole that's like cattywampus sideways, almost tipping over in the wind. Why did someone make an account like that? Oh my goodness. Bobby Storm saying Black River to immediate right side of landfall point, so they would get the strongest storms. Generally, that have a hard punch. I think we're supposed to get another update. Maybe not. Okay, now I'm seeing that footage of the JPS office in Black River. Here's some footage of a riverbank rapidly caving into the rising waters. Big time flooding in Cave Valley. That's what Mariah also said. A house is submerged, at least one. So the rainwaters are getting really incredibly deep here. The floodwaters, mind you. This is a typhoon-like eyewall, okay? Truly, truly absurd. Okay, so exactly as I was talking about, here is a good post by Peter Forrester. And he's saying he was wondering if Melissa's consistent north-northwest wobble that we saw right before landfall here is being, maybe it's now trending a little bit back east, but nah, it's pretty much still going due north. And he said he wonder if it was influenced by terrain that was north of Black River / White House, and that the flow would be encouraged to go north and west. So indeed, as I was observing, that wobble was caused by the terrain north and northwest. Cam comment. Oh, hold on.
Breaking. Melissa has officially made landfall at 1 p.m. Eastern Time in New Hope, Jamaica, as a devastating Category 5 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour with a minimal central pressure of 892 milliwatts. It is now the strongest storm to ever strike Jamaica, surpassing Hurricane Gilbert back in 1988, which made landfall as a Cat 4 with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour.
Good update there. Kim saying you scared me, saying houses were submerged. Well, at least one house is submerged in the photo I'm looking at, which is Cave Valley, St. Anne. At least one house is submerged, maybe more. So there is at least one house submerged in Cave Valley. That's where I'm seeing this footage come from. Bobby Storm commenting, Black River is the longest river in Jamaica on a topographical map. It appears like a small river valley, very low area surrounded by higher, which leads to horrible flash flooding. Exactly. You know, and earlier I invoked the Guadalupe River flash floods here in Texas earlier this year in July, which was actually partially caused by the remnants of a tropical system, by the remnant moisture of Tropical Storm Barry. And here's just a zoom out view of this historic landfall, this historic moment. But I did invoke earlier that flooding that which was caused by the topography and the terrain and the in terms of giving gravity to flowing water and floodwaters that occurred in the hill country of Texas back in July. And yeah, so you have a similar situation-ish here, you know, kind of an island tropical situation, but still same rules apply, where you have the steep mountains that are wringing out the rain clouds and causing potentially devastating flooding. Already we're seeing damaging flooding and widespread reports of it, and the rain is nowhere near done, okay? The rain is like barely halfway done falling in Jamaica. That's the really bad part. People saying there was likely a mesovortex captured in the clip, in one of the video clips being passed around. From Black River. Where I was saying this is bad. Oh, this is horrible. This is the worst possible situation you can get. See. The last update from Josh Morgerman and Crawford, Jamaica, which got absolutely slammed, direct hit, was that the power of the storm was frightening, that there was a whiteout, roofs were being torn off, and gusts were going off like bombs. That was Morgerman's words. I'm sure he's going to have some insane footage when this is all said and done, because this is some Dorian-style stuff. Where I was saying, like, this is really all I'm going to be thinking about. This will change Jamaica, guys. This, unfortunately, is going to change Jamaica forever. You do not come out of something like this without there being significant impacts, not just to the island's infrastructure and the immediate aftermath, but to the people who experience this. Okay, people are going to remember this for a long time. And of all places, the high population island of Jamaica is where we are looking at the most intense Atlantic hurricane landfall in our generation, okay? This hasn't happened, guys, for 90 years. Like, let that sink in. 90 years it's been. That's almost a century. Key AK says, I'm tuned in from the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago to be specific. Where is everyone tuned in from? Where is everyone watching from? I'll fix this thing behind me, but where is everyone watching from here? Where is everyone tuned in here watching the site of this catastrophic and historic landfall? Bobby Storm from the Carolinas. Heart Pouring from Minnesota. KT, also from Minnesota, Minneapolis. Wow, Ryra Lord from Germany. Juan Sanchez watching from Colombia. Gabby Lee from Iowa. Cam in St. Petersburg, Florida. Ooh, Sarcasm in Denmark. Pair of Eyes is watching from Wales. Bony Fingers here watching from Washington, D.C. JG watching from West Virginia. Declan Pierce from Ireland. Willie Lee, watching from Georgia, saying, we got hit in the past year or so by the hurricane that swung up through Cedar Key, Florida, praying for Jamaica. Oh, yeah, Helene. Yeah, Helene was a catastrophe for sure. And I think what we're worried about in Jamaica with the inland flooding risk, right, with the mountains and the rainfall, I think like the worst case scenario there is like a Helene-ish type, obviously not a perfect parallel, but like a Helene-ish type scenario in the mountains in Jamaica with all this rainfall coming down, because you're having a very similar rainfall accumulation, right? I think it was 20 to 30 inches in a very short period of time in the Carolinas that Helene dropped to cause the catastrophic flash flooding that she did. Huge landslides and mud flows and flash flooding channeled by the steep topography, by gravity, by these narrow ravines. And, definitely fearing that we could have a situation, but, like, hopefully not. Like, praying that that is not the case, even though there is definitely flooding ongoing. Felipe Girelli is watching from Toronto, Canada. Hey, another viewer from Toronto. I was up, while I was up tracking this very serious situation here with Hurricane Melissa, I was also watching... kind of watching the Game 3 of that World Series. Game 3 of the World Series last night. Went like 18 innings and 6.5 hours long. So that was like people in Toronto, if they were watching their Blue Jays play in the World Series, they were up to like middle of the night, like almost 3 a.m. It was crazy. So unfortunately, the Blue Jays got walked off in the 18th inning. Michael versus Lewis, watching from the Netherlands. Raylan L. from Maine. Let's see if our visible imagery is back. Please stop shuddering. Because the eye is going to fill in here soon. Oh, no. Almost. Okay, hopefully that gets back up and running as well, because we could literally see land through the eye, through the historically powerful 892 millibar eye of Melissa when she made landfall. Q watching from Northeast Ohio. Biondi Bidel Alanderson. That's a great name. Also watching from Denmark. Daniel Keneally watching from Ireland. Ooh. Nick Bailey watching from Salzburg, Austria. Oh, and this is a unique one too. Max watching from Johannesburg, South Africa. These are some really cool places you guys live. Mariah asking, do you think the storm will take longer to pass now? No, not like we're not seeing anything that's showing a dramatic slowdown. Okay, so even though the terrain of Jamaica can influence and cause slight wobbles right before landfall of Melissa, it's not actually going to really slow the hurricane down. And if she keeps jogging west and north, actually she's going to clear Jamaica in a quicker amount of time. But the reason that's actually bad is because we could see the eye wall go directly over Montego Bay, and I'm really, really scared about that situation. My goodness, if this keeps going north, this is going to be really bad. Kanu Daly watching from near Spur Tree, Manchester in Jamaica. Stay safe, Kanu. Felipe Girelli, oh yes, very long game. Went to bed at 3 a.m. Yeah, that was a crazy game. I was rooting for the Blue Jays, if it's any consolation. I was rooting for the Blue Jays. It's still a series, though. It's still a series. But anyway, on a much more serious note, Mariah saying, OMG, Trout Hall Road, Clarendon is seeing severe flooding. OMG, yeah, I'm hearing a lot about Clarendon. I'm going to look at Clarendon here soon. Zap Roden is watching from Michigan. TC Endo also watching from Michigan in Detroit, the Motor City. Nathan Lane watching from Bridgetown, Barbados. Laska E. Cartono, it says he's watching from Poland and his girlfriend is not interested at all. Oh, well. What can you do, right? Mariah says, okay, good. It just seems slower, and yeah, I'm worried for Montego Bay as well. Yeah, I'm really worried about Montego Bay. That's the next focus here as we go forward. But right now, look at this. Darliston in the eye. Newmarket completely in the eye. My goodness, White House is still in the eye. And right now, as the eye wall traverses over the steeper terrain of inland Jamaica, with elevation, you're going to see even stronger winds. Even stronger winds come forward and really start ripping through this rainforest landscape in these towns. Some of them are kind of hilly mountain towns. So with elevation, you're going to start to see here, the winds are still going to be, maybe they're going down a little bit off of 185 miles per hour, maybe just now because the eye is almost fully on shore due to the friction, but we're still looking at a high-end Category 5 at this very moment, okay? It's not, they can't weaken this fast, okay? So all the way inland here, you are not safe, okay? Even though you're inland, you're several miles away from shore here. Cambridge, right? And New Holland. Akampong, if we see a little bit more of an eastern shift. If we see a northern shift, Anchovy. It's literally a town called Anchovy here. But all these places, okay, with elevation, the winds are actually going to get stronger, and 200 plus mile per hour wind gusts are a very real possibility. So it actually only gets worse with this eye wall moving inland as it is now, hasn't had enough time to substantially weaken. So we could very well be seeing 200 plus mile per hour wind gusts in these higher elevations. And the National Hurricane Center made sure to note that with those higher elevations and with that potential for higher winds, we could see even more destruction in terms of total structural failure for buildings not specifically designed to withstand this sort of thing. Frankie watching from eastern shore of Maryland, Chesapeake Bay. Steve Vesci watching from New Jersey, watching with Brian Fruling, the guy who tried saving the Funtown Ferris wheel but couldn't get it to stay up as usual. Another Sandy reference. Ooh, Kanu Daily saying winds are extremely intense here. Okay, wait, let me scroll back. Where did Kanu say he was? Spur Tree. Okay, Spur Tree. Are you right near Mandeville, Kanu? I believe that's... Okay, so I think Kanu is approximately in this location. And he's reporting right now that the winds are extremely intense where he's at. And as you can see, he is nowhere close to the eye wall. So that just really goes to show you the utter intensity of this massive and historic storm. Literally still a perfect and ideal satellite presentation for a tropical cyclone. SCYMIYE, Zimmy, maybe, is watching from Krakow, Poland. Giovanni R. Dennis has a crazy video. Yes, guys, go to Giovanni R. Dennis on X. He's got a bunch of crazy flooding videos. Kanu Daily says unimaginable. Oh, Hard Pouring says Montego getting rocked now. So here we go. Montego Bay. They're getting closer to the core of the storm. Montego Bay is getting rocked now. Really kind of the same distance away from the eye wall that Mandeville is, but just to the north. Super concerned about Montego Bay. Mariah saying, I'm really hoping there isn't any landslides, but I think I'm being too optimistic. Kingston is feeling the winds. SDC saying this is going to be a humanitarian crisis, and unfortunately, I agree. I honestly don't see how it isn't. Kano confirms he's right below Spurtree Hill, approaching Mandeville. Hard Pouring says, eye appears to be shrinking slightly. That is correct. You're very slightly now starting to see the effects of land interaction. You're going to see that eye cave in, probably completely by the time Melissa has crossed Jamaica. But that's not going to matter because the winds can only die down so fast. Kanu says prayers for Montego Bay. And again, to everyone watching, thank you for tuning in and liking the stream, subscribing and subscribing to our YouTube channel and following us on X, and reposting the stream, sharing it. This has been an absolutely historic day live stream. I honestly never wanted to have. I never wanted to cover a hurricane making landfall at this intensity. Right? I never imagined that below me, right here on the screen, I would have these kinds of values up. 185 miles per hour, 892 millibars to tie the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. Mariah also commenting that Haiti is going to see dangerous flooding as well. Yes, absolutely. And over here in Haiti, they have been getting touched up with some of these outer rain bands. I'm hoping they escape the worst of it, but man, it's just crazy. Again, when you're zooming out, you can see the reason for this last-minute intensification is this arcing outflow. Okay, you see these kind of ruffled clouds, these kind of frilling clouds that are arcing up and above. This is due to a very strong jet interaction to the north of Melissa. That is what has intensified her so quickly here in these last few hours before landfall, bringing her up to this historic intensity. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. Okay, so as we power 5th hour streaming, we are not going anywhere. We are going to continue this live coverage here. I'm going to take a real quick 5-minute break because I've got stuff running low on battery over here. So let me organize this technical stuff here, and I will be right back with our continued coverage here of Hurricane Melissa's catastrophic and record-breaking landfall over Jamaica. All right, we're back here. Got that stuff resolved. Ryan says there's someone live streaming in Montego Bay, so I'm going to look for that too. All right, let's see here. TC Endo saying some girls were live on TikTok stuck in Montego Bay. They just lost connection. Interesting. Welcome back. Oh, man.
A post from @Andy Hazelton. Just landed after an absolutely insane flight with NOAA hurricane hunters into Melissa just before landfall in Jamaica. I was processing the drop Sunday before I went out. When I saw the 219 knot just above the surface, I couldn't believe it. My display only goes to 100 by default. Such a sad situation for residents in its path. Probably will be a swath of tornado-like damage. I think we almost tied a flight level wind record today. Unfortunately, tied the Labor Day hurricane for lowest pressure at landfall in the Atlantic.
There you hear it, Andy Hazelton saying the hurricane hunters may have tied a flight level wind record today. Oh man, this is so unbelievable, guys. Okay, all right. So we need to lock in here on what's happening here. Okay, so oh boy. All right, so Darlington is in the eye now, and so is Newmarket, Bluefields, White House. You are moments away, literally moments away, from getting into the backside of the eye wall. Okay, so White House is about to get crushed for the second time by this extreme Category 5 landfall. By the landfall, but by the eye wall is what I mean to say in that particular circumstance. Oh, if only this wasn't so glitchy. Well, for a couple brief moments there, you could see land through the eye here. But that's still a little bit glitchy, so I'm going to stay over here at Windy. But it's just so crazy, okay, looking at this. I mean, man, it is going right over Jamaica, guys, and it is just destroying everything. Remember, 185-mile-per-hour hurricane, you're talking about total destruction. Yeah, huge flooding in St. Anne, says Anton. Cave Valley, St. Anne, I saw that. Maybe there's more information about that coming out. Let's see if we hear any more about that. But yeah, the flooding in Cave Valley seems to be really bad. Some of the worst we've seen. And obviously a huge emphasis here on exactly what happens to Montego Bay. We're already getting reports from people in Montego Bay that the conditions are getting very intense. My gosh. And it's saying looks like track will go east of Falmouth. I'm not 100% confident on that yet, Anton. Not 100% sold on that yet. We just, at this point, need to kind of now cast and watch. All right, so here, I'm going to bring up... someone had a great graphic here. Let me try to... if I can find it. But somebody had a great graphic here. And I'm going to show you, because originally, Melissa was not supposed to go directly over Montego Bay or even next to it, right? It doesn't have to go over Montego Bay. It's just the western eyewall quadrant. That's all it takes for that to get close and not only exert a lot of wind damage, but also a lot of surge damage there. You can see with the flow of the winds, that onshore push, especially if we skip forward here and you get a situation like this, right, which does seem like a realistic situation. So even here, where the core would go just east of or on top of Montego Bay, the flow of winds would literally be forcing water directly into Montego Bay, which is the biggest city over here. And of course, where the main surge is happening is where we've been talking about Black River. We've heard reports of storm surge there. Obviously White House, obviously Treasure Beach, obviously Alligator Pond. How high that storm surge is, we don't know, but in a vulnerable area, it would probably be in the 20-foot range, you'd have to imagine. But we're watching it closely, so let me find this. This was an excellent graphic here. And I'm going to really start reposting a lot of the damage videos, guys. So if you want to see some of the damage videos we have recorded already, I'll be reposting a lot of them very soon here on my X feed at Backperch Crew. But let me look for this comment because it was pretty good. Okay. What? All right, we just got a brand new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. So now we are seeing weakening immediately after landfall. But still an incredibly intense hurricane because it can only weaken so much. The new advisory from the National Hurricane Center still has this as a sub 900 millibar storm, even though the eye is fully onshore in Jamaica.
Flooding in Spalding and Clarendon in Jamaica right now.
Flooding in Spalding, there is a report. But still sub 900 millibar eye here.
Right now is a terrifying moment for millions of people. The size of the hurricane below dwarfs the size of the nation. Please pray for Jamaica.
Literally dwarfs Jamaica, and that's a great point too. Is that 2.8 million people live on this island? Okay, so this is a very high population center island. But basically, here's the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So winds have come down to 165 miles per hour, really feeling the friction of the mountains of Jamaica. So that makes sense that they lost 20 miles per hour in about an hour's time, right, between that and landfall-ish. But that's normal. That we expect that. That's still extremely powerful. That's still going to destroy most structures that aren't specifically designed to withstand that sort of wind speed. and the pressure is still 899 millibars. That is insane. Still 899 millibars, even though it's fully over land. So, new advisory there from the National Hurricane Center. And there we got that news from Heart Pouring. Anton saying, Spalling, huge flow of water, no rivers near that area. And we just heard that report from Spinney. And I think we have another one coming in here.
Code from the National Hurricane Center. Advisory 29A. Extremely dangerous, Category 5 Melissa crossing western Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge occurring on the island.
Catastrophic winds and flash flooding and storm surge happening across the island. That is what the National Hurricane Center just announced. Liberal Monarchist asking, what's the analysis of the 2 p.m. National Hurricane Center update? And we're discussing that right now. Let's see how much of a shift there's been, if any. What's the direction of motion compared to the last cone? Wow, okay, this is bad news again for Montego Bay. Okay, so the last update here from the National Hurricane Center, still 899 millibars, but very notable is the fact that Melissa is now outside of that forecast cone. So when was the last forecast cone? 11 a.m. Eastern? Yeah. So the last forecast cone was issued at 11 a.m. Eastern, okay? Hurricane Melissa's eye, her exact center, is now outside on the western portion of that cone. Okay, so Melissa is now outside of the cone to the west. So the jog west and north continues, and if she continues on this trajectory, even if she goes more northeast and not due north, we're looking at a potential direct hit on Montego Bay. That is really bad news. All right. Sorry, I was having to confirm that information here. But let me tell you something. So why is this northwestern jog happening? Like, why are we seeing this in real time? Okay? So let me show you why this is happening. And I was speculating on it earlier, but here's a great graphic. Here's a great kind of graphic to illustrate this. Okay, so this is from Peter Forrester. And this is what explains this northwest-west wobble that is potentially putting Montego Bay in line for a direct hit. Okay? So look at here. So here was the landfall location was New Hope White House. Okay, so here's the landfall location. And here's Black River down here. Now you see this big time steep terrain immediately. Like this is not, right? This is lower elevation stuff. But see this big time steep terrain, okay? This has caused a northwest flow, the wobble. Like I said, when powerful hurricanes attempt to make landfall on these very mountainous islands, the terrain can have influence and impact on their direction of movement at the last second. And I agree with Peter with the fact that here is the slant, the flow of these mountains, and this is where the wobble happened. It was more kind of a slide than a wobble, and it was a northwestward slide. I agree that is. I was already speculating that was what's causing it. I was almost sure, and here we go with this topographical map. Really puts it into perspective as of what's happening. So yeah. I don't know what this guy's going on about. But yeah. Oh, and look at this eye. Here, look at this. Here's a radar shot from Andrew Austin Adler. Oh wow. That is a typhoon-like eye wall. Right, guys. That is some big. That is a serious. Anytime you get like the mesovortices, you can see those mesovortices and the reflectivity so uniform and in such a perfect circle. Even in intense hurricanes, that is not always the case. So that's big time right there. And another big time image here from Nick here, showing the visible satellite imagery with all those lightning bolts inside. Anyway, so that's what we're analyzing here, Liberal Monarchist, with the update.
Code from Starlink. For those
Okay, guys, Starlink just announced that their services in Jamaica will be free until the end of November to aid recovery efforts in Jamaica. So that's a little bit of piece of breaking news there. Starlink services in Jamaica and the Bahamas will be free until the end of November to aid in recovery efforts. So liberal monarchists, that is exactly what happened. That is exactly why we've seen the west-northwest shift and why the eye and the eye wall is now closing in on Montego Bay, which is the biggest city on this side of Jamaica. It was because that terrain immediately, that near coastal terrain, caused that slide to the north-northwest because the hurricane was actually feeling those steep mountains. Mariah saying, Clarendon is seeing the worst of it right now. I think there's a literal non-existent river running through the neighborhoods. I'm about to look up Clarendon. Yeah, liberal monarchist. Yeah, so we're going through that. The path analysis is that Melissa is now outside of her 11 a.m. Eastern time cone to the west. To the west. She's outside of the cone now, so that is not good. Someone is live streaming on a Montego Bay resort, and my goodness. So it sounds like it's really intense in Montego Bay. Mona Michelle says they're watching from Las Vegas. Anton saying, yes, the topography has a huge effect. Yep, that's exactly what's happened here. Mariah thinks the storm surge is already rolling into Montego. So let's check those reports here now. But man, what a crazy thing to see that topography and terrain impact Melissa's track in real time and potentially have huge implications for Montego Bay. But again, right now, cannot emphasize enough that you are watching on this satellite image extreme destruction taking place on the ground in Jamaica. We're talking about rainforests and the mountains of Jamaica being potentially flattened, trees stripped of their leaves and snapped in half. And then any towns in there. Any towns in here. And here's Hurricane Melissa's core. Now on shore, right? Here are those steep mountains that caused that slide to the west. And Betheltown. All these little towns, man. I just hope they're prepared and everyone there is safe. Because my goodness. This is stronger than I think any of us realistically imagined. And there are so many little towns in here, guys. It doesn't need to be a major city. I mean, look at how many homes there are. And these homes are likely not going to be built by a standard to survive a Category 5 hurricane. That's true most places. But yeah, like some of these do not look like they're exceptionally well constructed. And that is bad. It's very bad news. So... And you know, again, anywhere where, so like if Melissa's core is here. So look at all these trees and rainforest stuff. I mean, I am really scared to see what comes out of this in the end. Like, how severe is the tree damage, right?
A post from the Prime Minister of Jamaica. The Hurricane Melissa relief website is now operational, rebuilding lives and restoring hope. Hurricane Melissa is a powerful Category 5 storm, posing a serious threat to the lives and livelihoods of Jamaicans. In its aftermath, recovery will take every helping hand. Together, let us stand ready to protect and help families recover, rebuild homes, and restore livelihoods once the storm passes.
I believe that was a statement from the Prime Minister of Jamaica there. All right, I'm checking Clarendon now. Let's see what's going on there. Oh yeah, big time flooding and rain and wind in Clarendon. It looks crazy. From Giovanni R. Dennis. He's who has the original video. Wow. Okay, so I am reposting the massive and dangerous flooding in Clarendon, Jamaica. Okay, so this is freshwater flooding. Clarendon is over here in this area, I believe. So this is so what they're seeing over there is freshwater flooding from extreme rainfall. Definitely seeing that from the central dense overcast and hurricane conditions, hurricane-like conditions as well, even though they're not getting the eye wall and the worst of the rains. Looks like people are they've got links to Montego Bay live streams. Oh, Mariah, yeah, it's a crazy scene. Nobody's talking about the animals enough for me, though. Oh, no, absolutely. This at the beginning of when we realized this was going to be a historic Category 5 landfall of the upper magnitudes. Yes, it's not just the human infrastructure that is getting destroyed and decimated here. Once you go to this high level Category 5, you're talking about the natural environment. We saw situations during Hurricane Irma in 2017 when she was hitting all those Caribbean islands at almost this exact same intensity, right, 180 miles per hour, where certain endemic species to those islands, they were only found on those islands, actually had their populations threatened because basically their whole habitats were wiped off the map. Remember Irma going through all these islands and stripping them of their vegetation, just completely decimating the natural habitat. So yeah, absolutely, the wildlife is in deep trouble too, where this tracks through. Again, it's the parallel. Like when I went to visit that flood damage in the hill country of Texas, there were deer tangled up, a wild deer tangled up in the debris on the side of the river, and that's when I was realized that that's how violent that flood was in central Texas. Because if the deer couldn't escape it, if the deer couldn't hear it was coming, then how would you have? Kanu Daily saying he's seeing social media posts of flooding in Santa Cruz as well. Absolutely, Mariah. %, agree on that. Oh yeah, it was horrible. I won't verge off on it too much, but the aftermath of those July 4th floods in Texas were nothing short of horrific. And you really couldn't get a scale for how insane that flooding was until you went there, until you saw what had happened to the trees. These huge trees had their bark completely stripped off. You know, you're talking about trees like this thick in diameter, and they're bent over at 90-degree angles, literally snapped, but not like cleanly, you know, they're kind of just bent and broken and facing the ground at 90-degree angles. Like, you can't understand the power of a river flood truly until you see something like that. Let's look at Spalding. What's going on in Spalding? Oh, Spalding in Clarendon. Oh, yeah, my mistake. Yeah, that's all the same. Oh boy. Yeah, the whole Camp Mystic thing, that I can't even talk about it. That was so horrible too, because I grew up around there, and so to see that, and I literally, like, I grew up fishing on that river, and then the remnants of Tropical Storm Barry, the second named storm of this hurricane season, combined with a mesoscale convective vortex over central Texas and dumped incredible amounts of rain in the middle of the night. So, people were asleep. They didn't get warning in the middle of the night, and they dumped, and that mesoscale convective vortex and the remnant moisture of Tropical Storm Barry dumped huge amounts of rain in the worst possible spot over the headwaters of the Guadalupe River and sent this massive 30 to 40 foot, like a literal inland tsunami, a flood wave, down the Guadalupe River and just wiped out everything even remotely close to the banks. It was awful. Heart pouring, says Montego Bay wind ramping up right now. Santa Cruz, huge torrent of water. Oh, wow. Oh, man. This is not good, guys. Not good at all. Okay, we have a video from Ella Dorsey about 40-ish minutes ago of the flooding in Santa Cruz, Jamaica, in the mountains, inland from where Melissa's making landfall. Population over 10,000 people, and I'm looking at violent and rushing floodwaters going by at a very fast pace. I do not like that look at all, and that is kind of exactly what we were fearing. Exactly what we didn't want to see. So this is not good. Mountain flooding is occurring in Santa Cruz. And then there's oh yeah. It's not good in Santa Cruz.
According to CNN, Melissa is so powerful it will reshape Jamaica for years to come, could trigger a humanitarian crisis, a disaster. Jamaica has never taken a hit from a Category 5, with a UN agency describing it as the storm of the century.
A UN agency has described this as the storm of the century. Oh my God. Kanu has, at Spurtree Hill, Manchester, no power, but he has mobile data. Anton noting that Santa Cruz is at 3,000 foot elevation. Yeah, and some serious flooding is ongoing there. Right, I just saw it. Yeah, I'm reposting all this here on my X feed. I don't like the looks of the inland flooding that's coming in. These early videos are not good because there is still hours and hours of rainfall to come, but this is exactly what the National Hurricane Center was warning about. When we're looking at these rainfall potentials in Jamaica here, with the massive bullseye of 20 to 30 plus inches here, where the main core is going through, but then even for most of the island, 12 to 16 inches, that's easily enough rain to cause devastating floods. I'm not liking the looks of this. Because what happens is when you have mountains this rugged and this tall and like this, what happens is you get something called orographic lift, which is where the convection and the thunderstorms of the hurricane get wrung out by the mountains like a wet towel. Okay, so that makes the rainfall rates even more torrential. Okay, so and the more rain you have in a shorter amount of time, the more likely you are to get flooding and landslides. Look at the eye. The eye is still well defined, but also kind of clouding over now that there is some weakening. So we're probably above 900 millibars again at this point. We're getting close to it. Oh man, but and this is so surreal too, seeing this eye rip across the mountains here. As Melissa heads inland. So that eye is still pretty open, not as clear as before. But that eye wall is still churning with catastrophic force over Jamaica. This is the worst possible situation we could have imagined. So I'm going to wait for that to stop being so annoying and glitchy. And so we're going to stick with windy here. Look at the lightning bolt still ongoing near the core. Even as the core is dying, it's throwing out all this lightning activity. Wow. Okay, so if you guys didn't see it earlier, I showed it in the live stream, but I'm going to show it again here. If you're new here and watching, just joining us. So here's a real quick look at some of the pictures of Hurricane Melissa's eye. I believe this was today. And would you just look at that? So this was Melissa's eye before landfall. This is from the Hurricane Hunters. Literally jaw-dropping, just absolutely staggering to see this kind of view. I mean, how about this picture right here? You can see the sea, you can see the ocean surface and the clear blue. So the blue of the Caribbean Sea and the blue of the sky. And again, that's that extreme force of sinking air that is causing that interior of the eye to be very dry and warm, which is evaporating all the clouds in there essentially. And I mean, this is just the most, it does not get more extreme than this. It's insane. And it's that sinking force of pressure that's cutting such a crisp view of the eye. It's just ridiculous. I mean, look at this. This is right before the Hurricane Hunters re-entered the eye. My goodness. Another one showing the blue sky and the ocean surface. It's just insane. And how about this one with the sun shining through? These all from Tropical Cowboy of Danger, Flynonymous WX. Goodness gracious. So that was right before landfall here. Anton says Graven Hill, Clarendon. Okay, we're going to have to check that out. Liberal Monarchist says there's so much undiscovered fauna and flora in Cockpit County with the karst topography. Mariah says the sound of the storm is terrifying. Heart Pouring says I have to leave for physical therapy. Thank you for covering this. Feels like the flooding is Chimney Rock, North Carolina from Helene looming in the wake of Melissa. Lord Jesus, thank you for your protection. Thank you for watching Heart Pouring. Oh, wow. Look at this report from Mariah. It's so loud. People are saying it's painful to the ears. The pressure is painful and everything is loud. Yeah, so what happens when you get upper end tropical cyclones with pressures as extreme as this is that if you actually get into the eye, it's going to be extremely painful on your ears. That is how sudden and drastically lower the pressure is in an ultra violent Category 5 like this. Mariah says she's never seen anything like it. Mariah also speculating, I wonder how much damage this is doing to the mountains and wildlife and just the nature of it all. I am too, and the first thing I'm going to be looking at in the aftermath, I'm going to be looking at a lot of things, but the first thing I'm going to be looking at least with satellite imagery, is to see like what happened to the vegetation here, because this is, and here's cockpit country that Liberal Monarchist was talking about. Look at how much, oh my goodness. Look at how much wildlife there would be there. But right now the eye is tracking across this area, and the eye wall, the core of strongest winds. And again, with elevation, the winds can actually grow stronger. Probably still with the elevation, you could get gusts well in excess of 180, 190 miles per hour still. So with that, you would see extreme vegetative destruction to the natural flora and fauna. As I've said, trees stripped of their leaves, vegetation mangled and destroyed. Trees, probably close to the landfall location, trees snapped like toothpicks. The branches just completely broken off in every direction, so it's just like a skeleton of a tree with splintered branches everywhere. Like I was talking about earlier, Hurricane Irma actually put several endemic species on some of those Caribbean islands in the Antilles in danger because she destroyed their habitat so badly. Hard Pouring with one more message saying, also confirmation of 25,000 tourists stuck in Montego Bay. Man, what are you doing being a tourist right now in the middle of the most powerful hurricane we've ever seen hit a piece of land literally this century? This is not the time to be a tourist. Kanu says he's keeping safe and warm. That's good. So surreal seeing that eye next to the word Jamaica. Jamaica has been brought to its knees today, guys. Jamaica has been brought to its knees. Anton says, in the mountain areas, the roads become rivers. Yep. Fast Eagle. By the way, Fast Eagle has been like the greatest, just a great commentator here on these streams. So shout out to you, Fast Eagle. You are awesome. And, asking everyone and making sure they're safe. That is so cool of you. So shout out to Fast Eagle. Awesome commentator here on our live streams for Hurricane Melissa. Right, yes. So the pressure being, oh, looks, okay, an update's coming in here. But yes, the pressure being 890 millibars is exactly why it's so painful. It's basically an extreme version of going on an airplane, maybe for like the first time or one of the first few times, or if you have like ear problems and you can get incredibly painful pressure in your eardrums when you take off on a plane. It's like an extreme version of that. We saw a lot of that with Dorian.
Vortex WX. Melissa's eyewall is moving in towards St. James and Trelawney parishes in Jamaica. If you're there, including Montego Bay, Darlington, and Falmouth, remain sheltered from extreme winds. This is still a life-threatening situation.
Still a life-threatening situation. You heard it there. Montego Bay, stay in your shelters, whatever you do. But yeah, and you know what? What I'm really interested in is the reports and the stories from the people that we're going to get here in the aftermath of Melissa, because the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, like I've stressed, was 90 years ago. Okay? So we don't have modern reporting and descriptions of what it was like to be in that eye, okay? Well, we know people got in the eye of Melissa as she made landfall. I mean, I think a storm chaser, I think Morgerman may have gotten into the eye. If he did, hopefully he recorded the pressure on the surface. That's going to be really, really helpful to knowing, exactly the situation. But we are going to get detailed modern day reports of what an 892 millibar hurricane is like. Okay, I mean, this is just beyond crazy town. It just is absolutely unprecedented in the modern era. Yeah, so much less terrain. That is probably getting just destroyed. Also, another thing that can happen with extremely powerful Category 5s is that because they're coming off the ocean and because their winds are so extreme, they can actually carry saltwater mist. Okay, so literally saltwater can be elevated in the storm's winds and rain, and that saltwater mist can also aid in like the destruction of the flora and fauna of an area. You're literally carrying saltwater from the ocean and just spraying it and dumping it over all sorts of vegetation. And obviously...
Tourism Minister in Jamaica confirms 25,000 tourists are stuck in Montego Bay. Post from @PetXWX.
Prime Minister confirming 25,000 tourists are stuck in Montego Bay. But yeah, like you can actually get a situation where you have salt water burns, okay? You're depositing a bunch of ocean water across all this vegetation, and plants don't really take that very well. So that also can contribute, not in like a major way, in a much minor way compared to just the physical wind stripping the trees and destroying everything. But that too can aid in what's called the browning effect, which we saw extensively with Hurricane Irma. We saw it, of course, with Hurricane Dorian hitting Abaco Island in the Bahamas. And earlier this year, not that long ago actually, Super Typhoon Regasa out in the West Pacific made landfall across the Babayan Islands of the Philippines. And again, same situation. Regasa had winds of about 175, 180, not as intense as this, I don't think, but close. And same thing, the lush tropical vegetation on those Babayan Islands was browned and completely stripped away. Now, in this case, obviously Melissa is a much bigger deal because even though their pressures, Regasa probably had a pressure similar to 892 millibars as well, Officially, it was a little bit higher than that, but they don't have recon in the West Pacific. So I think it was likely around the same intensity as Melissa here. So, like twice now in the world in the last month or so, we've had 2 landfalls that are basically the same intensity. But the thing is, in the Babayan Islands in the Philippines, very few people live there. It's like a couple thousand. And the couple thousand people who do live there, they live like in concrete bunkhouses, okay? Like something you would see in World War II. All right, so and those types of structures are going to survive even some of the most ferocious hurricane winds. The situation in Jamaica is much different, though. There are many homes that are not capable of withstanding Category 5 winds. And of course, the population of this island is 2.8 million people. So this is a completely different magnitude of situation than Super Typhoon Regasa back in September. Fast Eagle saying, I've been chatting with a lot of Jamaicans through this, doing my best to advise the ones who needed help with info. I had 2 Jamaican roommates in South Florida, and I've visited your country. Okay, so Transit Miguel 747 is asking if we have any information on storm surge. I believe there were some reports of storms, but let me look here. Another report coming in. Another update from Spinny here. What do you have for us, Spinny?
Post from Alcoholic. Melissa made landfall about an hour and a half ago, and it is still a Category 5 hurricane.
Okay, I do have some news on storm surge flooding. It does appear we do have a video. I don't know the timestamp exactly. It was posted at 1:42 p.m. Eastern, or 12:40. Yeah, 1:42 p.m. Eastern time. So not that long ago. Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth Parish, Jamaica. It appears to show significant storm surge damage, although it's kind of a weird isolated area. I'm not sure when the video was taken. Whether was it in the eye? I'm not sure. So the reports of storm surge are a little light here at the moment. We do have a lot of reports of wind damage here early going, but also it's, it wouldn't be that unusual if we didn't have a ton of word where the worst impacted areas, like what happened to them, because they're cut off right now, literally cut off. Anton says, again, the topography could force the storm to downslope to Montego Bay. Well, look at Montego Bay. I mean, Cambridge now just got crushed by the eye wall, and they are now in the eye directly. of Hurricane Melissa, the eye, which is still relatively open, even though it's caving in now, as expected, right? Still a Category 5 hurricane, though, or at least a high-end Category 4, still extremely powerful, very destructive. The eye wall is very, very close to Montego Bay now, frighteningly close, and storm surge inundation could be ongoing there. Can't know for sure, though. Can't know for sure. Mariah saying there's been little to no visibility in Montego Bay. Connor saying he has a small generator and also a vehicle. Parker is saying 25,000 tourists about to get hit by the Eye-Man. It's possible. Connor reporting where he is. Can't see much destruction here. Only small trees nearby have fallen and broken, so that's good. Anton saying, please pull up a topography map. And there we go. There's a topography map right here. And again, what exactly happened at the point of landfall was as Melissa came in right here. You see these yellow areas of mountains right here. So the slope of these mountains as the hurricane's eye wall came in and started to feel this kind of blocking force. Not enough blocking force to literally stop the hurricane, of course, but the system still felt it. They still felt these very tall mountains, which are pretty tall for Jamaica. So that's why we saw the northwest wobble this way, because they started to trend the system up this way. Okay, so now she's going over these mountains, and again, higher mountains here. Could that cause a further north shift? Obviously, Montego Bay is right here. It remains to be seen, but it's definitely getting unsettlingly close, that core of strongest winds, to Montego Bay. Mariah saying footage coming in from the aftermath of Treasure Beach. That makes sense, though, because look, Treasure Beach. Look, let's stop and rewind this, though. Let's remember this, okay? Look, here was peak intensity right there, and that was the point of landfall at pretty much exactly noon, okay? And so there was all that lightning activity, okay? But this is the closest right here, 3 hours and 46 minutes ago. This is the absolute closest Treasure Beach got to the eye wall, and I'm not sure they were actually in the eye wall. I mean, it's close. It's very, very close. They either skimmed it or didn't get in it at all, and so any wind damage and surge damage in Treasure Beach is going to be from just outside of the eye wall, so not even in the core of strongest winds. Here's the eye now, and here it was during closest approach to Treasure Beach. So as you can see, the worst surge by far, and I am really, really concerned about what we could see in Black River. Again, look at the angle that this came in, okay? Came in at a fairly perpendicular level to, not over here, right? So surge may have been relatively minimized in the White House area because the angle of a hurricane's landfall matters a ton when we're talking about storm surge, okay? The more parallel, the lower angle of a landfall you get, the less storm surge is able to build and flow onshore. But the more perpendicular, or in other words, the closer to a 90-degree angle at landfall you get for storm surge, that maximizes the potential for the potential saltwater inundation, okay? So right here, boom, this area right here, because it juts out like this, because it has that bowl shape, and because the winds in the eastern eye wall, literally, here's the strongest winds right here, literally pushing directly into Black River. Now, I don't know how exactly surge vulnerable this area is, and storm surge is kind of a funny thing. It varies a lot. Sometimes you're like, oh, that has to be huge storm surge, and then it just isn't, and that's sometimes just how it goes. And hopefully, we're hoping that it wasn't somehow. But man, it just is so bad seeing this the way this Black River area juts out, and the fact that Melissa's eastern eye wall, which oftentimes is the most powerful part of the storm, came right in at a perpendicular angle, literally couldn't have come in at a better angle to force saltwater storm surge into the Black River area. Okay, Treasure Beach, on the other hand, is nowhere near. Even though they got relatively close to the eye wall, maybe they skimmed it. The surge, at least the surge potential in Treasure Beach, would be nowhere close to the surge potential in Black River. When you look at that's how the progression went, right there. But so we are seeing some damage aftermath shots of Treasure Beach. Yeah, it's not good for the farmers if they have their farms destroyed. The eye continues to contract and fill in and weaken, but that is as you would expect. New update coming in. I think we're going to get a report here. There we go.
Weather monitors. Current visuals show that conditions are not good in Mandeville, Manchester, Jamaica, as Hurricane Melissa moves through.
Okay, what's going on in Mandeville? It says superb live streaming. Well done, man. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Oh, Bobby Perry is back. Welcome back, Bobby. Fast Eagle commenting, it's something you have to experience truly to truly understand, Kanu. I've been through 3 of them. Even a direct hit from a tropical storm is crazy. Yeah, I have not been through. I have not been through the core of a hurricane before. The closest I came was I was really young, and it was Category 1. It was a Hurricane Umberto, not the one this year, the one back in 2009. And then I had to evacuate when I was a little kid with my family from several major hurricanes, including Rita in 2005, Ike in 2008, Gustav as well. Okay, so this is where it came up. So Mariah commenting, Beryl already took banana and plantation crops last year, and now this. So I'm glad Mariah brought up Beryl, because here... So let me show you the difference of Melissa to Beryl last year, okay? So we were talking about how Jamaica, I think we got so caught up in the fact that now Melissa completely overachieved and became the strongest, most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane in recorded history, okay? But she didn't need to do that. If she made landfall at Cat 5 intensity or even just at Cat 4 intensity, she already would have been an unprecedented storm for Jamaica in modern history, because Jamaica, they have not gotten hit with that many major hurricanes. I think part of the reason of that is because they're kind of narrow, the shape of the island. And because of that, a lot of hurricanes tend to pass either north or south. Come on. Ah! Okay, well, that's showing more storm. Okay, there we go. All right, so here is a list before today of major hurricanes that have made landfall in Jamaica since 1851. This is the official NOAA database. And the last storm to do so was also the strongest to do so on record, and that was Gilbert in 1988. And Gilbert made landfall as a high-end Category 3 hurricane and was devastating for Jamaica, caused 19 feet of storm surge, like something like 500,000 people were left homeless, and over 40 fatalities, okay? But in terms of...
From at Jamaica Observer, a rescue operation is underway along Ward Avenue in Mandeville, where firefighters are working to save individuals trapped inside a flooded home as Hurricane Melissa continues to batter the parish. Strong winds and persistent rain have left several communities anxious, with emergency crews racing to assist those stranded by the rising waters.
Okay, there you go, guys. Rescue operations underway in Mandeville.
By Admiral Hawk. This is Mandeville, Manchester, and Jamaica at this moment. The flooding looks catastrophic, and it's just the beginning.
Oh my god. Okay, guys. You're hearing the reports there. Catastrophic flooding in Mandeville. Let me look at what's going on here. Also looking at serious flooding in St. Mary, Jamaica. Oh, wow. Big time flooding happening in Santa Cruz. Okay, guys. Mandeville. Really, really bad flooding. Okay, here we go. This is... Oh my gosh, this is exactly what we didn't want to see. Okay, this is the beginning of massive flash flooding in the mountains. This is really bad. Okay, I just reposted it to my X feed. Mandeville, major and fast-moving floodwaters from heavy inland rainfall in the mountains. Okay, so before we go to that, to finish covering here about the historical precedent. Gilbert, 37 years ago, the last major hurricane to make landfall in Jamaica. They've had several storms since, more powerful. They've had several major hurricanes that proved to be significant and damaging impacts. But a key fact about them is that they all missed. They came very close, but they all missed, okay? So here was Beryl. Okay, this satellite loop is Hurricane Beryl of last year. And look at, as she comes in, she gets very close. The eye wall touches the southern coast of Jamaica, but she did not make a direct landfall. Also, even though Beryl was a Category 4 here, because she was getting shredded apart by wind shear at the time, certainly not the most powerful Category 4 you would see in a time. That was pretty messy. I remember live streaming for that too. It was one of the first live streams we did. I did as Back Perch Weather, about 8 or 9 hours or so, and so I remember that impact well. And that was significant for Jamaica, but the eye never crossed shore. There was hardly an eye even to discern. Okay. Now this is Gilbert. Okay, so this is the loop of Gilbert, right? Until today, this was the last major hurricane to make landfall over Jamaica. This was Gilbert in 1988, 37 years ago. So there you can see a very big and formidable Category 3 directly crossing over the entirety of the island. And then they had some close calls. Here was September 2024. This was Ivan, okay? Hurricane Ivan would have been a disastrous landfall, but he did not strike the island directly. He missed just off to the south. The eye wall got on shore on the southernmost tip of Jamaica there just a little bit and caused some very severe damage. And then Dean in 2007 here, a loop of Jamaica, did the same. So Jamaica, despite being an island in the Caribbean, despite being in Hurricane Alley, has had a lot of close calls since Gilbert. Okay, but a close call and a scraping like you're seeing here with Dean and Ivan and Beryl, that is much, much different than a direct landfall. Okay, a direct landfall is a completely different type of impact. So this was already going to be unprecedented for Jamaica, whether or not, or I guess not whether or not, but without Melissa going to all the way to like, oh, the most intense hurricane of all time. Like, this is crazy, guys. Most intense landfalling hurricane of all time. It was already going to be unprecedented. But anyway, now back to the real-time information. Quentin Fells says he wants to see the info bars from Windy, please. The info bars. What do you mean by that? The ISO bars, you mean? Yeah, I can do ISO bars. If you mean ISO lines of pressure. Is that what you mean? I usually don't turn them on Windy because they're very generic. I mean, it's showing... this is not for you... The ISO lines in Windy are not used for... hurricanes generally. They're just kind of for generic atmospheric patterns, and as you can see, obviously this is not a 961 millibar system. Or maybe you just mean the pressure? The pressure gauge again? Yeah, we can do that. Montego Bay definitely getting that onshore push there too, so I'm interested to see what's happening there. But anyway, Quentin Fells saying Treasure Beach was 200 kilometer per hour winds like Montego Bay now. Fast Eagle saying she doesn't trust those numbers. Anton asking what's the sea temp on the north side of the island. Oh, that's just general temperatures. Okay, here's sea temperature. So on the north side of the island, it's almost as warm as the south side. Mid 80s, 85, 86 degrees Fahrenheit generally. But it's not really the water temperature that's the big delineating factor after Melissa clears Jamaica and heads off for Cuba. It's just that she's not going to have a whole lot of time there. But hey, I mean, I've seen crazy things happen. I just don't know how much, if any, re-intensification there's going to be before landfall in Cuba. And she just doesn't hit Cuba with the immense leftover strength she has. Also, this is only showing sea surface temperature. This is not displaying the oceanic heat content, and that's a big difference because oceanic heat content is much different than sea surface temperatures, okay? SSTs are just showing you, like that map there, are just showing you what the temperatures are at the surface. It's not telling you how deep those warm waters go. Mariah saying her upgrade to the worst ever is truly stunning. I was not ready for that at all. And that's a perfect way to put it, yeah. Our wind's still 165. We're about to get a new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center, so let's see. Not in yet. I mean, we should get a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center maybe within the next 2 minutes, unless they decide not to do one, I suppose. But I would imagine they would do it because we've got a hurricane over land. When if a new advisory updating the wind speed comes in, it's probably lower than 165, Mariah. Yeah, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. Bonyfinger's asking, Harbor's Bays concentrate the waves. Jutting out land would make for less concentrated waves, right? Well, I'm not really talking about the concentration of waves, but here you can see we're going to do wave heights anyway, and obviously you can see off Montego Bay, 25 feet or 7.6 meters, so big time waves on the north side of Jamaica. Obviously, I think they were probably higher than just 17 feet here during the peak of the storm when Melissa was rolling through. But what I'm talking about with the jutting out part is the perpendicular angle to landfall, which maximizes storm surge. So when I back up the loop of landfall, and by the way, just how crazy was that you had all that lightning throughout the eye wall that was going on during the time of landfall. But when I back this up, the reason that this jutting out amplifies the storm surge is because of the perpendicular angle of landfall, where you get the eastern eye wall directly pushing water onshore, and then it's kind of a bowl shape too. So that would help further maximize it as well. See, the thing is, if the eastern eye wall had come in over here, like near White House, yeah, you probably might have gotten bad surge, but because of the lower angle, the waves are going to be more inclined to move parallel with the coast and not necessarily have their only direction be going on shore and causing actual storm surge flooding. So that's why this jutting out matters and increases storm surge rather than decreasing it. GC asking, is there a chance this can intensify again in between Jamaica and Cuba? Well, I'm sure there's a chance. I just don't think it's terribly likely. But again, we'll be watching that very closely. I think the core disruption from Jamaica will be significant enough that Melissa's going to have just a hard time just maintaining intensity. And she's not going to be moving super. If she was moving as slowly as she was south of Jamaica, then yeah, I'd say Eastern Cuba is in big trouble. But because she's and they might still be in big trouble too. This is going to be a major impact for Eastern Cuba. But because she's accelerating and moving faster, you're not likely to see that super significant re-intensification. Mariah saying Cat 3s are terrible and do immense damage at Cat 5 with these winds. Total cataclysm. Cataclysm. And here we go. All right, new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center, and unbelievably, this is still a Cat 5. Wow. Okay, Hurricane Melissa is still a Category 5, winds at 160 miles per hour, and the pressure in the eye, even though it's caving in, is still extraordinarily intense, still at 906 millibars. So there we go, new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. Let me post that update here real quick. So I'm real quick posting that update here. So breaking news, guys. Still a Category 5. Melissa's still a Category 5. Still a Category 5 inland over Jamaica. Catastrophic damage ongoing.
Statement from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Melissa tropical cyclone update, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge ongoing in Jamaica. Remain sheltered in your safe place. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should not leave their shelter and should remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls as possible between you and the outside.
Finishing posting this update here, guys. Bear with me.
Post from at Cody Alcorn. Update. A group just called me from Rio Regai in Montego Bay. They told me parts of buildings are flying past their balcony.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. Okay, so there's that update there. So I got that covered here. Okay, so devastating flash flooding here being reported out of Mandeville, Jamaica. If you're just tuning in to Back Perch Weather's live coverage, continued live coverage of Hurricane Melissa's
Post from Volcanic. Serious flooding in St. Mary, Jamaica.
If you're just joining us for Back Perch Weather's continued live coverage of Hurricane Melissa's unprecedented landfall over Jamaica, we saw landfall occur when the storm had 185 mile per hour winds and an 892 millibar pressure, tying her with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the most intense landfalling and the strongest landfalling hurricane ever recorded in all the years of 100 plus years of history. We have well documented storms here in the Atlantic Basin, and as of the latest advisory just 15 minutes ago, the National Hurricane Center is reporting that Melissa is still a Category 5, a catastrophic Category 5 hurricane inland over Jamaica with extreme winds of 160 miles per hour, 906 millibar pressure. Okay, they're urging people, if they get in the eye, if they're in the direct path of Melissa, that whatever they do, do not leave their shelters during the calm of the eye, because 160 mile per hour winds, which are deadly if you are not in a very safe space, okay? Though you cannot underestimate how strong 160 mile per hour sustained winds are, and they are unsurvivable if you are caught out in the open at the wrong place at the wrong time. Also, since their cloud cover is caving in towards the eye due to the land interaction, due to Melissa moving over Jamaica, it could become a little bit harder to tell when the eye wall is coming because the sky is all gray now. So it's still going to be a calm period and a ferocious period of winds, but it could be harder to tell now when that backside of the eye wall is coming. So whatever you do, don't leave your shelter during the calm of the eye. And above all, stay safe here during the remaining few hours. But it's looking so bad, and we're getting major reporting of huge floods, huge freshwater flash flooding in the mountains near and around Mandeville, Jamaica, which is over here. So Mandeville did not get hit with the eye wall, but we have reports of major flooding coming in. Still tons of rain to come for the island of Jamaica. The worst fears are being realized. This was a maximum intensity storm, an upper echelon tropical cyclone, really maximum potential intensity any storm could have become in this part of the world, in the Caribbean Sea. So likely extreme, incomprehensible levels of damage where the eye wall tracked directly over, where the eye wall is still tracking over, getting ominously close now to Montego Bay. But also it's the rainfall that really is bringing the most concern. 12 to 16, 20 to 30 inches even in the mountainous areas of Jamaica. Flash flooding, mudslides, all of that is on the table, and all of that is ongoing. Mariah commenting, OMG houses are submerged in Mandeville. Liberal monarchist, it seems to be moving faster now. What areas is it over right now? So let's see. It's going to become less obvious now that the satellite imagery is caving in. But Anchovy, the eye wall is getting ominously close there. Maybe a little bit of an eastern shift now in these last few satellite frames of the core. So maybe we are going to see the strongest winds go a little bit east of Montego Bay. That would be good for them, but overall just a very ugly situation. Right now the core is directly over Cambridge and potentially kind of shifting east a little bit. Unorthodox Raj says, is Melissa weakening? Yes, she is, but not. She can only weaken so fast. So yeah, the mountainous terrain of Jamaica is rapidly or relatively rapidly weakening her. Because of course, right, tropical cyclones cannot sustain their intensity traveling over this big rough piece of land that is Jamaica. But she's still 2 hours after, because her landfall initially was so historically strong, right? Because she was a 185 mile per hour hurricane at landfall. Even now, 2 hours later, Yikes. I don't mean to keep bumping that. Even 2 hours later, though, despite the eye caving in, her winds are still raging at 160 miles per hour, and that is an extremely deadly wind speed. If you do not have shelter, that is still wind speed that can snap trees and lead to defoliation. Mariah's saying all she can do is cry. St. Thomas is going through it. Fast Eagle asking, Backperch, have you been through a meteorology program? You're a great man. You're a super cool dude. Also, I do hope you come back more after this. Thank you so much, Fast Eagle. You are pretty cool yourself. You've been a great commentator here, commenter here on these live streams. Super awesome. And yes, we will be coming back after this for sure. I mean, we're going to be coming back really soon, actually, for the Cuba landfall after this. But hopefully not like as dire situation in Cuba, but it still could be super, super serious, right? So that's why we're going live for it, because Melissa is a multi-island disaster unfolding in real time. So this is nowhere close to over. Even for Jamaica, it's nowhere close to over, right? The rainfall, that central dense overcast, the torrential rain underneath those cloud tops is still pouring down, and the flooding is only just now really beginning to take hold, and so it's all very, very concerning. So yeah, there will be more live streams to come for sure. Mariah saying Gilbert looks tiny compared to Melissa, OMG, and this is referring to this over here, this satellite loop of Gilbert. Back in 1988, this was the last time a major hurricane has made landfall over Jamaica. Gilbert was also the strongest as a 125 mile per hour Category 3. And of course, Melissa, much, much stronger. Okay. We got a new report coming in, I think. Yes. Okay. Oh, gosh. Bobby Perry commenting, Ivan ripped the tar roof off a strip mall I was staying at with my dog, Bailey, in Fort Walton Beach, Florida.
A post from @Jamaica Gleaner. A roof was completely torn off a building at a section of a Savannah Lamar Public General Hospital due to the passage of Hurricane Melissa. The system made landfall earlier today near Hope District, Westmore, Jamaica.
Wow. Okay. Bobby bringing up Hurricane Ivan when we can do that track here real quick. Just for, you know, some more context. So here was Ivan again. So this was Ivan passing by Jamaica. Ivan was a major storm for Jamaica, even though he did not make a direct landfall. Obviously, anything you saw with Ivan is going to be dwarfed, unfortunately, by the damage that Melissa's causing here today, right now. But here was Ivan's pass by Jamaica back in 2004. And then here was his track. So he passed by Jamaica as a very powerful, very intense Category 4 hurricane. But as you can see, even though the eye wall kind of touched these areas in the south, the eye stayed offshore and they avoided a direct landfall, fortunately, for Jamaica. But then, of course, Ivan went on, other than this crazy loop-de-loop track, to make a Category 3 landfall in Alabama, but with the Florida Panhandle actually taking some of the worst of the damage there with Ivan because they were on the eastern side, the dirty side of the storm where the surge was coming in. Oh, let's see here. Okay, all natural homesteaders saying Starship Adventures is using your copyrighted video and is selling it to make money. Sue him. He's stealing from you. He's made 10 grand in just a few hours from your videos. Okay, I don't know who. I don't know who Starship Adventures is. I don't know if you mean by my videos like this stream here. I don't know. Someone restreaming the stream. In any case, I don't really mind all that much because, first of all, I'm not a storm chaser. I'm not in the field, right? So, you know, I'm like, trying to break down this analysis here for sure. But these websites I'm using, like Windy is a website you can go to yourself. Radarscope is an app you can download. So I don't own these. I'm just using them. So I'm not sure if I'd have a case. But I don't know. I guess I'll look at who Starship Adventures is. But there are worse things. Mariah is saying Santa Cruz and the entirety of the St. Elizabeth Parish is seeing immense flooding. That is not good. St. Elizabeth Parish is where some of the worst impacts for sure have come, not just from the eyewall landfall, but obviously from the flooding too. Oh yeah, and I think that's what Spinney reported there a few moments ago, that the roof of some Montego Bay resorts have begun to come off. Need to repost more of these damaged videos, and I'll get to that after doing some of these comments. Starship is using backwards footage. Can you send a link, please? Yeah, again, if that's happening, I don't really have much of a case. And if he wants, whoever he is, if he is restreaming my stream, then, I'm here, right? I've got my back perch weather stuff. I've got my Twitter @X handle here. So if someone's restreaming my stream to some degree, I'm not sure I mind that much. Because I'm not out there getting footage. Mona Michelle asking, is Melissa still moving at 7 miles per hour? We'll check that with the latest advisory. Probably moving a little bit faster. Oh, just barely. North-northeast at 8 miles per hour. So this is even though she's accelerated, Melissa has off her 3 to 5 mile per hour crawl south of Jamaica and the Caribbean, she's still moving at a very slow 7 to 8 miles per hour. And this is prolonging all the impacts and a big reason why we're seeing major flooding take place. Transit Miguel, 747, 906 M-bar, 160 mile per hour, 3 p.m. update. Anton saying structural coastal damage on north coast. Oh, there you go. Transit Miguel telling them the speed. Liberal monarchist saying praying hard for Montego Bay. Also asking, is the eye shrinking? Well, yeah. Technically the eye is shrinking. Yes. Mostly it's the clouds caving in. Here on this infrared satellite imagery, even though it's annoyingly, obnoxiously jittery, you can still clearly see where the eye is. So it's not that it's shrinking, it's just, it's weakening, right? It's been cut off from its source, and now the extreme friction of Jamaica's mountains is kind of tearing the structure apart. But to completely tear it apart, it would have to, make land on a continental scale, and of course Jamaica is not a continent, so that's why Melissa is going to survive to some capacity and retain a pretty intense structure into Cuba. Vast Seagull, it's looking like a northeast shift. Anson talking about some of these locations. Yeah, I'm gonna look these up here in a second. Mariah says everything has gone down in Montego Bay, not buildings, but communications. Okay, so we're losing communications in Montego Bay. They pretty much look like they might be getting into the eye wall, guys. Montego Bay might be getting into the eye wall. And now we're going to have a new report here from Spinney. Mariah reporting, we have been evacuated to a stairwell. Trees are flying, live wires everywhere. The roof has come off. That is from a tourist in Jamaica. Wow. Not good. Roofs are off. Connor says, surrounded by so much warm water, Melissa seems unpredictable. Yeah, that's true.
Post from @ClaneH. Hurricane Melissa is reaching Montego Bay in western Jamaica with its strongest winds within the eyewall. It's moving north-northeast at 13 kilometers per hour, expected to move offshore northwest Jamaica in the coming hours. Bands of heavy rains will continue, even as Melissa takes aim at East Cuba tonight.
Oh, man. Okay, not good, guys. Not good. Montego Bay looks like they're getting hit with the eye wall right now. Could still be a Category 5 strength eye wall. Maybe not necessarily in all quadrants, so it doesn't mean Category 5 damage is ongoing in Montego, but it sounds pretty serious. Now, this next question, building off of what Kanu said, can the eye regain its structure and the storm gain strength again when it gets back over the ocean before hitting Cuba? Like I said, I don't feel like it's terribly likely that Melissa is going to re-strengthen before hitting Cuba, at least not all that much. We will see. I admit I've seen crazier things. But I don't think it's the most likely possibility. But again, we'll see. Maybe the fact that Melissa kind of is taking a shorter route over Jamaica instead of kind of crisscrossing the whole country, maybe that will allow her structure to remain a little bit more intact. Mona is saying prayers for all affected. Mariah asking, is this really going to change their geography? I'm so devastated. It won't change their geography by the official definition of geography, which is, tectonic. Like, it's not going to change the actual geography of Jamaica. But on the western side of the island, will it change the ecology in the areas affected? Very possible. When you see a storm with maximum strength like this, yes, the ecology, the natural environment, 100% is likely going to be changed. And Anton said that, yeah, the forestry in the middle will be devastated and its wildlife. Anton saying again, superb coverage, sir. Thank you so much. Great live stream back perch. Kanu, thank you guys. Yeah, Anton saying, wow, still Cat 5. Thank you, liberal monarchist. That is what we're trying to do with back perch weather, is do tropical cyclones, updates, and live coverage of them, not just in the Atlantic Basin like here, but anywhere across the world. South Pacific, Indian Ocean, West Pacific, here in the Atlantic. Water up to rooftops in multiple places. Kanu Daily say, heard from a friend so far trying to reach out to family in Santa Cruz and Mandeville. Ugh. Santa Cruz and Mandeville, major flooding ongoing in those two areas. Mariah says the resorts are not doing well, I think, in Montego Bay. Fastigo says, I pray they are safe. Kanu, thank you for updating us. I'm really worried about you, my friend. Sal saying, I read that Melissa's eye collapsed due to terrain. Is that good news? It's not really news at all. This was always going to happen once her eye went over the mountainous terrain of Jamaica. There was no scenario where she wasn't going to look like this after making landfall. So that's always going to happen just by the nature of running into land, especially mountainous land. Melissa is going to weaken as she traverses the island. Unfortunately, though, because she made landfall at such a high level extreme intensity, she's still a Category 5 2 hours later, according to the NHC. Right, saying Black River is devastated. Almost certainly, I think. Mariah saying, yeah, this is not good. Very great stream. Thank you so much, Mariah. Thanks for watching here with us. Fortunately, this horrible event. Mariah with some more very good information here saying Black River is a wreck. The river, the sea, the road, and road are all in one. Just water. The hospital is damaged. Almost every roof is gone. The Black River Bridge is badly damaged. I'm told catastrophic. If that would not surprise me at all if that's the level of damage in Black River. Sadly, I'm expecting that level of damage there. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna stop this satellite thing here because it's probably pixelating me, and I don't want to be pixelated. So let's go back to this slower thing so it doesn't mess up the whole thing. Fascio says, yeah, that's bad. Anton, with you, Mariah. Sarcasm asking, is anything happening at the western tip of Jamaica west of Landfall? Nothing particular that I've heard of, but I'll keep watching. Timolok says, it's been a fascinating watch. Thank you. Absolutely. Fascio responding, Negril and the entire west end has had huge impacts. Sarcasm. Oh, they've had huge impacts for sure. I just don't know about the specifics. All right, so now here we go. So I'm going to look up some of the other stuff that's happening here. What's going on? Let's see what we have here. Brian Bennett reporting streets turning into rivers in Santa Cruz, Jamaica. That's the footage I saw earlier. Looks like someone has footage of extreme winds in St. Elizabeth. Oh my goodness. Someone is saying, trying to push video through Signal is weak. All I can say is total destruction. Jamaica will never be the same. This is allegedly a person in Montego Bay. Is he referring to Montego Bay? I don't know. Okay, we got video of Montego Bay right now. This was relatively new, 27 minutes ago, as the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa hits Montego Bay. So I just reposted that if you wanted to see what's happening in Montego Bay if you're not there. So many different clips of footage. I can't repost all of it, so I'm trying to figure out which ones are the most noteworthy. The worst part is this could... Someone's saying there's 20 plus feet of floodwaters in Mandeville? That would be absolutely catastrophic if that was the case. Lots of footage coming out of Santa Cruz and other areas. Hold on here. Trying to filter through this stuff. Okay. All right. So conditions in Montego Bay are really bad right now, as of 30 minutes ago. So the eye wall is definitely hitting them. Montego Bay is getting hit with the eye wall as we speak. Holy cow. I think Montego Bay is getting hammered, guys. Two and three stories are flooded to the roof in Mandeville, it appears. People are saying the resorts in Montego Bay are shaking. Curious to know highest elevations encountered in the eye. Let me look up Montego Bay. Yeah, so here I see one of those videos talking about pieces of buildings flying by balconies in Montego Bay. Oh, it's really bad there. It does look like an account named Off the Press has a live stream in Montego Bay. So if you want to see that, Off the Press on X. All right, let's get off that for a second. But it does look like Montego Bay is getting hit with the eye wall here. Adam Walgamot with a question. Can you describe what the mesovortices were on the inside of the eye and why that's significant? Oh, yeah, sir, 100%. So mesovortices, and we saw an extreme level of them here in Hurricane Melissa, as you'd expect with a explosively intensifying Cat 5 plus storm. In fact, early in Melissa's intensification process, the hurricane hunters actually reported that that we had square. Yes, the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa during her initial intensification phase was so rife with mesovortices that it actually was in the shape of a square more than it was in a circle. So that is crazy. So why are mesovortices important? Not seeing that here, but why were they important down here during the main intensification phase? If we scroll back 24 hours. So this was Melissa 24 hours ago, and that looked crazy enough. And then obviously over the transition of 24 hours, she became even more extreme. Look at that right there, if that was even possible. And mesovortices again played a role. So what do mesovortices do? Mesovortices are extremely powerful. Like, you can think of it like big tornadoes in the eye wall of a tropical cyclone. And once they get going, they help to enhance deep convection by creating rotating updrafts in that eye wall that then increases the force of sinking air in the eye that we were talking about earlier, which lowers the central pressure of the hurricane, making the winds spin faster. So that's why during rapid intensification scenarios, we see a lot of mesovortex activity in the eye wall, which can often be seen as kind of like, I don't know, what's the word for it? Like this rippling effect, right, throughout the eye wall, this violent rippling effect. So that is the significance of mesovortices. When you see them ripping through the eye wall, that's when you know you're undergoing rapid intensification. Mariah said the post I read from earlier was the person that was live streaming from Montego Bay. Really scary. Kanu Daily saying Mandeville is on a plateau but has a few low spots like a bowl. All the rain would just drain from the town center toward Ward Avenue, maybe. He's talking about a street. Similar to Santa Cruz, he adds. Seinfeld reference here. Liberal monarchist says she is so scared. I am so scared for my. Oop! Wow, that scared me. Liberal monarchist says I'm so scared for my beloved Montego Bay. Yeah, Montego Bay is getting hit with the eye wall. And here we got a new update. Maybe it'll be about Montego Bay, but let's see. Yep, we do have a new update coming. Okay. Sancho asking, are you allowed to show pictures and videos you see on stream? Only if it's... No, unless I ask the person who took it...
Post from
Hold on.
WPLG Local 10. As of 3 p.m., Category 5 Hurricane Melissa Center is located about 15 miles south of Montego Bay, moving northeast at 8 miles per hour. The maximum sustained winds were near 160 miles per hour with higher gusts.
Yeah, very close to Montego Bay. So, to respond to Sandra's question, I would have to ask them, which I could, and they would have to then give me permission technically. Obviously, a lot of streamers show people's videos if they're not storm chaser videos, right? Because storm chasers are doing it for a living. If you're just like a person living there and a weather phenomenon happens to go over your area, are you like monetizing and making a living off that video? No. So they usually don't mind if you stream their photos or videos, but technically you should ask permission. I could do that, but it would require me sending out a lot of replies. Now, if there's anyone there and you have photos or videos and you tell me, you say, okay, this is okay to show on stream, I want you to show it on stream, then I will 100% do it. But I, of course, will emphasize 100%, whatever you do, don't take a photo or video of this hurricane if you're in Jamaica if it in any way endangers you, okay? Like, do not do that. But if you can safely do that and you want it to be showed on screen, I will absolutely do that. Liberal monarchist saying, I am in contact with family and friends in Montego Bay. Staggering thank you, says Adam. Hard pouring back, saying Bryce with Tornado Pagey is on the ground in Mandeville. Stream is offline. I've seen their stream go off and on every now and then. Mariah, still a Category 5, 8 mile per hour movement. I believe so. But obviously, in this next advisory, within the next 12 minutes, I can pretty much, if the National Hurricane Center issues one in 12 minutes, then I I can guarantee that it's not going to be a Category 5 anymore. It's going to be a high in Category 4. Still, doesn't matter. Yeah, probably close to 150 miles per hour. Anton saying river roads in Bath St. Thomas washed away, river rising fast. Oh, that's... This river stuff is really, really the most concerning part. Well, I guess maybe not the most concerning part when you had 185 mile per hour winds and what that swath of damage potentially looks like. But certainly for Jamaica as a whole, this flooding threat is the big problem because it's not specific. You're right. It's not specific to exactly where the eye wall goes. It's an island-wide thing. So let's see here any information on St. Thomas. Yeah, Bath St. Thomas. So I'll retweet that here. But that was, wow, that was 4 hours ago, actually. So 4 hours ago, Bath St. Thomas was already having problems. Rivers are undercutting the roads there in Bath St. Thomas. So that's the video we have out of there. Now more footage from Montego Bay. Jeff Piotrowski is currently live in Santa Cruz, Jamaica.
A resident of Jamaica, at Sean Wenzel. This is his post. Montego Bay update. The storm shifted west. The eye of the storm is passing directly over us. We lost most of the trees in our yard, and the cathedral roof, ceiling roof, in our living room suffered damage, but the house is holding up otherwise. Another tweet from Sean. The cathedral roof in my living room is taking a beating. Pieces of roof landing on the floor and some water coming in. Wind blowing in through the closed windows, enough to raise the curtains, and it blew the plywood off one window we had nailed it down to.
Okay, so there you go. That was a report from a resident in Montego Bay. Mariah's saying, haven't heard from Josh Morgan in about 4 hours. Yeah, but I mean, he just went through the most extreme landfalling Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. So he's going to be cut off from the outside world, literally, maybe for a while, right? It may be over a day before we know what happened to Josh. But he'll be okay. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing for sure. But might be a while until we hear from him. But man, how crazy is the footage probably going to be? It's going to give us an idea. Terrifying, too. It's going to likely give us an idea of just what a 185 mile per hour, 892 millibar Category 5 landfall looks like. Just hope. Oh, yeah. We're definitely hoping he's okay. But he's been doing this a while. He's probably okay. Okay, new footage is sent in. Severe flooding in Santa Cruz. Man, Santa Cruz definitely getting hit hard. Whoa, okay, guys, I got a breaking piece of footage here that I might repost. What is this? Is this storm surge flooding? Here, hold on. What on earth? Okay, guys, so there is a post. I'm going to repost it. It says, "This video from Black River, my heart is breaking, my God," and it shows it's out like a little porthole, and it shows a massive, just a massive and violent torrent of muddy water rushing in, out. I'm not sure. I cannot tell. The winds look very strong. So I honestly, because Black River was here during the peak of where potentially the peak storm surge would be, I honestly can't tell in this video whether this is freshwater flooding coming down from the Black River, right? Coming down from the torrential rain in the mountains and it's going out to sea, or if this is storm surge flooding. I mean, either way, it's insane. I'm going to repost that now if you want to see it. Because it's crazy. But major flooding is ongoing pretty much everywhere, it looks like. But again, Mandeville, Santa Cruz. Some of these videos are from undisclosed locations. Oh, yikes. Wait a second. Fast Eagle saying 40 inches of rain so far at Black River? Whoa, can we confirm that? Wait a second, 40 inches of rain? Really? Is that confirmed? No, no. Mudslides have buried 50 homes in St. Elizabeth? No. No. Oh, that's not good. Mariah watching that video recently from the Black River region.
Post from Storm Chaser at Jeff Piotrowski. He is on the ground in Santa Cruz, Jamaica. Major flood in the city of Santa Cruz, Jamaica. We drove in from the east. The water is rushing down the roads coming from the east like a fast-flowing water, and debris from hurricanes flowing rapidly west in the downtown area. Flash flooding in the city of Santa Cruz, Jamaica. Water 4 feet deep into buildings and vehicles. Flash flood emergency for the city of Santa Cruz.
Okay, 4 feet of floodwaters are flooding Santa Cruz, Jamaica. That is confirmed by Storm Chaser Jeff Piotrowski. Kanu's saying, hard to say where that water is from, but Black River is right at the coast and it's low. Yes, exactly. I am saying a 185 mile per hour hurricane is capable of producing storm surge moving that violently, but I also can't say that for certain yet. So we'll have to see. Fast Eagle saying 200 plus patients evacuated in Black River area. 500 residents isolated in the Black River area? 2 confirmed drownings? Oh gosh, this is not good. Especially coming out so early already. That is not a good sign. Mariah says, I've just seen another video of Santa Cruz. Anton saying, World Central Kitchen have prepared cooked meals for use after storm at Chefs for Jamaica. Kano saying, great updates from your bird in the sky back perch. Thank you, Kano. Mariah saying, I'm going to want to help with aid once the storm clears. Mariah saying, Santa Cruz police station is flooded. People are stuck. So Santa Cruz is very nearby Black River, and they're still getting torrential rainfall right now. And look at this forecast. The forecast is that they could still have rain till 4 p.m. tomorrow. Now, obviously, it won't be as heavy as it might be right here. But, oh, this is crazy. Fast Eagle saying 10-foot waves have penetrated the seawall in Montego. 300 homes flooded. 40,000 without power. Yikes. 300 homes flooded is a pretty big deal. Juan Enrique says, great updates. You're keeping people informed. Greetings from Berlin. Thank you, Juan Enrique. Yeah, that's our goal here, to keep as many people informed as possible. So thank you for everyone for tuning in and liking and sharing the stream and asking questions and throwing in comments. It means a lot. Anton saying the storm will pass. Mariah, stay safe. The island of Jamaica brought to its knees today, guys. Never imagined I'd be tracking a storm this strong making landfall. Anywhere, let alone in the Atlantic. Fast Eagle says 100 plus buildings have had roofs torn off in Westmoreland. People trapped under rubble. Yeah, I'm seeing that post here saying Black River, catastrophic damage. Oh no, Jim Cantori retweeted an AI picture of damage. Well, it happens.
Post from @MyRadarWX. Melissa is now an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane with 150-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay.
The eye has become a bit degraded on infrared satellite, but it's still very much intact below the overcast.
The latest advisory is in. So finally, Melissa is no longer a Category 5 system. She is a Category, but still an extremely powerful Category 4 hurricane. Pressure still 914 millibars. And let me fix that here. All right, so still an extremely powerful Category 4 again. Weakening is 100% expected. Fast Eagle saying 30 plus fatalities in St. Catherine. In St. Catherine, 30 plus fatalities already? That's being reported? That would be awful if we're already getting reports of casualties that high already. Oh my goodness. Let me look. Let me look at that. St. Catherine. Do we have confirmation of that yet? Lots of video coming out in St. Elizabeth. Footage of trees snapping in Mandeville from earlier. Oh my. Oh. Okay, okay. Floodwaters rising in sections of Greater Portmore. That was 4 hours ago. Another person saying Black River is flattened. And it's saying, please say something about the North Shore community of Northern Estates. Well, have we heard anything from there? Where is that? Is that around here? Let's see. Yeah. Has there been a report out of Northern Estates? Well, it certainly looks like... Please tell me this is not so glitching. That was too much to ask. Well, it looks like Northern Estates certainly is getting hit by the eye wall in this area, so I'm assuming conditions are pretty severe there as well. Right, so just downgraded. Yes, that's good news, but of course still terrible. Yeah, and again, this is all expected, right? Like, this was going to happen no matter what. Category 5 hurricane is not going to retain strength and structure over mountainous land like this. Mudslides everywhere right now. Oh man, so many different damage reports. Tons and tons of information coming out.
Post from Weather Tracker. After 35 hours, Hurricane Melissa is finally under Category 5 intensity, but still remains a powerful Category 4 hurricane over northwest Jamaica. The worst conditions are currently over Montego Bay and northwest Jamaica, but will soon calm down within the next couple hours. Conditions will improve for all of Jamaica by sundown. Remain sheltered.
Remain sheltered is the message at this point. Not liking the flooding reports. Yeah, we just heard it. Melissa was a Category 5. I'll have to confirm that, but was a Category 5 for like 35 consecutive hours. That is nuts. That does not happen very often at all. Right, saying Mandeville's hit really badly. Yes, unfortunately, it does seem like that is the case. Crocodiles have been seen. Oh. That's not going to help. Oh, good advice here from Anton saying, please be aware of down power lines. Do not approach them after the storm. Yeah, and I would say there's probably a bunch. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some electrical deaths, unfortunately. Okay, so, and this is another aspect, what happens when you get hurricanes this intense making landfall here. The problem is it's not just the fatalities that occurred during the storm, it's also the indirect deaths, all the fatalities that happen in the resulting aftermath. We saw that a lot with Hurricane Maria when she hit Puerto Rico as a high-end Category 4 several years ago. Now, obviously, a lot of factors went into place as to why that was so catastrophic, but a big reason was because there was such just like the island-wide disaster and the aftermath went on so long. There were so many different things that happened, and people were dying of so many different things. You know, it was like a lot of the deaths were, for example, you know, roads got blocked off for days, weeks on end, and, you know, elderly people who lived in the mountains in Puerto Rico couldn't get, like, their heart medication. You know, it was stuff like that where you wouldn't normally think of that as a typical hurricane impact, but it turns into one. It turns into one in the aftermath when you have big-time aftermaths like this where you're talking about widespread infrastructure damage, not just damage to like homes at whatever immediate coastline where the landfall occurred. Exactly. People lose access to their insulin, allergy meds, hard stuff, all that goes into it. And that's all relevant when you have a hurricane landfall as powerful as this. I mean, nothing was as powerful as this that we've ever seen. That's the problem. And for an island with Jamaica, you have some parallels to Puerto Rico there with all the communities, a bunch of communities in the mountains, and they're likely to be cut off. I said the National Hurricane Center said communities getting isolated by the floodwaters and the winds. That's all a big problem. And so if we see that, that's exactly the type of stuff you're going to have to worry about. People losing access to basic medication. Still a huge amount of rainfall. Yeah, the rain is nonstop. Melissa's still tearing across Jamaica. Let's go to this satellite loop here. So here's an extremely clear satellite loop of the landfall we just witnessed, the strongest landfall, the most intense landfall in recorded history in the Atlantic Basin. That is maximum Cat 5 right there. In fact, you can see all the gravity waves propagating outward. And then that last second little bit of wobble as the eye wall came on shore. Just look how deep that stadium effect is. But this is a really important one, I feel. Well, okay, this is crazy too. So this was this morning. And anytime you get that kind of spider web pinwheel effect, look at the mesovorts at the bottom of Melissa's eye there this morning. Holy cow. That is pure insanity. You are rarely ever going to see satellite presentations like this. Okay, this is the extreme of the extreme for the Atlantic Basin. Rarely ever going to see anything like that. This satellite loop right here, also very important. So it starts right as Melissa began the northern turn last night. So here, run this. There's the stall out and the northern turn. And then she takes the northward turn. And look at these last few frames. Wow. So if we break this down, okay, so here, she's already an extremely impressive Cat 5 here. Okay? And then there comes...
National Hurricane Center. Extremely dangerous Melissa moving across northwestern Jamaica. This remains an extremely dangerous situation. Next forecast will be issued by 5 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay. So another advisory is coming in soon. But to break this down exactly what happened. So here's Melissa last night, then kind of stalling out. And then at that moment right there, you can start to see some disruption in the core. Okay, you can see what would traditionally be the beginning of an eye wall replacement cycle, except it wasn't. It was another attempted eye wall replacement cycle that likely ended up becoming an eye wall merger. Because without the eye fully caving in or closing, the system suddenly recovers, okay? Right there. Right there. Do you see that transformation? Okay, so I'll start it from the beginning. Cat 5, okay? Starts to turn northward, and then there's the interruption. Notice the gaps, right? The losing Melissa, how Melissa lost the symmetry of the core. You've got cloud tops blowing up over here. You've got way warmer cloud tops down here. So completely asymmetrical. Okay, and then boom, right there, all of a sudden, whoa, what's going on? Instead of an eye wall replacement cycle, it just looks like it's getting stronger. And then boom, and then again, okay, and then even again overnight, there it was again. So look, symmetry was lost. The cloud tops closest to the inner eye wall warmed. Okay, this is not usually your ideal setup. Of course, extremely powerful. But with the coldest cloud tops, there being a gap between the coldest cloud tops and the eye, that's usually not ideal. And then watch the last few frames. Right there. So again, another eye wall merger where this asymmetrical moments where you're kind of seeing some wobbling, right? And you're seeing these colder cloud tops not kind of uniform, really sort of arcing through the system. And then boom, right there. Can you tell the difference, right? You see the difference here where that merger process disrupts the core slightly and stops intensification at the moment. And so then you're losing the smoothness, right? And you're starting to see some rippling and wobbling. And then all of a sudden, Boom, right there. All of a sudden you can't tell. Are you looking at the same satellite image? Is this even a loop? That's the moment. And then, of course, coming in and making landfall in southwest Jamaica as the most powerful landfalling Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. The eye is now getting very close to moving back offshore into the Caribbean. So we're keeping an eye on that. Jared Brown asking how long before other countries will be able to start rescue attempts. We can't say that yet. We don't know. It depends entirely on what has happened on the ground. Man, so our live stream here has passed 30,000 views, which is pretty crazy. Right, agreeing that every image has been insane. Fast Eagle with some pretty dire statistics coming out. Anton saying, yes, do not approach the crocs. Don't approach the crocodiles, everyone. They will be fine. Don't walk towards the crocodile. That is what Anton is advising. Fast Eagle, Montego Bay, surge inundation, 12-foot waves, flood 500 coastal homes. JP asking, is Cat 4 now better than predicted before it left mainland? No. Like I said, guys, this weakening to a Category 4 is 100% expected and inevitable. There is pretty much no way that Melissa could have sustained Category 5 intensity across the entire island of Jamaica. So she was always going to weaken to this point, right? The northern coast of Jamaica was never going to see as severe wind damage as the southern side, no matter what the circumstance was. But she would have been a weaker Cat 4. She's still a high-end Category 4 with 150 mile per hour winds, which is still exceptionally destructive because her landfall strength was so unfathomably high. More reports of flooding. Turns out one video of flooding in Mandeville did appear to be fake, but I think people have realized that and they've taken it down if they did post that. So that's good. Of course, yeah, during every one of these hurricanes, you're gonna have a bunch of fake videos from old disasters in different places get thrown around. I expect there to be not a ton of information from the hardest hit areas here. Especially when you have a 185 mile per hour hurricane making a landfall like this. North Shore storm surge, yeah, it's possible. If not, certain that the North Shore of Jamaica is experiencing some level of storm surge. As you can see now, this latest map, which is showing you the rotation, the flow of the winds around the low pressure center, definitely showing that direct onshore push now in Montego Bay. So Montego Bay did get hit directly, as we feared early in the live stream. They did take the brunt of the eye wall even after it traversed the mountains and was losing strength. Still a very powerful eye wall, and of course still pushing storm surge in. Remains to be seen how serious storm surge was or wasn't. We do have a new Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance flight that has taken off, and it is going to investigate Melissa's core and see how well it held up to the landfall in Jamaica, because that's going to be really important for what happens in eastern Cuba next. So much stuff to go through. Really, right now, Black River might be... Really bad things might have happened in Black River. Mariah saying Santa Cruz, Mandeville, St. Catherine, Black River, Montego, St. Elizabeth. I wish I could use this satellite loop. There we go. It's not glitching quite as much. The eye is still over Jamaica here, guys. And in about 30 minutes, we're going to get another advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Reposting a video here from 2 hours ago of the winds in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. Mariah saying yes, it's confirmed. So 35 hours Hurricane Melissa spent at Category 5 intensity. Yeah, I know. Me too. All right. Okay, so while there's a little bit of a lull in information here, real time, I'm going to take a quick 5 minute break. I will be right back here with you guys for continued coverage. We're going to stay live until Melissa has cleared Jamaica, until her core is fully out over the Caribbean again. And then, of course, after that, we will continue covering it all on our X feed at Backperch Crew. So I'm going to take a quick 5 minute break here, and I will be right back here with you guys. All right, we're back here. Alrighty. Anton saying that comes from Nature Reserve Officer. Do not approach the crocs, people. Do not approach the crocs. All right. So the next advisory is coming in here in 15 or so minutes. All right, let's just oh, this thing. All right. Okay. All right, so let's post an update here and let's see what's going on. So I haven't gotten back in contact with people. So definitely now starting to see some more significant degradation of Melissa's structure as expected. This is why I don't think it's very likely at all that she's going to re-intensify before making landfall in Cuba. There's just not enough time. And I think she's going to be too disheveled to do so. Severe structural damage across Montego Bay. Oh, you know, this is a great point by Fast Eagle. 2 hours until sunset. I can't imagine until the suffering so many are going to endure in the dark. Yeah, see, there's so many different human elements you can apply here. But definitely the fact that we're about to go into nighttime and all of this chaos has just taken place. Because remember, the areas in the original landfall location now, which was here, okay? And then I'm guessing in terms of like what got the worst impacts, I would say a stretch right here, okay? So this is how I would estimate that kind of area of worst impacts to kind of go. I'm skinning it down a little bit in an exaggeratory fashion, but just to represent like where the worst impacts are. So those areas, all those towns and all those communities, they are in for a very long and scary night ahead because they are likely sitting in ruin, in utter ruin right now. And so the prospect of having to deal now with the dark, and they're still in the torrential downpours of the central dense overcast, which is still over them. And again, the rain is still falling all across Jamaica. Okay, all of these thick bands, these extremely high cloud tops, that's what these colors represent. Still, I mean, how about this band right here? Still rocking negative 110 Fahrenheit. That is an extremely intense thunderstorm band there. So the rain is going to continue on for Jamaica. And when we look at some of these locations, okay, Mandeville, Santa Cruz, this general area, okay, so right now, ground zero. We don't know what happened here yet, exactly. But we do know that Black River, understandably, but then also Santa Cruz, Mandeville, they have had some of the worst reports of damage so far. You can see they're still in for several hours more rain, at least meaningful rain. Everyone, David Guthrie says, asking, think it'll regain its strength after it crosses over? I don't think so. I think whatever strength Melissa exits Jamaica as, she's either going to be at or slightly weaker than when she makes landfall in Cuba. But nevertheless, Eastern Cuba, this is a very high, just because of this brief passage over Jamaica, doesn't matter. This is a very high energy cyclone core, and Eastern Jamaica is already getting pounded now with the outer rain bands of Melissa, right? These really big overshooting cloud tops, these rain banding thunderstorms now coming in onshore in Eastern Cuba, which is also a mountainous area that could see devastating flooding if you have landslides in a particularly bad location. Spinelli commenting, locked in from London, 8:47 p.m. here, and I think I'll be following this all night. Been following all day. Prayers up, Jamaica. Yeah, absolutely. Mariah kind of putting this in, pretty well, succinctly, saying that now they're going to be left in the dark with loose wires, down power lines, no electricity, no communications, no refrigerated foods, in the dark with crocodiles. Yeah, it's not good. Right. Oh, no. Absolutely not. No. The more comments, the better. Said, we love the comments on this stream, and, Back Perch Weather has only streamed a couple of storms now, but definitely what I think makes these streams so much better is when we have the audience kind of question and commentate and really be a part of the whole thing. Instead of me just blabbering to myself endlessly. I love the comments. Keep them coming. 100%. They're great. Especially when they're so informative and add so much context to the actual event at hand here. That's just a white blob. That's not useful. Man, doesn't make any sense. That rain accumulation map. All right, new advisory coming in here soon, and give me a moment here to post another update here. No, Mariah, you've been great. You've been great. Thank you, Anton. Looking at a video of Chase with Ham, and I can't fully confirm it.
From at Jamaica Observer. Disaster coordinator for St. Anne, Alvin Clark, says there has been no reports of deaths or casualties in Cave Valley, which is currently experiencing flooding. Clark noted that residents may have already evacuated the area, which is known to be floodplain. Cave Valley is prone to similar events, so the community members are more proactive than most, he told the Jamaica Observer.
The eye is approximately there, liberal monarchist, about to re-enter the Caribbean Sea. Anyway, so I'm seeing this video from Chase with Ham, and it looks pretty bad, like possibly our first video of the extreme Category 5 level damage somewhere in Jamaica. It's not clear where exactly, but I'll keep an eye on that. Yes, slow moving. Okay, let me get... All right, new advisories in. Here's the 4 p.m. or I guess 5 p.m. Eastern Time advisory. Winds down to 145 miles per hour, slowly weakening. And the pressure is up to 921 millibars. Go spinny.
Post from at NHC Atlantic. Hurricane Melissa, advisory 30. Center of Melissa is emerging from the northern coast of western Jamaica. Damaging winds, catastrophic flash flooding, and life-threatening storm surge continues in Jamaica.
All right, let me get back to that, Ryan, for that answer. Chase with Ham. The handle is at Ham BKLYNWX. Chase with Ham.
watches and warnings in effect. A hurricane warning is in effect for Jamaica, Cuba, provinces of Granada, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, Alaguin, Las Tunas, southern and central Bahamas. Hurricane watches in effect for Bermuda. A tropical storm warning is in effect for Haiti, Cuba, Cuban province of Camagüey, Turks and Caicos Islands.
Short bites of history. I don't want to speculate on the number of potential casualties yet. I'm just gonna, see and report how many there are officially. All right, just finishing this update here. Alrighty. Okay, so wait, we got another report here.
Post of the National Hurricane Center. Extremely powerful Hurricane Melissa beginning to pull away from Jamaica and headed toward eastern Cuba.
So right here, if you were wondering what it would look like, here is Hurricane Melissa right here compared to Super Typhoon Haiyan 2013. And of course, Haiyan is long considered one of the most powerful tropical cyclones in world history. Now, certainly, I think you can make the argument that Haiyan is still the more powerful storm. I don't think anyone would argue against you in that regard. But I noticed it last night too. It's like the fact that it's that close is crazy. And again, Haiyan's estimate, their estimated pressure, 895 millibars. I think it's universally agreed upon that that is too high. That was not strong enough. So Haiyan was probably in the 880s, maybe 870s. And Melissa was in the low 890s, but still, I mean, look at this. That is the first thing I noticed last night. The similarity is uncanny. Haiyan still a little bit more symmetry. Obviously, Haiyan being just an unreal storm there back in 2013 that caused a massive catastrophe in the Philippines. And unfortunately, both of these storms, both Haiyan and Melissa, made landfall close to peak intensity. So that's where the eye is based on the National Hurricane Center's last advisory. And now I kind of feel like we are going into a little bit of a dark period here for Jamaica. Because of the impact, because people are losing power, they're losing signal, and now you've got a hellish aftermath in all likelihood left behind. Probably to the extent that some portions of the western side of the island are going to be unrecognizable once we truly see what has happened. But overall, this impact here, let's see if I can get this to play at the 6-hour mark. Here we go. So there we have it here. This was the moment, if you were just tuning in, if you're coming in later. This is what we saw earlier today, an absolutely historic and record-breaking and mortifying moment. And this was the moment when Hurricane Melissa, really an ultra Hurricane Melissa, made landfall on the western side of Jamaica with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 892 millibars, which, for now, and I did notice in the National Hurricane Center's last discussion, they did say that, of course, that record, being such an important one as the most intense landfalling Atlantic hurricane of all time, will have to be confirmed with extensive research and postseason analysis, and that's obviously understood. But for now, based on what we got from the hurricane hunters, Hurricane Melissa became the most intense landfalling hurricane ever recorded in all 100 plus years of Atlantic hurricane history, which officially goes back to 1851. The last time we had a storm as intense as Melissa making landfall somewhere in the Atlantic basin was the 1935 Labor Day hurricane making landfall at an identical peak intensity in the Florida Keys. So that's how rare this was. It's been 90 years since this last happened. But for now, the Labor Day hurricane no longer stands alone as the most intense landfalling storm in the whole Western Hemisphere. You know, forget the Atlantic Basin. In the whole Western Hemisphere. And what we've seen today is nothing short of heartbreaking, and we haven't honestly seen all that much. You know, we've only had some snippets of video that have come out, and that's not unusual because the thing is, when you have such a high-end and extreme landfall like we saw here today, you're talking about an almost post-apocalyptic landscape that the storm is likely leaving behind, where the core of strongest winds impacted, right? So you're talking about the isolation of communities, and having them cut off pretty much from the outside world, cut off from communication, cut off from the views that we're honestly waiting to see, just to know exactly how bad the damage was. Right before landfall, the hurricane hunters went into the eye of the storm. They found dropsondes recording 892 millibars, which is really, really solid. That perfectly matched the extrapolated surface pressures that they were recording. Excuse me. And the dropsondes also recorded at one point the most extreme wind gusts ever recorded by hurricane hunter dropsondes. I think one wind gust was 252 miles per hour. That's how extreme it was. A hurricane hunter plane, for the second time in the last 2 days, was forced to turn around because the turbulence in the eye wall of Melissa was so extreme that it was posing an actual safety risk for the structure of the aircraft. So that is what we've seen today. Now, since traversing the mountainous terrain of Jamaica, of course, Melissa has now weakened to a still extremely powerful Category 4, 145 mile per hour winds, and a 921 millibar pressure. Her eye is now emerging back into the Caribbean Sea after slowly tearing across the western side of Jamaica. And so far, most of the damage videos and updates we've seen have come from Mandeville and around that area of river flooding in the mountains, and of course still a lot of rain to come there, so that's a very grave concern. One of the top threats from Melissa for Jamaica was the inland rainfall, was the orographically enhanced rain over the steep mountains of the island's interior, channeling that water through narrow and steep ravines and causing flash floods, mudslides, all of that. So that is all still ongoing. The National Hurricane Center set warning catastrophic impacts still ongoing. Mariah here asking for any updates, so we're going to look here real quick to see what we've got, if there's anything new coming out here. Whoa. Liberal Monarch is asking, how much longer do you think left until the storm leaves? Well, it depends on your definition of leaving. I mean, the core is leaving right now. So the last remnants of those strong hyper Cat 5 winds and those ongoing Category 4 winds should be moving into the Caribbean Sea almost fully relatively soon. In terms of all the rainfall, it's going to be a couple more hours. It's going to be a couple more hours. Well into the night, though, it's still going to be raining on the southern side. From the southern side convection of Melissa. JP asking, any chance it goes back to Cat 5 before it hits Cuba? I don't think it really has a chance at all to go back to Cat 5. Mariah saying trees uprooted and roads blocked in St. Andrew. So here's an interesting discussion. So we've been talking about the fact that at 185 miles per hour and 892 millibars, Hurricane Melissa has tied the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the most intense landfalling system, also tied with Labor Day and also tied with Dorian in terms of wind speed as the strongest in the Atlantic Basin at 185 miles per hour. But here is not something you might have expected from Greg Postel. At 9:47 a.m., he posted, Melissa is in all likelihood a 200 mile per hour hurricane. GPS drop in the South Iowa observed a 219 knot wind at 250 meters elevation. And as a reminder, that 219 knot wind was, a wind gust, and it's impossible to get wind gusts that high, even if you're at a 185 mile per hour hurricane. So that is very, very interesting. Greg Postel going with a very bold prediction that Melissa was likely a 200 mile per hour hurricane. Now, even if we consider postseason analysis, I highly doubt the National Hurricane Center is going to up the wind speeds by 15 miles per hour. But man, I mean, there is a chance that Melissa was actually, based on the data, the strongest, not the most intense based on pressure. Wilma still holds that record by 10 millibars, so by just a little bit. But it's entirely possible that Melissa was just beat Hurricane Allen of 1980 as the strongest Atlantic hurricane ever recorded. And to be perfectly honest with you, I was thinking that last night when I saw the satellite presentation. I was just comparing Melissa to Haiyan a second ago. And when I was comparing the satellite presentation to, between the satellite technique estimates that were going off the appearance of Melissa on satellite and also just the historical precedent, I was thinking there is no way that when Recon gets in there, they don't find this as the strongest Atlantic hurricane of all time. I was really thinking that. I had never been so certain of extreme strength as I was when I saw what Melissa looked like on satellite. Now, that didn't happen that night, and so I was like, wow, okay, I guess this is just a very interesting equation with this story, with this storm, where she kind of appears more intense than Recon's actually finding her. Well, it took a while, but she did ultimately reach what I think is enough data, at least, reach an intensity that surpassed Hurricane Allen for the strongest Atlantic hurricane of all time. I just really think that's an ultimate possibility. Now, here is a very high definition satellite loop of that landfall. So as it stands right now, not going to change until maybe postseason analysis. But this is a very high definition satellite loop showing both visible and infrared of what, at least for now, was the most intense, I think hands down the most intense Atlantic hurricane landfall of all time. And I can't believe I'm saying that because that's absolutely nuts. Not to mention, of course, the fact that a hurricane this strong, I mean, look at the eye, look at the gravity waves propagating throughout the eye wall or throughout the CDO, and then look at the buzzsaw whirling of the eye wall. And then you see it making landfall in Jamaica. That is total destruction, total annihilation of anything in the immediate path of that landfall right there. Only a handful of other storms, Wilma and Gilbert. Wilma in 2005, Gilbert in 1988, actually ended up being more intense than Melissa here today. Like, oh my God. That's crazy to say. Structure continuing to deteriorate as she leaves. Anton commenting the damage will be huge. Yeah, catastrophic. I never imagined that. Yeah, I never imagined a landfall of that intensity. And then the drop sonde. You really feel like there was a legit chance here that Melissa was a 200 mile per hour hurricane. And those aren't my words. Those are Greg Postel's words from the Weather Channel. So, like, yeah, the power never stopped. Exactly. Holy crap, this is all so crazy. Oh, this is... Oh, come on. Look at this. Look at this enhanced satellite view here. Wow. Look at the mesovortices in Hurricane Melissa's eye earlier just before landfall. This is what it looks like, guys. The third most intense Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. This is what it looks like. Anton says pure buzzsaw. Wow. I mean, just... what else is there left to say? Extremely violent. And the shadow of the sun, the fact that the eye is in shadow. And look at how steep the eye wall is. And really, I mean, this just felt like it was building up. And the fact that Melissa never went through eye wall replacement cycles. From the very beginning of when she first attained Category 5 intensity. Not at this high level, just baseline Category 5 intensity at 160 miles per hour. And we had those Hurricane Hunter, incredible Hurricane Hunter videos and clips from Flynonymous WX. When those came out, it was like, okay, these are some of the most incredible images ever captured from inside a Category 5 hurricane by the hurricane hunters. And it didn't matter that there were other storms in history that were more intense, because I was like, these were just insane images. Now now Melissa really did become more intense than most other storms, and the images only kept getting more insane. So like this monster was building towards this, okay, and the eye wall mergers played a critical part in that. But all in all, you are seeing the most extreme. All of these different satellite views are just some of the most extreme stuff that you're ever going to see. You know, forget the Atlantic, let alone the Atlantic. The whole dang world globally. And how about this view right here? This image, which was provided by @Coco's Cola. Look at this. Unbelievable. There you have it, folks. And that is right before peak intensity, okay? That was not peak intensity. That was right before it, but it was building up to it. Again,
from tropical tidbits. As Hurricane Melissa reemerges over water north of Jamaica, the next land area due to be impacted by the inner core is eastern Cuba early tomorrow morning, which has already been receiving heavy rainfall. Although the NHC has set the current intensity of Melissa at 145 miles per hour, it should be stressed that we don't actually know with precision just how much passage over Jamaica's high terrain has weakened Melissa. We don't know until a new hurricane hunter aircraft samples the storm later this evening. Regardless of Melissa's exact intensity, it is likely to remain a major hurricane as it approaches eastern Cuba, bringing a full spectrum of life-threatening hazards, from storm surge to extreme winds and flash flooding, landslides. Everyone in the region, please stay safe tonight and tomorrow.
it's a good message, and we've had quite a few questions about the Cuba aspect of this, so I'll leave this, just, look at it a little longer, because I can't stop staring at it. You're going to have to force me to stop looking at this. I mean, but I just cannot believe that this happened right here, right before making landfall in Jamaica. I mean, it's just horrific. Seriously horrific. So, as just noted by Tropical Tidbits, the next landfall here, which seems crazy that we're already talking about another one, but the next potential landfall here that we have is in eastern Cuba. And regardless of precise intensity, it looks like that could be a very damaging landfall and a dangerous one as well. We don't know exactly, again, how weakened and how disrupted Melissa's core is. But we do have another recon flight going in, so let's take a look at that. So here's Mission 25. Just crossed the spine of Cuba, so getting closer. So that will give us a better idea and will help the National Hurricane Center decide officially on whether or not they're going to say Melissa has a chance to re-strengthen over this stretch of waters before making landfall in Cuba. Already seeing a little bit of an improvement in structure. I feel like instantaneously with the moment the core has emerged out over water. But again, I don't think this is like, oh my gosh, it's intensifying again. I just don't. So we're going to have to wait and see there. Bobby Perry, great live stream back perch. I got it kind of old and got to take a nap. Catch you on the flip-flop. Bobby. Thank you for tuning in today. Now I'm looking at, okay, so obviously we have so much to unpack with the leftover leftover data, so much to go through because it was so historic and it all happened so fast. And then the future impact in Cuba. But right now, trying to look at the aftermath here. Goodness gracious. Here's a 3D satellite image from Mike Bettis of Melissa at landfall in Jamaica. Good Lord. Well, if you like studying tropical cyclone data, this is the storm for you because there's going to be scores of it. Anton asking, what's that distance from North Shore to next landfall? All right, so we'll go there. And, well, first of all, let's see the National Hurricane Center's next official cone. And also the most updated information, although it's kind of hanging up because I think so many people are on here. Seen a lot of weather websites crash during this historic event. So if we take a look at this, landfall here, the National Hurricane Center is saying 140 mile per hour Category 4, so that's still an extremely powerful Category 4 in eastern Cuba. Landfall will take place potentially at La Bayamesa Peak National Park. So the distance from North Shore, or basically where the eye is now, to next landfall, about 122 miles until the next landfall. And if we check out that area, this is got a few communities here for sure. And I guess this ties into the next question, which is Sarcasm asking, the landfall of Cuba will be over much more populated areas. No? Well, okay, so like where does the track go? So ultimately the track is going to go over a bunch of cities. Holguin too, maybe at some point. And that's a really big city, obviously. Could go over Bayamo. That's a pretty big city there. But the storm will be weakening significantly at that point, and the main landfall location is in a very remote area, a national park area. And look, I mean, if you think Jamaica's mountains are extreme, check out these mountains. So obviously there's still communities there, there's still people there. And the risk for landslides will be very real. Remember, it only takes one landslide in one bad spot to create an absolute catastrophe. Anton saying about that 3D image, how crazy it was. Sancho asking, what time is it supposed to land in Cuba? Landfall in Cuba at about 2 a.m. Eastern time tonight. So that's not very much time at all. And that's why there's really no chance at all. No chance at all that Melissa's going back to Cat 5 by the time she makes landfall in Cuba. But a chance that she maybe holds on to about 140 miles per hour. So a serious situation, of course, very serious for eastern Cuba, but a lot different circumstances. And by the time the hurricane core starts affecting more heavily populated areas, it will have been significantly shredded by these huge mountains in coastal Cuba there. So yeah, again, not too long from now, Melissa is going to really start accelerating once she fully crosses Cuba. She's just been very slowly accelerating ever since taking that northward turn. And she's going to go from an exceptionally slow-moving storm to a very fast-moving one. And then by 2 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, she will be going through the Bahamas. So obviously you got to watch that if you're on these islands in the Bahamas. And then actually could end up affecting Bermuda. And that would be on Halloween. Very early morning Halloween. So a lot of landmass is yet to be affected, but of course none as severely as Jamaica just now. So that's the big story here. Right, asking, so there's going to be tropical storm hurricane conditions still tomorrow morning? Ooh, I don't think so. No. If Melissa's already making landfall here in Cuba at 2 a.m.
From alert breaking news. In Black River, Jamaica, Hurricane Melissa unleashes its fury. Severe flooding has submerged the Santa Cruz bypass, cutting off traffic and plunging the region into chaos.
Okay. Anyway, so if we're looking at a landfall at approximately 2 a.m. tonight, which is only a couple hours from now, then, yeah, I'm not, like, I don't think... Well, the southern side of the storm is pulling away right now, and there's a little bit of a band of dry air on the southern side, so, yeah, maybe tropical storm force conditions, but I gotta imagine by tomorrow morning, like, officially tomorrow morning, like, you know, waking up, I gotta imagine that even the tropical storm force conditions in Jamaica will be heavily subsiding. Ooh, kind of an evil grimace here from Melissa, and this definitely was an evil storm. See this? I don't like that. That's creepy. I don't like that. Ooh, that's creepy. Okay, I regret doing that. Nah. Yeah, Anton, who's been here with us almost the entire duration of the live stream. Yeah, again, I mean, there are little towns and rural communities there in eastern Cuba on the edge. We'll discuss that later, though. But yeah, it would take one bad landslide, and that's same true for Jamaica. That's still true for Jamaica. Let's not forget here that this huge torrential band of rain is sweeping across the island still. And of course, you still have the main convective core curling extremely heavy rainfall all across the western side. So rainfall accumulations are still piling up here as we speak. Such a creepy image, to be honest. Lots of flooding videos out of Mandeville. And this one, which was posted by AccuWeather, got some panels of, roof panels flying off, kind of just basic hurricane conditions. But then you have many cars in a parking lot completely submerged, strong winds. Yeah, that's interesting. So definitely a lot of flooding in Mandeville. But again, we had a lot of footage initially coming out, right? As the first
post from @Nationwide Radio. Popular establishment Jake's Hotel has suffered extensive damage due to the passage of Hurricane Melissa. Images seen by our news center has shown at least one part of the hotel almost completely destroyed.
Yikes. Okay, so I'm now on that post that was just reported there. I'm looking at the video here. Part of the hotel completely destroyed. Definitely what you would expect. But it makes sense that we had kind of more footage, it feels like, initially than we do now. That's because now we're in the blackout period, okay? Now Melissa has rampaged through the island and decimated its infrastructure, but especially mostly on the west side, now funneling in more moisture, more heavy rainfall back into the areas that she just destroyed with those Category 5 winds. So now funneling extreme moisture content back into those areas. Heavy rainfall surely ongoing. And after those, some of those initial reports and videos and photos of, oh my gosh, here it comes, that makes sense, right? Because people still had power. They still had cell communication, even as this storm was starting to really get on top of them. But now they don't have that. So we're left a bit in the dark here, as are the people of Western Jamaica. It's just like Morgerman, right? Like Morgerman was providing us constant updates until up to 6 hours ago at 10:25 a.m. when he said whiteout conditions had reached, where was he again? Crawford, St. Elizabeth Parish, which is right here. That's where Morgerman was. So he pretty much nailed the strongest part of the storm. But then, of course, once the eye wall began, shortly thereafter, we lost communication with him, and we haven't had word since. Again, normal for extremely powerful hurricane landfalls. No less terrifying, of course. But yeah, so it might be a bit before we get more readings. Or not more readings, but more footage. Ooh, wow. Now here's something. Again, another video of major flooding along Santa Cruz bypass in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica from Hurricane Melissa, but I have seen that already. So that was definitely one of the crazy ones. Well, we got to save that. And yeah, and I think, and I'll bring this post up here real quick, but I think this post right here pretty much sums it up. Oop. I think this post pretty much sums it up here. From Content Weather Guy, using this water vapor image at the point of landfall with that record dry eye of Melissa's, saying nothing to do but wait for reports. Historic storm. Yeah, that's all we can do at this point. And it could be a pretty lengthy wait here because, I mean, we have definitely had a drop-off in terms of the footage and the videos and even just the verbal reports coming out in the most strongly affected areas. So there's definitely been that drop off here. And we're just going to have to wait and see. And if you're just joining us here and you missed it, here was the moment. Okay? So this satellite loop here. Mariah's saying there's reports that Black River may be gone. So I'm going to check up on that in a second. If you're a new viewer here and you're just joining us, here was the moment, a high definition view of Hurricane Melissa's landfall in Jamaica, which ended up not only being the strongest hurricane landfall in Jamaica's history by far, not even close. Previously, their strongest direct hit from a major hurricane was Hurricane Gilbert back in 1988, and he was only a high-end Cat 3, okay? So not only did Melissa break the record for the strongest storm ever recorded to make landfall in Jamaica, but she also, by exploding in the last second, notice these white dots here, okay? These white flashes are representative of pockets of eye wall lightning, and this is a very furious rate of eye wall lightning surrounding the entire core of strongest winds for Melissa. Also notice in the visible imagery when it gets into daylight, notice the mesovortices right there, rotating around. Here, I'll start that again. It's right at the beginning here. But all these mesovortices rotate, boom, that pinwheeling action. That is absolutely crazy. That's rarer than rare, okay? You only get that in the most exceptionally powerful tropical cyclones. So, all things considered, that lightning activity and that extreme mesovortice activity strengthened Melissa one last time. She went on one last burst of catastrophic intensification and then reached an unprecedented intensity of 185 mile per hour sustained winds and a minimum pressure of 895 millibars. She then made landfall at that intensity, which of course tied her with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane as the most intense landfalling Atlantic storm ever recorded. And this was the moment on both visible and infrared imagery. She made landfall at around New Hope and White House, Jamaica, on the western side of the island. And you might have heard that comment a second ago. There's a lot of concern specifically, obviously, about this whole area because 185 mile per hour winds don't just inflict damage to human. They don't just damage homes; they destroy homes that aren't specifically. I mean, a lot of homes, if they aren't built well, aren't constructed well, will be totally annihilated, totally razed by 185 mile per hour winds. That's the type of extreme intensity there is that eye wall came ashore right there, where if you were standing unguarded out in the open, that simple flying objects become, I mean, you've got projectiles going everywhere, deadly projectiles, flying objects. So when you get to that sort of intensity, you're talking about borderline unsurvivable conditions if you're not like hunkered down somewhere, obviously. And of course, catastrophic storm surge that you'd have to imagine would be 15, 20 feet minimum. And one of the biggest places we're worried about is Black River, the Black River area, but specifically the town of Black River, which sits right here, if you can see it, on the borderline of this kind of basic geometric borderline here for Jamaica. But basically, it sits here at this jut out of land right where the immense eastern eye wall of Melissa came directly on shore at a perpendicular angle, likely maximizing the surge potential and also the duration of the extreme winds. Here, I can back that up too. So this was the last 6 hours showcasing the landfall. Mariah's saying elders are confirming it's way worse than Gilbert. Oh, yeah. Also saying that so far 4 hospitals are significantly damaged. Anton saying Santa Cruz got hammered. Yeah, definitely posting the AI stuff. It's predictable, though, unfortunately, that I have seen the AI videos and the AI photos, the fake AI damage pictures. That is terrible. Definitely, that's all just pure clickbait. There's no other reason to do that. Just trying to ride the trend, the breaking news trend. But at least for now, the AI images are fairly easy to tell when they're AI still. That's not going to be the case forever, but at least for now. Before I carry on here about this recap of the landfall, here's another update from Spinny here real quick. While Mariah says holy oak trees and curbs have been uprooted. Curbs have been uprooted? So let's see what update we get here. Melissa now re-emerging into the Caribbean Sea.
Post from Chuck Copeland, WS. The center of Melissa is emerging back into the ocean. The terrain of Jamaica disrupted the core, but it will soon be fully over very warm waters again as it makes its way towards a second landfall in eastern Cuba. As a velocity advisory, it was still a Category 4 with max sustained winds of 145 miles per hour with a minimum central pressure of 921 millibars.
Yeah, some people talking about the warm waters here that are present before the Cuba landfall. I am just kind of skeptical, but hey, we'll see in just a few short hours, right? We are certainly going to be tracking it, as well as the immediate aftermath here in Jamaica. And it's an immediate aftermath that I fear could be prolonged into a full-blown humanitarian crisis, at least in some areas. Again, if there's going to be an island-wide humanitarian crisis in Jamaica, it's going to be because pretty soon the floodwaters from the mountains, right, as the rain continues to fall, because Jamaica is still in the central dense overcast, so the rain is still falling.
Jamaica Gleaner. Residents across Kingston, St. Andrews, St. Catherine, and St. Thomas are being urged to exercise extreme caution as heavy rains and flooding associated
Bro, what? What? Are you serious? You telling me that the... You're telling me that the biggest... One of the biggest aftermath impacts here from Hurricane Melissa is going to be the freaking crocodiles? What? We're getting officials now? What? Please repeat that statement here again. Thank you. I want to hear that again. Oh, dude, what? Dude, what on earth? You're trying to worry about power lines and floodwaters, and we got crocodiles everywhere. Please repeat that last one. I swear my crew's not listening to me. You see what I have to deal with, guys? I've got like a rebellion happening. Mutiny. It's because I've been on, how long I've been streaming here? 9 hours, 22 minutes. I mean, without question. I mean, you have to cover every moment of this. Okay, here we go. Right? Right? I want to hear that again.
Post from Jamaica Galena. Residents across Kingston, St. Andrews, St. Catherine, and St. Thomas are being urged to exercise extreme caution as heavy rains and flooding associated with Hurricane Melissa may drive crocodiles out of their natural habitat into communities.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so it is to specific areas, okay, but literally residents are being told to exercise extreme caution in some areas because the floodwaters may drive crocodiles out of their natural habitat. So just add that to the list of this aftermath. That specific areas that residents need to exercise extreme caution. Oh my gosh. Okay, everyone. Yes, that's what was just heard. Okay, don't get near the crocodiles. I think we said this earlier, right? Anton brought that up. Nobody walk towards the crocodiles. Okay? And I think this really goes to prove how, yeah. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. Mariah, the Prime Minister of Jamaica has declared the island a disaster zone. The island as a disaster zone, right? I don't want to repeat that like falsely. I want to make sure it's not like for a specific area. But yeah, definitely a disaster zone here. And it may sound crazy to some people who maybe haven't been through a bad hurricane aftermath, but some places here down in the south in the tropics, yeah, the crocodiles and the alligators, that's a real thing. And in literally not that long ago, in 2017, when Hurricane Harvey dumped 60 plus inches of rain over the Houston metropolitan area and flooded all those swamps in East Texas. Yes, again, I know, a Texas flood reference, but Hurricane Harvey is the original hurricane that I kind of experienced in a way that I could remember. All the other ones, I was too young. And what's this here? Okay. And so someone really did in Houston in 2017 in the aftermath of Harvey. They really did die from an alligator. Like an alligator ate them in the floodwaters. So this is like a very real thing. As crazy as it might sound to someone who doesn't, live on Jamaica or know about some of those previous examples. But in these situations where you have massive freshwater flooding, crocodiles and alligators, definitely a risk. Definitely just one of the many, many hazards here in the horrifying aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, and throwing crocodiles in there definitely has a horrifying edge to it. Okay, so what are some of the other storms here that are comparable in intensity to Hurricane Melissa today? So the first and most obvious example, of course, is Hurricane Wilma, who has, no matter what, retained her record as the most intense Atlantic hurricane of all time when she hit an 882 millibar pressure right here on October 19th, 2005. We just had the 20th anniversary of Wilma. Nice one. Nice comment, Anton. Okay, yeah, officially Mariah saying Prime Minister of Jamaica has declared the whole island a disaster zone. Wow, just tragic. Just absolutely horrible. So here we go. So for some historical context, the Western Caribbean has struck once again. Okay, the Western Caribbean is... Oh, Mariah throwing in their snakes too. Yeah, watch the snakes. Yeah, I mean, it just... The hazards are endless when you have, like, something we're talking about total destruction, okay? Right? You're talking about power lines, sharp objects. I mean, if we have places that get permanently flooded, I'm not saying this is going to happen in Jamaica. I'm not sure if there's an area that could fill with stagnant water for a long time, or if this flooding threat's kind of like more of an immediate flash flooding thing. But yeah, a huge risk in hurricanes too. You have standing floodwaters. You have people having to walk through them. They get one little cut, just a tiny little cut, like a paper cut, and boom, you have a dangerous infection because these waters are filthy and disgusting and full sorts of, God knows what. And then, of course, you're walking through waters. You could step on something. You could cut your foot. All this crazy stuff. And then, of course, in Jamaica, which is a very lush and vibrant habitat for animals, you've got the crocodiles. You've got the snakes. You've got all this stuff that poses a potentially fatal hazard. And their fast eagle, yeah, with the eyes right there. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. But here we go. So we'll talk about that aftermath in a second. Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. We have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Right? Don't we? Oh, no, we don't. Never mind. Okay, I thought we did. We don't. They're not doing one. Because the center is basically over water now. Okay. So we're not going to see another National Hurricane Center advisory probably until the regular time at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight, because the center of Melissa is back out over water. So we're no longer going to get that hour by hour update because the core is no longer over Jamaica, over land. But anyhow, the Western Caribbean is notorious for generating some of the most intense Atlantic hurricanes of all time, specifically in October, okay? And October and later. Because it's later in the year in the Atlantic where climatology actually starts to favor more powerful hurricanes as long as they're further down south. Now, you can't get more powerful hurricanes in the northern Gulf or the open Atlantic because the waters are getting too cool, right? But down in the Caribbean and the southern Gulf in October, but mostly the Caribbean when you get into late October like we are now, the atmospheric conditions actually are more favorable than during the peak of hurricane season for hyper-intensification for us to get extremely powerful storms. The reason for that is because the atmosphere is cooling, right? Because the Earth is tilting and winter is coming for the northern hemisphere. But of course, the waters in the Caribbean, they can't cool as fast as the atmosphere does. Okay, and a cooler atmosphere is actually more favorable for tropical cyclone development. When you start talking about the elevation of the tropopause as well, that has a big play in how intense convection can become. But like a very warm atmosphere increases stability, and stability is not good for tropical cyclone formation. Okay, tropical cyclones need instability, right? They need warm waters, but they also need a cooler, unstable atmosphere that's willing to allow the development of convection and thunderstorms that can then kind of coalesce and create a low pressure center. So basically, when you get into October, and especially late October in the Caribbean, the atmospheric conditions actually start to become more favorable than during the rest of the year, and the waters are as warm, or if not warmer, as ever, because they can't, because obviously there's no cold fronts going down in the Caribbean to cool anything off, even in late October, like there is in the continental United States, for example. So in mid to late October of 2005, we got the most intense hurricane of all time, which was Wilma in the Western Caribbean. And then, what did she do? Well, she didn't make landfall at peak intensity. She did, though, make a very slow crawling landfall that was devastating for Cancun and this tip of the Yucatan Peninsula. Actually broke the all-time Western Hemisphere record for most rainfall accumulated in 24 hours. Unfortunately, I forgot that off the top of my head, but that was a true thing right as the core was coming on shore, moving exceptionally slowly, as you can see there by how condensed the dots are. But yeah, so Wilma, kind of a slow-moving storm, kind of similar in that regard here to Melissa. The difference, though, is that Melissa made landfall at her peak intensity, whereas Wilma peaked out over water here and then weakened because of a traditional eyewall. And that's the other thing, too. Wilma went through a traditional eyewall replacement cycle that weakened her down to a Category 4 here. Whereas, again, Melissa did not go through any eyewall replacement cycles. So, but, well, there's Wilma, okay? Number 1. Most powerful. And then our old buddy Gilbert, which we've already covered. It was after his landfall across Jamaica that Gilbert then, again in the Western Caribbean, a little bit further west, but again in the Western Caribbean, intensified and broke his, at the time, broke the record for the most intense Atlantic hurricane ever at 888 millibars. He would later be surpassed by Wilma. But yeah, so there you go. So Gilbert, he happened in September, but same area of the world, same area of the Caribbean. And then you had Melissa here today. And if I show the last 24 hours here real quick, you have Melissa here today becoming the third most powerful hurricane in Atlantic history in the same subregion of the Caribbean Sea, in the Western Caribbean, generally in the vicinity of Jamaica. And her very slow movement, allowed an unfettered exploitation of the extreme oceanic heat content that was present. But again, of course, the tragic difference here. Gilbert did make landfall at Category 5 intensity in Mexico. So he was nothing to sneeze at, but he was starting to weaken from an eyewall replacement cycle as well. The fact that Melissa's eye never closed and that she never went through an eyewall replacement cycle, and her eyewalls just kind of kept combining through one merger after another to create this record-breaking monster, that is something I've never seen before. I'm not sure we've seen anything like that. And then, boom, point of landfall right there. Mariah talking about how Black River has a subsurface forest in the ocean. Anton correctly noting fresh water will be a huge concern. Definitely that potential. Saying it's an official disaster zone. Light poles down blocking roads. I saw reports of that. Yeah, definitely widespread reports of that. But again, we're still in a little bit of a blackout period here. So again, this is an old image right here. This was the landfall. This is the current image that's going to act glitchy again. Well, gosh darn it, guys. The eye is already more well-defined than it was just moments ago. So who knows? I suppose. Let's see when that next hurricane hunter is getting into the storm. Getting pretty close now, actually. So I'm waiting to see what that says, because that's going to tell us the structure, the remnant structure of Melissa, and if she is capable of some semblance of re-intensification over this area. It's not as clearly visible there, but maybe here. And now we're going to switch to visible imagery because it's a little bit more visible, no pun intended, but the overexposure of the sun sometimes makes visible on visible imagery on windy.com not that great. Looks like we got another update coming in. Spinny, take it away. Yeah, like I see AccuWeather as opposed to here about the landfall, but the only pictures they have is of
a damage video posted by Mark Robinson. Here's his post. A lookout at the beach and ocean from Lee Resort in Montego Bay from my wife's cousin Jason. The worst is past there now.
seeing that video. Oh, and Mark Robinson also has a video. Mariah, did your hospital comment come through? Oh, this one? Okay, I'm saying this one now. Medical staff had to tag themselves as patients because the roofs were gone. I don't think people understand that thought process. Oh, yikes. Major yikes. But here we go. Visible imagery now is the first semblance of sunset kind of coming in, shadowing the clouds. Big time rain bands are now impacting eastern Cuba, but we're still trying to gauge what exactly happened here in Jamaica. But truth be told, we might not know for a while. A perfect example is here. I thought AccuWeather might have some photos, but the photos they have of the landfall are two uprooted trees, a swollen river, and a sheet metal fence that's down. And obviously not to take away from the fact that they're big uprooted trees, but that is not Category 5 damage whatsoever, of course. So still not a lot of good views or an idea of what happened there. But obviously we're all itching to know how serious the situation is. Someone posted a 1 minute 30-second montage of clips, and like not a single one of them is from Jamaica just now. But again, to be expected. Ooh, okay, this is interesting here. Oh, this is good news. Mariah says the girl I talked to is safe though. Okay, that's great news. Obviously. Got a new video here. Well, not new, 3 hours ago. Jake's Hotel entrance Treasure Beach. I have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, just ultimately not a whole lot to go on here. The videos have definitely... Everything I'm seeing at this point, guys... Everything I'm seeing at this point is 3 plus hours old, so... Fast Eagle, I've got to hop off for a little while. Thank you so much, Back Perch. You're awesome, bro. I'll see you again, my friend. Please take care. You too, Fast Eagle. You are awesome as well. And thank you for tuning in again to our live coverage. Yeah, so everything I'm seeing right now, though, in terms of trying to see aftermath videos, it's all kind of 3 plus hours old. So we got a flurry of footage coming out right as the hurricane was impacting, but now not so much because of what is a blackout. And this is really more ominous, honestly, than if we had footage immediately, right? If we had a semblance of an idea of what happened in the worst impacted areas immediately. It's actually worse and more ominous that we have very little indication, an idea of what happened. Because that speaks to just how violent this hurricane was and just how impactful she's already been to the entire island, which has officially been declared a disaster zone. I have a feeling we have a really horrible aftermath here coming up.
Post from Jamaica Galena. Hurricane Melissa has caused significant damage to at least 4 major hospitals. Minister of Health and Wellness Dr. Christopher Tupton has confirmed. The hospitals are Noel Holmes in Hanover, Black River in St. Elizabeth, Cornwall Regional St. James, and Falmouth in Trelawney. Tupton disclosed. The damage at the Cornwall Regional Hospital is confined to the nurses' quarters, which was converted for other use.
Okay. So 4 hospitals damaged severely. That's what we're hearing. But I have a feeling overall, like, there's just so much more that we don't know yet. And what an ominous image this is here. As Jamaica descends into sunset. It's been a very glitchy satellite view there. Look at those overshooting cloud tops, though, still sitting over Jamaica. It's still pouring down rain across much of the island, so the flood threat continues. In the wake of what has been a megastorm by not just Atlantic standards, but by global standards. The true worst case scenario that we have been fearing for days here with Hurricane Melissa. Anton commenting, Minister Daryl Vaz says Norman Manley International Airport could begin to Norman Manley International Airport could begin to accommodate emergency relief flights from Thursday. Now, as we get towards sunset, you can really visualize that jet channel, that extreme outflow to the north of the storm that helped to ventilate Hurricane Melissa at the very last second and spur on her historic last little run of intensification. That when the hurricane hunters investigated her core right before landfall, found pressures of 892 millibars, sustained winds of at least 185 miles per hour, but then also drops on recordings of wind with a peak wind gust of up to 252 miles per hour. Anton says no reports of deaths in St. Anne's or casualties in Cave Valley, which is good. We did see some significant inland flooding there earlier, with at least one house flooded up to its rooftop. Good to hear that at least for now, there's no fatalities out of that area. But yeah, so a big element of that last minute intensification was the fact that Melissa had this very advantageous jet streak interaction up here, and you can see it. Look at the way, and this is very textbook, very classic. Even though the system has weakened now in the last few hours, obviously because of the landfall that only happened in the last 6 hours. Notice the anticyclonic outflow, and I say anticyclonic because the cirrus outflow banding up here is actually moving clockwise, where of course the main core of the storm is moving counterclockwise because we're in the northern hemisphere. So that's anticyclonic outflow, which it's rotating in the opposite direction of the actual of the rotation of the actual storm itself, and when it's moving this fast and it's fanning out like this way up here. I mean, look at this. Okay, this is really putting in the meteorology of Hurricane Melissa into perspective here. Because this storm system up here is directly ventilating. Look, it's almost like they're holding hands. It's almost like that storm system up here is like pulling an energy cord, right? Pulling the outflow, that cirrus outflow, and helping to ventilate Hurricane Melissa very vigorously, pulling it up to the north. This interaction right here, this interaction is what caused that last minute spurt of intensification. It's not always about just warm waters and lack of wind shear. Sometimes it also oftentimes very important in terms of rapid intensification scenarios. Sometimes it's the ventilation, it's the outflow, it's the jet streaks, especially to the north for northern hemisphere cyclones, and in the south it's jet interactions and storm systems to the south of storm systems, obviously, that really can be the most impactful in terms of rapid intensification and support of major intensities of extreme levels. We're asking, how long are you going to stay on here, or are you going to carry this one onto Cuba coverage? So I'll see about the Cuba thing. Might go live for that later tonight. We'll see. Depends on what Melissa looks like. No matter what, going to continue coverage with continued posts on our X feed at Back Perch Weather at Back Perch Crew. Here, I'm probably going to wrap this stream up here pretty soon, within the next 10 minutes. Can't just continue on forever because YouTube will only allow a 12-hour stream before it won't archive it anymore. But I don't think at this point, I would stay on longer, but I don't think at this point there's a use for that because there is not much information coming out. Like I said, there's not much coming out anymore. Anton saying severe damage to Savannah Lamar Public General Hospital in Westmoreland. Savannah Lamar right here. Where was the storm earlier? Pretty much took a direct or near direct hit of the northwest eye wall. And this is just the craziest thing ever, but look at how that perfectly circular eye just kind of went inland and, you know, collapsed really quickly, obviously, because of that extremely mountainous terrain, but just what an insane sequence. Look at that. I mean, just what an insane sequence of events here tonight. And yeah, I just don't think we're going to... I don't have much... I just don't have much to report on here at this point. That's brand new because there's not much information coming out. Mariah asking, do you have the same ad on YouTube? I could watch better on there because I can leave the app. No, so my ad on YouTube is at Back Perch Weather Live. Let me check that. No, but I haven't been on YouTube quite as long as X. So on YouTube, I am Back Perch Weather at Back Perch Weather Live. That is where we are on YouTube. So, for the final recap of what we've seen today, and this was the satellite loop of it, we witnessed the last-minute intensification of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, already the strongest storm of 2025. Also, by the way, haven't mentioned this yet, but Melissa is also by far the strongest and most intense storm recorded globally around the world so far in 2025. Okay, so this was the world's most powerful storm of the year, surpassing Super Typhoon Regasa from September. Okay, so the world's most powerful storm of 2025, the third most powerful Atlantic hurricane ever recorded in history, and the most powerful storm ever to make landfall in Jamaica, as well as the most powerful storm to ever make landfall in the Western Hemisphere, tied with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, which occurred 90 years ago in the Florida Keys. We witnessed all of that occur live, and ground zero for that gut-wrenching, terrifying landfall was the western side of Jamaica near the town of White House. Now, we have not gotten a lot of word out of there since then because of how extreme the damage likely is. The most likely case is that we have had extreme vegetative damage across the rainforests of Western Jamaica, in addition to massive structural failures of the man-made infrastructure. A disaster zone has been declared island-wide for Jamaica. We could see a humanitarian crisis unfold if flooding gets worse. We had tons of reports of terrible flash flooding ongoing in Santa Cruz and Mandeville. Black River, where the eastern eye wall, possibly the worst of the conditions and possibly the worst of the storm surge hit, We have had no communication with Black River for a while now. And the fears are that it has been totally destroyed. So there are many areas here and really across Jamaica, we're experiencing a blackout now. That's how big and that's how massive this hurricane was. Really analogous, probably, it's, again, gut-wrenching to say it, but this was likely one of the more disastrous landfalls we've seen across the last few years. Again, only time will tell. And only the information in the official reports, in the videos and the photos that come out in the coming hours will confirm that. But ultimately, overall, it is a really bad situation here. Jamaica was just ground zero for the strongest Atlantic hurricane landfall in history, and the damage is likely extreme, with forests snapped in half like toothpicks, and trees snapped in half like toothpicks. Any homes that aren't specifically designed to withstand Category 5 winds and without solid concrete walls destroyed. Just a terrible, terrible situation. And unbelievably, it's not done. It's still not done. Melissa has re-entered the Caribbean Sea, and while I don't expect a robust round of intensification, she still could remain a very powerful Category 4 up until landfall in eastern Cuba, where dangerously heavy rainfall and flooding may already be occurring. So we are going to keep an eye on that, and of course keep an eye on every update coming out of Jamaica in the aftermath there. Thank you to everyone who joined the live stream, everyone who commented. We had 946 comments here. That's really cool. Thank you to everyone who liked the stream on YouTube, who shared it on X, and who asked questions and who really joined into the conversation, who let us know. I mean, you let us know about like a lot of things that I wasn't seeing initially. So really, really great stuff. We love to have the audience involved here. Wish it could have been under better circumstances, though, of course, because this was a catastrophic impact to Jamaica. And the more we see here in the coming hours, days, and weeks, the more heartbreaking it is likely to look. But ultimately, we will keep you updated and with continued coverage over on our X feed at Backperch Crew, including the landfall later tonight in Cuba. So with that, I'll conclude this live stream. Again, thank you everyone for joining and watching, and we will see you again soon.